Chapter 201, Condensing the Artifact of Civilization, the Light of the Negative Star. The former number 1 God General under the command of Lord Sen Luo Xinghai is a gold-named player, and he is also a leader among the gold-named players. He has fought for many years, not only has the title of titled God General, but also has reached the peak of his skills in the perennial battle environment. The level of various command skills is as high as LV70, which is outrageous. It is important to know that the initial skill of the negative star is only LV50. After being promoted to the negative star, there is not much difference in strength, but his ability is obviously stronger than other negative stars. Although he is still undergoing transformation, Li Qing can already see his promoted attribute panel in advance. Name: Cybertron, High Immortal. Race: Negative Star. Lifespan: Immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attribute: Perception 52, Memory, Intellect 59, Spirit 53, Charisma 50. Racial trait: Negative Star. Innate talent: Cybertron title God General. Promotion of Light. Life skills: Skills related to ship command LV80. Cybertron title God General. Promotion of Light, the ultimate embodiment of command art, the ultimate commander. Effect: Command experience plus 3000%, experience gained by fleet crew members plus 1000%, morale will not drop during battle. Effect: Command ship speed plus 300%, start speed plus 300%, ship weapon damage plus 150%, ship weapon range plus 150%, hit plus 50, transition distance plus 1500%, transition penetration strength plus 5. Effect: Sublimated Distorted Refraction Halo. All warships under the command have a 30% chance of refracting single target attacks when they have energy shields. Note: only L-sized and below energy weapons and kinetic energy weapons have full effect. Note: the main gun of the X-slot battleship has only a 5% chance of deflecting off, and the missile will not take effect. God General's unique ability: Sublimated Aura of Infinite Freedom. Cybertrons will covers the entire galaxy. All warships under his command are not affected by any deceleration, interference and interception, and can be teleported within the coverage of the will every 30 minutes. The attributes haven't changed much, and there are no new talents, but the original talents have been fully strengthened. But the original Cybertron titled General talent itself is not inferior to the immortal talent, and now it is promoted again, and the effect is even more outrageous. Not to mention all kinds of bonuses, every negative star is equally strong, and the effects of their two halos make Li Qing tongue-tied. One is the Sublimated Distorted Refraction Halo. When all the warships under his command have energy shields, there is a 30% probability of refracting single target attacks. What does this mean? To put it simply, all warships under his command have a 30% probability of ignoring single target attacks, which can be regarded as a dodge effect, which is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is the unique ability of the General, Sublimated Aura of Infinite Freedom. The effect description is very simple, which means that the fleet will ignore any deceleration, interference and interception, go wherever it wants, and can jump in the galaxy once every 30 minutes regardless of any conditions, without any distance and environment-related restrictions. As long as he wants, you can jump directly to the face of the enemy or among the enemy ships. The transformation of the negative star takes about half a month. It used to take a long time, but now it is much faster after the promotion of the universe in the palm. Li Qing withdrew his gaze and looked at Qingluan and the crystal skull in her hand. He probably felt threatened by entering the universe in his palm. The awakening speed of the will inside was accelerating, faster and faster, and it was estimated that he would wake up soon. For this other seemingly godlike general, Li Qing thought about it. Anyway, the new star negative person transformation quota is still about half a year away, so he decided to let Qingluan persuade himself in no hurry. Leaving the universe in his palm and returning to the top of the pyramid at the core of the Cybertron fortress, his eyes fell on the body of the silver-white robot lying in front of the throne. Countless rays of light emerged and rotated rapidly, and soon outlined a hexagonal light frame like a magic circle on his chest. After a few seconds, the hexagonal light frame slowly merged into the robot's body, leaving a hexagon with a diameter of about half a meter on the silver-white metal chest like a cutting. Touch the center of the hexagon lightly with your finger, and the cut on the edge lights up with a crisp, click, sound. Leave. 2 shimmering crystal chips, an incomparably gorgeous crown, and a crystal hanging in the space. There are 4 in total. The collection of this God General is much less than he imagined. But in a different way of thinking, it must be a good thing that can be collected by this big guy. Picking up the first chip and looking at it, Li Qing was stunned. Ah, this. 2 construction blueprints of regular mobile fortresses, 20 blueprints of super flagship titans, 20 blueprints of super carriers, 100 blueprints of dreadnoughts, and 100 blueprints of aircraft carriers. Obviously, this is a set of flagship blueprints that the god of Cybertron will keep in preparation for starting a business if he can get out of trouble in the future. This set contains the flagship blueprints of 2 standard Legion-class fleets. Horrible. Li Qing was pleasantly surprised and treasured the chip away. Needless to say, he is worthy of being a general whose strength is comparable to the Lord of the Star Sea. The quality of this collection is outstanding. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he looked at the second chip. Not surprisingly, there should be a large number of regular battleship blueprints. After all, a fleet cannot only have flagships, and it must be equipped with a large number of warships of all levels. Although I don't lack these regular battleship blueprints, it would be a good thing to really have a full set of blueprints for 2 Legion-level fleets. However, when he took a look at the second chip in his hand, he was stunned again. Because it is not the blueprint of massive conventional battleships that he expected, but a mother chip of a top army unit called a giant battle body. With this mother chip, a complete assembly line can be established to mass-produce giant mechanical battle bodies. The giant battle body is a technology that can only be obtained at the later stage of the mechanical ascension route. This is a 5-star excellent army. It is a huge giant battle body with a size of hundreds of meters. The force of the naval gun can fly and go into the sea, and the firepower is fierce, which is equivalent to a land battleship. This kind of giant warship is extremely powerful in offense and defense, and it is almost impossible to knock it down with the firepower of the ground troops without the firepower support of the fleet in space. All right, this thing is not bad. The 5-star excellent army is not ordinary. With this, it will be invincible in ground combat in the future. Put away the treasures, and prepare to divide an area in the high-dimensional fortress to build a production line later, and start building giant battle bodies in batches. Then Li Qing looked expectantly at the third thing, an incomparably gorgeous crown. Haven't contacted it yet, but he guessed that it was probably a relic. The moment he touched the crown, its attributes appeared in front of Li Qing, and he couldn't help taking a breath again. But the next second he was stunned again, and suddenly reached out and turned over. A gorgeous scepter appeared in his hand, and then saw 2 relics glowing at the same time, and a resonance flowed back and forth between the 2. What the hell? How can you resonate with this? The scepter is a relic he obtained after passing a trial relic in the black hole before. It is called the power of the psychic ruler. It is a high-level relic, but he has always used it as a mascot for offerings, except attributing an intelligent creature to forcibly awaken psionic energy every month, and relying on the passive effect of relics to increase the cohesion by 20% has never been used. Even if the passive energy of the relic is enhanced by 100% of the psionic power, it is useless. With his current psionic power strength, he has not encountered any enemy that requires him to use the passive increase of the relic. Although Yijun had a hint that Yijun's power would be strengthened when certain unknown conditions were met, but because of the unknown conditions, he never deliberately tried to figure it out. He didn't expect to find this cybernetics today. There is something in Tan's collection that resonates with him. The meaning of this resonance is very simple: to combine 2 relics into one, or to integrate this crown relic into the scepter, choose one of the 2. This crown is also a high-level relic, called the Crown of Domination, and its effect is extremely powerful. Crown of Dominion Advanced Relic. This is a legendary crown from the last ruler of a high civilization that has perished. It possesses some kind of mysterious power. Passive effect. Rule, civilization point +1 per month. Note: this effect requires the status of a ruler, and it needs to be worn to take effect. Passive effect. Dominion. The power of relics can affect the soul, and can slowly increase the loyalty of the people under his command. Active effect. Power of Dominance. Activate the power of dominance. Forcibly control the mind of an existence below 3 stages of ascension. The longest duration is 24 hours, and the cooling time is 30 days. No. Li Qing pinched his chin, and suddenly wanted to ask Cybertron why he didn't wear the Crown of Dominion before he fell asleep. The first passive effect must be worn to take effect. If you wear it while you are sleeping, you can accumulate 84,000 civilization points in 7,000 years based on 12 civilization points a year. Fuck. In an instant, a feeling of being wronged by a billion came to his heart, and Li Qing felt a sharp pain in his heart. And many more. Li Qing suddenly re-examined the precautions behind the first passive effect, thought carefully, and found that the Cybertron God General seemed unable to wear this treasure. This thing requires the status of a ruler to take effect. Although Cybertron is very powerful, he is not a ruler, but a subordinate of Lord Senluo. But then again, since he can't use it, why didn't he give it to His Majesty Senluo? Unless he has his own ideas. All right, if so, it would make sense. Then now comes the question, should the crown of dominion and the scepter be combined into one, or should the crown of dominion be sacrificed to the scepter? If you choose to merge into one, the merged relic will get the effect of two relics. If the sacrifice is made, the crown of will disappear, and the scepter will be greatly strengthened, and there will only be a very small probability of gaining the power of the crown of domination. Looking back and forth between the two relics, to be honest, the effect of the two relics is very good, especially the first passive of the Crown of Dominion, which can get a little civilization point every month, which is too good. The effect of the scepter is also very strong, which is a perfect match for yourself. It can only be this way. Since they don't want to give up, there is only fusion. Thinking of this, Li Qing had a thought, and lifted the two treasures at the same time, which resonated instantly, and small electric lights were generated between the two treasures. The lightning seemed to be attractive, and the two relics automatically approached each other, and soon collided with each other, bursting out with a strong light, and the two groups of strong light quickly merged into a huge ball of light. At this moment, Li Qing's pupils suddenly overflowed with light, and an inexplicable message suddenly appeared in his mind. He subconsciously held the light ball, and the light ball directly merged into his body, and suddenly twisted and exploded. Kai looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. The ruling authority of the negative star civilization. Turn around and walk into the black hole door that opens behind you, and enter the universe in your palm. The moment he entered the universe in the palm of his hand, he had disappeared, and the reappearance was already the core of the universe in the palm of his hand. As soon as he appeared, he saw countless streams of light converge towards him from all directions in that space, forming a crown made of streamers on top of his head. Li Qing slowly opened his eyes, and he naturally knew what was on the top of his head. It's no coincidence that when two relics of the rain resonate and combine, they happen to resonate with his existing identity. In the universe, any civilization is a miracle. Every time a new civilization is born, an accompanying artifact of civilization will be born. If civilization exists, the artifact of civilization will be there. When civilization perishes, the artifact will perish. As a newly born immortal civilization, the negative star should have a civilization artifact. Even if it doesn't have this, it will condense the civilization artifact one day in the future when the conditions are met. The universe in the palm is not an artifact of civilization, it is a transcendent artifact of the civilization of the previous generation of star bearers, a non-civilization artifact. When these two high-level relics resonated, they happened to meet the conditions for the birth of civilization artifacts, so the following changes occurred beginning to condense the civilization artifacts belonging to the star-negative civilization. Then, before he had time to check the last hidden treasure, he discovered that the artifact of civilization had condensed out at an astonishingly fast speed. Light of the negative star, miraculous treasure, an artifact of civilization from the immortal star negative. Passive effect. Master, all strength increases by 100%, cohesion plus 100%, civilization point plus 1 per day. Note, this effect requires the status of a ruler, and it needs to be worn to take effect. Passive effect. Awakening. All people with a white name and above have a chance to awaken psionic power. The better the talent, the higher the chance of awakening. The people with a purple name and above must awaken psionic power. Active effect. The power of dominance can inspire 3 servants of light every month, and can inspire 1 negative star every year. Note, servant of light has no prerequisites. Note, the preconditions for attuning negative stars are those who have ascended to the 3rd stage or above, and those with a golden name. With the strength of the civilization artifact, the demand can be gradually lowered. Evaluation. This is the civilization artifact of the immortal level civilization star loser, and its power will continue to increase as the number of civilization individuals increases. So strong. It is equivalent to the enhanced version of the best special effects of the 2 relics combined into one, and the attuned light servant and attuned negative star are also added to it, becoming one of the functions of the artifact of civilization. And the power of this thing will increase as the number of negative stars increases. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to its strength. Chapter 202 God's Relic. With a thought, the crown made of flowing light quickly converged towards the center, condensing into a golden crystal and embedded in Li Qing's forehead, as if a third eye had grown on his forehead. This thing needs to be worn to take effect. Fortunately, it can change its shape, otherwise it would be too flamboyant to wear a crown every day. At this moment, Li Qing could clearly feel that his psychic energy strength, willpower, etc. had all doubled. The psychic energy strength had already exceeded 30 million, and the intensity of his experience could easily crush his previous self. The specific strength of the increase in psychic power strength has never been a simple numerical increase, but a special algorithm. Although it is not as exaggerated as a geometric multiple, it is definitely stronger than the simple addition of numerical values. For example, his current psychic strength of 33 million plus is by no means twice as strong as the previous 16.5 million plus psychic strength, at least 3 or 4 times, and the gap gets bigger the further back. This also means that the strength gap between super psychers will be very outrageous. 50 million may be more than 10 times stronger than 10 million, and 90 million may be hundreds of times stronger than 10 million, or even stronger. After experiencing the soaring spiritual energy for a while, the matter came to an end, and then he took out the last treasure, a perfect prismatic crystal. Looking at the attributes, he was surprised again. It turned out to be a relic of God. What is a relic of the gods? Before, Li Qing opened blind boxes on the black market. Blind boxes from level 1 to level 5. Level 5 and above are ancient relics, and ancient relics and above are relics of gods. Level 5 blind box has a chance to open the blueprint of the Titan super flagship and the relic of God. It can be said that in theory, even the most abnormal things can be opened. That is to say, in theory, the universe can be opened in the palm of your hand. Of course, this is just an analogy. There can be no second palm universe, but similar space-type relics may still be opened, which is the one that contains 10,000 kilometers of space that he used to cover up the palm universe. A space treasure. This Cybertronian general actually has a divine relic in his collection, which surprised Li Qing. At first, I wondered why I didn't open it myself, but when I saw the opening conditions of this relic of God, I knew why it could only be used as a collectible. This thing needs to input 10 million units of psionic energy before it can be turned on. Lord Senluo's subordinates are all mechanical ascenders, and the entire Senluo leader took the route of iron-hearted exterminators at the beginning, and they are sworn enemies with all organic life forms. Where can I find super psychers to help open it? It's cheap for me. He rubbed his hands excitedly, reached out and held down the prismatic crystal suspended in the air, and powerful spiritual energy was injected into it, and the crystal quickly burst into dazzling light. It only took less than a minute for tens of millions of spiritual energy to be injected into the crystal. When the last spiritual energy that met the conditions was injected, the crystal was shaken out of his hand and flew into the air. The shaped crystals cracked countless cracks like cracks, and faint brilliance spewed out from the cracks, becoming more and more intense, and soon turned into flames. The crystals melted quickly in the flames and began to change shape. After more than 10 seconds, the prismatic crystal has transformed into a round transparent crystal, and there are countless colorful streamers forming strange symbols flowing inside, which looks very magical. Waiting for the crystal to have no other movement, Li Qing stretched out his hand to try to hold it, looked at the properties of the crystal, and blurted out a Chinese quintessence. Damn! Instant shock. Stellar Fortress Construction Blueprint. Contains a series of unique supporting technologies for constructing Stellar Fortress. A complete set of accessory blueprints, including a series of W-slot final weapon construction blueprints for the main body and subordinate battle stars and War Moon, and a unique T-slot for Stellar Fortress Doomsday weapons, the construction blueprint of the mobile battle star attached to the Stellar Fortress, the construction blueprint of the Moon of War attached to the Stellar Fortress, the unique star compression technology of the Stellar Fortress, etc. Li Qing, holding this thing in his hand, he was stunned for a long time, and the expression on his face was also shocked and delighted, and then confused, until he was speechless. The reason is very simple. There is no way to make it. First of all, the technology is not enough. Many super technologies in it cannot be realized at the current level, and even the negative star has not realized that super technology with the current technology level. The second point is that there are too many materials needed, and it also contains a large number of ultra-rare materials that have never been heard of. Although he has a casting furnace of light, he can freely transform various rare materials, but the premise of transformation is that he has seen that material before. How do you transform it if you haven't seen it? And there are dozens of materials that have never been heard or seen before, and there are a lot of them. The third point, and the most important point, is that there is not such a big dock. This thing is so big, and it can't be built in the palm of your hand. The super dock in the high-dimensional fortress can be built after unlocking more in the future, but how do you drive it out after you build it? If it can't be driven out and can only be placed in the palm of your hand, what's the point of spending so much manpower and material resources? By the way, there is another more critical issue. When he has the ability to build this thing, he will probably be able to accumulate enough civilization points to directly exchange for the super battleship of the star-negative civilization. 700,000 civilization points can be exchanged for a star god fortress, which is bigger than a star, not inferior to this star fortress. Or the more powerful Gaia's Ark. This thing also uses the river system as a power furnace. In terms of force, it is at the same level as the Witness of the Stars. It is just a pure war weapon. Unlike the Witness of the Stars, which is similar to the combination of a planet and a fortress, it also includes infinite space. Yes, there is space compression technology inside the Witness of the Stars. On the surface, it looks like a super fortress with the size of astronomical units. The actual internal space is many times larger than imagined. This star fortress is not known to be the ultimate weapon of any ancient super civilization. It is powerful, but it is obviously not as good as the ultimate weapon of the negative star civilization. So, this is a tasteless one. Not right. Li Qing suddenly pinched his chin and looked at the whole set of blueprints, thinking for a while. It's really useless to directly build a star fortress, but is it possible to split the supporting technology inside? This includes a total of 12 mobile battle stars, a total of 36 war months, including a complete set of super weapons unique to the star fortress, star compression technology, etc. The more his thinking diverged, the brighter his eyes became. You can't build a star fortress, but you can build a mobile battle star or a moon of war alone. Damn, sure enough, people need to know how to be flexible. For example, chrysanthemums don't necessarily only have the function of shitting. Maybe they have other magical functions. As long as you let your mind open, you can discover new worlds. But although the idea makes sense, at this stage this thing is still nothing but ashes. The smallest war moon has a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers, which means that it cannot be built in the Palm universe, and can only be built outside the Palm universe. This means that he must get a super dock array outside the Palm universe that can build these things, otherwise. No, this is too difficult. Thinking about the entire United Human Empire, there are only a dozen giant shipyards that can build flagships. Most of the military leaders don't have one, and the possibility of getting one by themselves is too small. We still have to look at the universe in the palm, or see if the universe in the palm can expand the channel after it is repaired in the future. Li Qing feels that this possibility is quite high. After all, judging from the current development, the internal space of the palm universe was very large when it was in the hands of the negative star civilization. After all, it is called the palm universe, and it may not be as big as the real universe, but no matter what, it must be as big as above the river system. There is no reason to say that it is only that big. Considering that the Cybertron fortress is already being repaired, it is not a problem to build this thing to sweep the Zutar starfield, and there is no need to rush to build these super giants. Li Qing put away this set of blueprints for the time being, and recreated it when the conditions are ripe. Invincible. This wave of harvest can only be said to be invincible, and it is worthy of being the treasure at the bottom of the box of a general whose strength is comparable to that of an ordinary Star Sea Lord. This also makes Li Qing full of expectations for the collection of Lord Senluo in the future. As one of the strongest Star Sea Lords ever, his collection will definitely be more exaggerated. Among other things, there are definitely a lot of civilization points waiting for him. The exact number is not clear, but it is definitely more than tens of thousands. The 20 billion people in the Cybertron fortress alone have accumulated more than 14,000 points of civilization in the past 7,000 years, plus Lord Senluo himself. There are tens of thousands, enough for him exchange for several super battleship chips from Starbuster. Coming out of the core of Cybertron fortress, Li Qing said to Long Yun, who was guarding the door. You can count how many blueprints of weapons and accessories you need, and what auras are missing. Give me the statistical list, and I will prepare. Long Yu flicked his fingers directly, and a dense list appeared in front of him. I'm ready. Li Qing nodded, and looked at the top of the list, which was the basic attribute table of this advanced mobile fortress. Advanced mobile fortress. Super war weapon, strategic warship, with the power to suppress the fate of the country. Basic hull. 50,000 billion 3 equals 150. Through basic armor. 500,000 billion 3 equals 150. None. Basic shield. 500. Problems. Default tactic. Mobile fortress suppression tactic. Battleship slot size 100,000. Mobile fortress central core default. Mobile fortress inner ring core default. Mobile fortress outer ring core default. Components. Energy core 3, hyperlight element 3, thruster 10, sensor, combat computer 3, Fort Halo 5. Weapon slots. 1 ultimate weapon in W slot, 60 fortress railgun in T slot, 600 Titan lance in T slot, 3000 Doomsday light in T slot, 30,000 X super large weapon slots, 300,000 L large weapon slots, 300,000 P-type point defense slots, 360,000 G-type missile slots, and 500,000 H-type hangars. General slots. 3 million flagship general slots, 200 A-type functional slots. Advanced mobile fortress correction. Hull regeneration plus 20 million, armor regeneration plus 20 million, shield regeneration plus 20 million. Advanced mobile fortress correction. Plus 300% range for all weapons. Advanced mobile fortress correction. The radius of 1 billion kilometers is enhanced by the jump, the range of the jump is plus 1000%, and the penetration strength is 10 levels. Advanced mobile fortress correction. A strong electronic interference force field with a radius of 1 billion kilometers, and the interference strength is 10 levels. Advanced mobile fortress correction. A radius of 1 billion kilometers jumps the interference force field, and the interference strength is 10 levels. Advanced mobile fortress correction. Interception field with a radius of 1 billion kilometers, interception strength level 10. Flagship General Halo Advanced Mobile Fortress Jump Force Field, which can carry the same fleet to jump across galaxies, ignoring any conventional shielding and interference force fields appearing on the battlefield. The jump preparation time is 50 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 day. Universal aura of Advanced Fortress. Gravity can change the force field, and the shape of Advanced Mobile Fortress like an asteroid can change gravity. Effect. The movement speed of enemy warships within a radius of 10 million kilometers of the fortress is reduced by 20%, the hit rate is reduced by 20%, the damage of S small weapons is reduced by 50%, the damage of M medium weapons is reduced by 25%, the damage of L large weapons is reduced by 5%, X battle column main guns are not affected. After reading the list of attributes and accessories, Li Qing roughly calculated this set of accessories. It seems to be missing. Other weapons are fine. There is nowhere to buy the W slot ultimate weapon and the T slot fortress railgun. Fortunately, I got that set of Star Fortress set. It is unrealistic to go outside to buy. We can only take some blueprints of weapons and slot accessories from the 36 war moons in the Star Fortress to match them in the fortress. Anyway, there are 36 moons of war, and they can't be made now, so take one and disassemble it and install it in this advanced mobile fortress before using it. The key is that this set of war moon is equipped with advanced technology, which belongs to the 7th level technology in terms of technology level, and it is the peak of the 7th level, which is very powerful. Li Qing directly took out the whole set of crystals formed from the blueprint of the Star Fortress and handed it to Long Yun, and he took care of it. Anyway, he is the chief shipbuilder under his command, and he is also a powerful star destroyer. No one can take things away from him. With this set, you only need to bring in enough materials and don't worry about it, just wait for another 2 years to come to receive the fortress. On the same day, Li Qing left the isolated star field and returned to Jalan territory. After only a few days, the territory was fine for the time being. Taking advantage of his spare time, he also took a blueprint of an ship and tried to build it. Although he was destined to have no chance to build it himself, he still had to learn it. But this kind of idle time didn't last long. In less than a week, suddenly my father rushed over from the family, not alone, but with a team of bodyguards. In Star City, Li Qing met his father in the office. As soon as he met, he said, "The old patriarch already knows about the conflict between you and the Baji consortium. He reassures you that there will be no major incidents." Li Qing nodded and said, "I'm ready, unless they directly use force to rob me, otherwise they can't do anything to me." Father smiled and said, "You have the support of your family and the Yu family behind you. As long as you don't give them an excuse to do something, they can't just use force to grab it. Is my matter an excuse? It can be counted, or it can't be counted, it depends on whether you have someone to support you. If you are a commoner, it may be a little dangerous, but you are different. With the support of a Sanjinman, this kind of excuse is impossible to pass in the Senate, plus you are now in the pioneering period, and the end of the 10-year period is coming, and it is even more impossible to pass. Does that mean that if they are civilians, they will be robbed?" Chapter 203 The Notice of the Senate Meeting and the Artifact of Human Civilization. Li Xingchun nodded and said, "It will definitely be robbed, but it will not be robbed explicitly, and the Star Sea Lords who set the rules will not allow it, but this super consortium with the support of the Army Lord has countless ways to your victory away within the scope of the rules." After a pause, he said to Li Qing in a warning tone, "Although you have our support, don't be careless. What you have now is too tempting, because you have the opportunity to integrate the 8 life planets in this star field, and the potential is very great. This is too attractive to them. Those who dare not come hard will definitely infiltrate through various methods, so we must guard against it." Li Qing nodded seriously. "I see. It's good to know that the most important thing for you now is to strengthen your own strength. Some time ago, the old patriarch visited many of his old friends and gathered a whole set of weapon mother chips for you, including a set of gigabit-class orbital main guns for battleships. But most of the levels are not high, you can quickly upgrade by consuming civilization points. Don't be reluctant to be civilized, spend what you need, what you lack now is time." Li Qing repeatedly nodded to show that he understood. Soon a small metal box was opened, and inside was a series of mother chips. From laser cannons to electromagnetic guns, to close-in defense systems including kinetic energy and energy, 2 kinds of missiles, and a set of space fighter mother chips, as well as energy shields and nano armor, as well as various warship reactors, jump engines, thrusters, sensors, combat computers and more. The only fly in the ointment is that it has all the conventional sets, except for the mother chip of the battleship. The mother chip of the battleship is too rare, and the old patriarch can search all the old friends. I'm afraid you need to gather it yourself, or ask after a while." Li Qing put away the pile of mother chips contentedly, and said, "Let's go to the outside market first to have a look. After a while, I will go to the major auction houses in Shanhaiguan to see if I can buy it." Li Xingchun nodded. The family will also pay attention. Then they chatted for a while, and he asked about the situation of the Baji consortium and some things related to the default unspoken rules. In fact, there is no need to understand these during the 10-year development period. Everyone must abide by the 10-year development protection period. Even if the Baji consortium is fully prepared, it will have to wait until the 10-year period expires before doing anything. Otherwise, it will provoke you Star Sea Lords who set the rules, will definitely attract punishment. But he can't wait until 10 years later to ask, and now he has to ask clearly, so that he can deal with it. An hour later, Li Qing sent his father away, turned around and sent this pile of mother chips into the palm of the universe, so that several star destroyers and scientists in the Academy of Sciences worked overtime to upgrade. Things are already there. With the efficiency of servants of light and star lowers and a large consumption of civilization points, they will soon be upgraded to level 5, and the ships will be able to leave the factory at full combat power. I will go back to Shanhaiguan in half a month to see if I can buy a battleship mother chip. Li Qing made a decision. Next, he began to arrange for the departure. First, he added a group of cruiser engineers to fill the gap left by turning all the cruiser engineers into the chief engineer of the frigate. Cruiser chief engineer is not as difficult to recruit as battleship chief engineer. There are even many orbs among them. Then discuss the security of the territory with the two sisters Yu Yufei and Yu Yuyao, and carefully investigate possible problems. After the investigation, they all agreed that the next problems that the territory might encounter, apart from the price problem, are most likely to be those player teams active near the territory and the orbs. If there is support and incitement from outsiders, it is not impossible to make things big. For example, they persuaded some of the orb people in power, promised to fight for independence for them at the United Elders of Human Beings, and returned Gulan Star to them, which is very likely to persuade some orb people. After all, he only attests Noel and Quierta, the orbs, as servants of light. The others have not yet been attuned, so they cannot guarantee absolute loyalty. With this in mind, Li Qing was not stingy, and spent a full 50 points of civilization in exchange for 50 places of servants of light, and then selected 30 relatively outstanding elites from the orb people to give them the status of servants of light. Not the original high-level people. During the years of conquest, the orb people have experienced unprecedented chaos. The internal elite class has almost been reshuffled. There are not many original high-level people left, and most of the rest are obedient new classes. This is also a necessary means after the recent conquest, and it borrowed the hands of Noel and Quierta, coupled with the cooperation of the Lord's Mansion, there was no big disturbance. But it turns out that those elites who have lost their power and status will inevitably be dissatisfied. They have accumulated a lot of prestige among the Orb clan over the years, and they may cause trouble. So 30 of the 50 places are for the newly promoted elites, and the other 20 places are used to win over those frustrated, or some big rebel leaders. Anyway, it's just a sentence: try to reduce the rebels, and minimize the orb people who are dissatisfied with the Lord's Mansion. Then, with this group of ruling elites, rebels, and some highly prestigious civilian teams as the core, they will integrate all the voices of the orb people and completely bring this vassal race under control. There may still be some fish that slip through the net, but as long as the control of the territory is guaranteed and all resistance is snuffed out in the bud, no one will be able to use this to make trouble. The prerequisite for them to do something is to support a group with a certain support rate among the orbs. It is meaningless if it is just some small organizations that can be destroyed at any time. After enlightening all the servants of light, the next step is to operate slowly, and he doesn't need to pay attention to it later. As for those player groups, there is no good way to do this. They can only respond to changes without change, collect more information among the players, and be wary of those forces that suddenly become stronger in a short period of time. However, the most important thing is to strengthen one's own strength and ensure that one has the strength to crush all beings. As long as all of them can't beat themselves together, no matter how many problems there are, it won't be a problem. Li Qing said that there was no problem with this. When he was about to leave, he dispatched a total of 520 battleships, 3,000 cruisers, 9,000 destroyers, and 36,000 frigates from the Palm universe. All are battleships equipped with weapons and accessories, and they only need to have a full crew to serve in battle. With this batch of warships, the territory now has 892 battleships, about 4,500 cruisers, about 12,000 destroyers, 37,000 frigates, and a flagship aircraft carrier and a fearless flagship in addition to the Quierta division, and a Titan super flag. This combat power is already comparable to the average brigade in a comprehensive calculation. Under the command of Chu Yuan, it is not a problem to defeat two field divisions head-on. His talent is too powerful, as high as 1,000 shield armor regeneration, to ensure the indescribable survivability of the boat on the battlefield. As long as it is not instantly killed on the spot, it can persist. As long as your own battle damage is small enough and the enemy's battle damage is large enough, the balance of victory and defeat will slowly change until you win. And this is only half a year's production, and there are still 2 or 3 years to develop. During this period, more shipbuilders will be obtained to expand production, and the strength will only become stronger. It is worth mentioning that the old patriarch also prepared a large number of shipbuilding engineers for him, but they did not send them over. Instead, they were all concentrated in Shanhaiguan, and they could be received directly when he went down there. I heard that there is a flagship chief engineer, 47 battleship engineers, and 200 cruiser chief engineers. Destroyer and frigate engineers are very common and easy to recruit, but they did not deliberately prepare. This is more than the chief engineers Li Qing has on hand. 47 battleship chief engineers can preside over the construction of 470 battleships, and 200 cruiser chief engineers can preside over the construction of 2,000 cruisers. Having had a heart-to-heart battle with his wife Yu Yufei all night, they went out the next day. Yu Yufei reluctantly watched him leave without complaining. She knew very well that the current efforts were related to their future, and now was not the time for their love. Li Qing didn't pass by the isolated star field this time, and directly leapt across the area of the isolation interference zone, but the landing point was not the same road as last time, but a different place. He was going to go west on the last road. Go back to another border province, so as not to run into people from the Sanhua trading group again. It's not that I'm afraid. After talking with my father before, I realized that I was bluffed by the people from Sanhua Trading Company. They were just putting on airs at the time. How could a random chamber of commerce dare to arrest a lord of the Imperial Senate? If you really want to recruit a member of the Imperial Senate, you must go through the resolution of the Senate, which will take a long process. It's just that he has little knowledge, doesn't understand, and was bluffed. For this reason, Li Xingchun gave him a good introduction to a series of rights and benefits about his status as a lord, and even a series of rights, benefits, and obligations after he is promoted to a military lord in the future, so that he can be mentally prepared early and stop eating such things dumb loss. Changing the road is not just to avoid the Sanhua Trading Company, but mainly to take a turn in the Zutar star field to see if we can find other life planets. The star field occupied by the three civilizations in the area of the Shadow United Empire, the star field occupied by the outpost base, and the star field on the southward transfer base account for 1/10 of the Zutar star field. No, 9 out of 10 star fields are still in the unexplored stage. There is no reason why there are no living planets in such a huge star field. Although due to the influence of the nebula, the probability of birthing planets in the Zutar star field is much lower than other star fields not covered by nebula, but this low is only relative. It can be found in the star field of the Shadow United Empire, and there will definitely be other places. The original home planet of the extinct Hull people is located in the northwest direction of the former Expeditionary Army headquarters, which shows that there must be other living planets in the Zutar star field, but the number is too small and too scattered. In addition, the influence of the nebula is too great, and ordinary explorers cannot enter, which leads to the fact that most of the planets have not been discovered. 2 jumps in a row, already deviated from the previous route, and entered an unknown star field. This time, he was not in such a hurry as last time, and had plenty of time to wander around. He kept the distance of each next jump at about 50 light years, jumping around aimlessly, looking for possible traces of civilization. Time passed day by day, and half a month passed before I knew it, and I was far away from the starry sky that was probably 3 or 4,000 light years away from Jialan Ling. This day was another ordinary transition, and the battleship appeared on the edge of the gravitational well of a black hole galaxy. The sensor turned on, and immediately scanned for an anomaly less than 5,000 kilometers away from the battleship. The warship approached quickly and found that it was a pile of warship wreckage. To his surprise, this pile of wreckage was a human warship, which was not large in scale, but belonged to 2 different camps, both of which were human camps. Civil war. From the information left on the wreckage, it can be inferred that not long ago, 2 human fleets met and fought here, and then left this pile of wreckage to retreat. And many more. Suddenly, a mark on a piece of wreckage in one of the cruiser wreckages caught Li Qing's attention. Sanhua Trading Company. He knows this sign turned into ashes. Why are they everywhere? Li Qing hesitated for a moment, and decided to go and have a look. Based on the position of the wreckage of the battleship, the route they left was inferred, and the battleship flew in one of the directions. It took 2 days before he found a hyperspace channel located at the edge of the galaxy's gravity well, entered it through the wormhole, and came out from the wormhole at the other end of the hyperspace channel after more than half an hour. Old male voice. To His Excellency Li Qing, Lord of Canaan, the Imperial Senate Assembly will be held in a week. Please make preparations in advance. Li Qing froze for a moment, but his voice had disappeared. What happened again? That the Senate needs to be held. If this inexplicable voice appeared in the past, he would have been surprised, but not now. His father Li Xingchun had already told him that this was the Imperial Senate communicating with them through an artifact of human civilization. This is an artifact of civilization belonging to mankind, and it is also a super treasure. It is similar to the network that can communicate with all members of the Senate. As long as you are in the galaxy, you can communicate no matter how far you go. This artifact of civilization is not privately owned. It is usually held by the Supreme Council composed of 14-star Sea Lords in turn. It will not be used at ordinary times. It will only be opened when there is a major event in the United Empire of Mankind that requires the opening of the Senate Assembly, and notify all members of the Senate 1 week in advance to prepare, and then everyone's consciousness will be pulled into a virtual world. With this, it is possible to gather all the Star Sea Lords who are all over the Empire, or outside the Empire, or even recruited by the guardians of the higher civilization Servantii in the Milky Way. With this, no matter what major events happen to the United Empire of Mankind, they will be informed immediately. Also with this, in wartime, all the forces of the United Human Empire can be coordinated to meet the enemy, and the power of the entire civilization can be maximized. Chapter 205 Surprise News of the Second Player Civilization. According to what Lei Gang said, they and the people from the Sanhua Trading Company each control a race. The Leian team controls some Hull people's gathering points, and the Sanhua Trading Company controls the gathering place of another race, and they provide some cheap food or low-level weapons and other things to exchange star diamonds with gathering points on the planet. This ultra-rare resource is very valuable to space civilizations, but it can only be regarded as a beautiful gem for primitive civilizations that have not even come out of the planet. In the last days, their value is limited. They are very keen to drive their servants to dangerous areas. Dig star diamonds in exchange for survival resources such as food and fresh water that are regarded as life for them. Director Li Qing, how do you deal with these greedy capital? Li Qing squeezed his chin, smiled and asked, how often does Sanhua Trading Company go back? Does their headquarters know the situation here? Lei Gang hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, they only discovered this planet a year ago, a year later than us. During this period, they sent warships away more than once, and brought food from other places. It is reasonable to communicate with the outside world, but I don't see them rate more powerful ones. The fleet drove us away, and I suspect they wanted to eat alone, and didn't tell their superiors. The distance from the southern border of the Empire is farther than our distance from the outpost. We don't have time to go back and forth. They shouldn't have time to return to the headquarters inside the Empire. He paused, and said in a guessing tone, I feel that they should have a large base in a galaxy not very far from here. Oh, Li Qing's eyes lit up again, and he became even more interested. Obviously, the Sanhua Trading Company is not just a trading company, but also involved in the exploration and development business of the Zutar starfield. They have been exploring in the Zutar Nebula for many years, and their tentacles have already penetrated into it. To be honest, having a large base here is not a big deal after hundreds of thousands of years of operation. It is not big news to suddenly find out that they have developed a living planet in it and have a fleet comparable to a military lord. Originally, Li Qing would not care about this kind of trading company at all, but this Sanhua Trading Company left a deep impression on him, and he would never be polite if he had the opportunity to mess with them. Thinking of this, he said to Lei Gang, do you know where their big base is? Lei Gang shook his head. I only know the general direction, but I don't know where it is. Which side? 1 hour to the north. The distance is estimated to be between 100 light years and 300 light years. Okay, I see. Li Qing nodded, and quickly signed a transfer contract with Leian Team. Leian Team transferred the first mining right of this living planet to Li Qing. With this thing, it is equivalent to Li Qing, who was the first to discover this living planet. With this agreement, his right to develop this planet of life ranks ahead of Sanhua Trading Company. He can do whatever he wants, and Sanhua Trading Company can only watch. After signing the contract, Li Qing turned around and entered the universe in the palm of his hand without any concealment. He had to prepare a batch of fleets. During this period of time, the universe in his palm has gathered a large number of battleships. There are no battleships, but there are a large number of destroyers and frigates, and a large number of frigates that he valued most will already be prepared. The frigate is also equipped with 5th-generation weapon accessories. Although the mother chip level of the newly obtained various weapon accessories is not high and is being upgraded, the weapon accessories can be directly equipped with part of the supporting weapons of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. Now a batch of 1,000 ships have been equipped, ready to serve at any time. All that is missing is the crew. Although there are 5,000 groups of frigate construction engineers, the capacity of the dock is limited and it is impossible to build too many. This is not a big problem. There is a clone training base in the Palm universe itself, which can breed clone crew members at any time. And it has been cultivating itself. In the past 2 years, tens of millions of various clones have been cultivated for the construction of the high-dimensional fortress, including a large part of the clone crew. As for the senior crew, you can directly use the cruiser's senior crew and captain, and these can be used concurrently. There is no special preparation. There are not many senior crew members in the station, and there are exactly 1,000 ships, and there are no battleships and no flagships, but Li Qing thinks it is enough. But although the ships were all ready, they didn't do it immediately, because the Senate meeting was about to start. He is also looking forward to this so-called Senate meeting, and wants to see how it is held. Early in the morning, Li Qing, who was waiting in the battleship, suddenly heard a voice out of thin air. Lord Li Qing, I will connect you to the Senate Hall soon, please wait. 9.8.7. As the countdown ended, he felt that his consciousness was instantly connected to an indescribable. Let's call it a network, a super network that covers the entire galaxy and can only be accessed by members of the Senate of the United Human Empire. Almost instantly he knew what he should do. With a thought, a little bit of consciousness was uploaded, and he appeared above the endless sea of colorful auspicious clouds. At the end of his line of sight was an unimaginably huge palace, heart. Interesting. The group of palaces is called Dalwoshan Palace, and the huge palace in the center, which gathers billions of people and is extremely eye-catching, is called Lingxiao Palace. This is to move the mythical heavenly palace here. From this, it can be seen that within the United Empire of Mankind, ancient China occupies the absolute mainstream. I don't know what happened in ancient times. The people of the same kind that Li Qing has seen now are almost all of the ancient Han race. It seems that he rarely sees other races, and he has never seen the legendary Nego at all. After uploading his consciousness into a human form, Li Qing lowered his head and looked at himself. This avatar of himself looks quite fairy-like, and his whole body is covered with a layer of light like fairy light. This light is not only good-looking, it can also cover the face. In order for people to see his appearance clearly, he chose to cover his face considering that it was better to keep a low profile when he first arrived. At the same time, there are 4 overlapping rings of halos on the back of the head. Each ring is bigger than the last ring, and the last ring is bigger than the whole person, which looks full of air. With a movement of his mind, he could fly freely in this virtual world like a fairy god, and flew towards the direction of the central heavenly palace under the guidance of the dark. In the middle of the journey, from time to time, I saw figures appearing out of thin air, turning into streamers of light and flying towards Tiangong. If nothing else, it should be other elders. He didn't know any of these veterans of the empire who didn't know where they came from. When I came to the Tiangong, I could see many figures gathered in the square in front of the Lingxiao Palace, chatting together in 2s and 3s. They were also shrouded in light. Some could see clearly, some covered their faces with light. Can't see clearly. When Li Qing landed, everyone looked over one after another, most of them nodded to him, and some even cupped their fists. Am I a newcomer so enthusiastic? Li Qing was deeply moved by the politeness of these imperial veterans, and clasped his fists in return. As soon as he landed, a tall figure standing close approached him, bowed to him with fists in his hands, and whispered. The junior dark blue Lord Lu Shang, don't you know the senior's name? Jia Lanaling, Li Qing. He clasped his fists and answered without thinking too much. Although he had never heard of where the dark blue collar was, it was probably a small territory like himself rather than a military leader. But he didn't realize how troubled Lu Shang was by what he said casually. He frowned and looked at Li Qing, who had 4 halos representing super psychers behind his head, lost in thought. Why haven't I heard of a military leader named Li Qing? He was not the only one who greeted Li Qing. After he landed, there were many figures who specially greeted him one after another. Li Qing responded one by one, walking towards the gate of Lingxiao Palace, and sighed for everyone's enthusiasm. The hall of the meeting place has long been open to enter, but the meeting has not started yet, and these people have not entered yet. Stepping through the gate, the inside is not the huge court hall as imagined, but a simple palace full of fairy style. The whole will be divided into 3 areas, with 14 crystal thrones on the top. Not surprisingly, the 14 respect the position of Star Sea Lord. Below are a total of more than 270 dark golden thrones, which are no surprises for the positions of the military leaders. Then there is a circle of steel seats outside. The throne is not even considered as an ordinary chair seat. It surrounds the huge palace. There are roughly 4,000 to 5,000 seats. This is the seat of ordinary members of the Senate. Ordinary seats are not ranked, and there is no ranking of who is in the front and who is in the back, because there are extraordinary seats, you can sit at will. However, many ordinary members of the Senate who have entered in advance are now looking for seats near the inner circle to sit down. Li Qing didn't know why some people had only one halo behind their heads, some had two, and some had 3 or 4. Now that he saw the projections of the lords in the huge palace, he understood. The number of halos is related to the strength of the lord. Although it is not clear how to divide them specifically, it is certain that the stronger the strength, the more halo behind the head. Anyway, at this stage, the most halo he sees is the invisible figure sitting in one of the 14 seats representing Star Sea Lord. There are 5 halos behind his head, one more than him. It's a pity that there are all projections here, not the main body, and it is impossible to sense the real strength of the opponent for a while. Li Qing, who stood out from the crowd outside, was not surprised when he entered the palace, because most of the military leaders wore 4 halos, but after he walked slowly to the outermost ring, he found a seat and sat down, still attracted a lot of attention from the audience. But I was just curious, and no one came here to ask anything. Li Qing raised his head and looked at the figures in the top 14 seats and the more than 270 seats in the middle, trying to find the figures of the old patriarch and the ancestors of the Yu family, but most of them concealed their figures and appearances. I can't see it, so I can only give up. As time passed, people continued to enter the palace, and every once in a while, a dazzling stream of light descended from the sky, turning into figures shrouded in dazzling light and landing on the 14 crystal thrones at the top. Every arrival attracted Li Qing's curious and probing eyes, but nothing was gained. To be honest, he still doesn't know the surnames of the 14 Star Sea Lords. He only knows that Nanshanyi's is one and Examen's is one, and he doesn't know much about the others. It is true that his strength has grown so fast that normal players have no chance to understand it. What they can understand is after becoming a lord. Most of them have been developing for decades, and they have slowly known it. The lord of one party was so fast that he didn't realize that he was already a lord and a master. So I was taken advantage of by Sanhua Trading Company because I didn't realize that, and if I was replaced by another senior lord who knew everything, I would have given up a long time ago. However, the losses suffered are not in vain, and Li Qing is not too generous. This enmity must be repaid, and their base will be destroyed first to collect some interest. Wait for the mobile fortress to be repaired to ensure that the territory is safe, and then I will ask them to settle the general account. They can blackmail themselves, and they can also take revenge. It is reasonable to ask for a few trillion in mental damage fees. As the elders arrived, the seats were slowly filling up. The old patriarch and ancestor of the Yu family should have come too, but he couldn't find where he was for a while. Following the sound of Hong Zhang Dalu, a certain Star Sea Lord who couldn't see clearly at the top said in a deep voice. The second joint conference in the new AD 10,025 is now held. There are a total of 4 agenda items in this conference. After a pause, he continued. The first item on the agenda. The proposal on adjusting the strategic focus of the empire was proposed by Nan Tianyi 8 years ago. The empire adjusted its strategic focus and went south to develop the Zutar Starfield and the Tianjin Starfield. This agenda has been voted on 7 times, and now it is for the 8th time. Since there are new veterans who are not clear about this matter, you can download the content of this motion and the results of previous voting by yourself, and start voting in 1 hour. The second agenda item. Regarding the issue of the recruitment and replacement of the Guardians of Cervantes, a high-level civilization in the Milky Way, according to the resolution passed 2,000 years ago, select from among the latest 10 Star Sea Lords of the Empire who have not accepted recruitment, and vote by the Senate. The Star Sea Lord with the highest number of votes will respond to this 100-year call. Similarly, since there are new veterans who are not clear about this matter, you can download the content of this proposal and the results of previous voting by yourself, and start voting after the end of the first agenda 1 hour later. The third agenda. A team with a full-time exploration found traces of the player's civilization fleet active in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm, and found an ancient star field leading to other spiral arms. The gate. Preliminary detection results. Other player civilizations repaired an ancient stargate, and invaded the Perseus spiral arm from other spiral arms. As soon as the voice fell, there were detailed discussions in the venue, and Li Qing was quite surprised by the news. Boom boom boom. The unknown Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting tapped on the table to signal silence, and said in a deep voice. Although it is not yet confirmed whether they have discovered us, nor the strength of this player's civilization, this matter must be taken seriously. Several lords and I have sent a large number of small scouting fleets to the past. I believe there will be more accurate information soon. News from here. Before this, I need everyone to prepare for war in advance. No matter what the strategic goal of this player's civilization is, we must be prepared for an all-out war. He didn't say what kind of species the opponent is, what is the level of civilization, what is the character, etc. This is meaningless, because the player's civilization is different from other civilizations, and there is no room for peaceful coexistence between the two player civilizations, only life and death. Chapter 206 The Confrontation at the Elders' Meeting. If you guessed correctly, this is the second time in the 10,000 years since the United Empire of Mankind saw other player civilizations in the Perseus Arm. The first player civilization one saw was shortly after human beings entered the new universe. It was the stage of Star Sea survival. At that time, there were several player civilizations in the Emperor Starfield of the Perseus Spiral Arm. During the fight, the predecessors finally defeated or exterminated or expelled other player civilizations, monopolized the Emperor Starfield, established a powerful united human empire, and became the leader of the Perseus Arm. But in the next few thousand years, human beings were caught between the two powerful civilizations of the Bruin Union and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, and their development was limited. Although the comprehensive strength of civilization has been growing in recent years, it is difficult to add new Star Marine Lords or even Star Sea Lords because the territory is there. And the player civilizations of other spiral arms and even the center of the galaxy. It's not clear if the distance is too far, and I don't know if they will be flanked by other powerful civilizations like human civilization, maybe they will be attacked by other powerful civilizations, maybe they will fall into a disadvantage, maybe they will defeat other powerful civilizations and their strength will go further, etc. Unknown. But sure, it's a huge threat. Only the player civilization knows the potential of the player civilization. If this civilization develops without restrictions, there is a high probability that its strength will be stronger than that of humans. The fourth agenda item is that Lord Chen Xuanshuang, the Lord of Xuanshuang located outside Shanhaiguan, discovered an ancient repairable star gate in Xuanshuang territory. After careful research, it was determined that the star gate is a star gate that spans a spiral arm. His Excellency Lord Chen Xuanshuang hopes that the Empire will expand the scope of the Shanhaiguan defense line, and incorporate Xuanshuangling into the Shanhaiguan defense system. Oh, Li Qing immediately remembered that the attitudes of the two subordinates of Xuanshuang leader changed drastically after they knew their lord status. They heard that they were related to a certain agenda and did not dare to offend Li Qing, who had voting rights. I didn't know what it was before, but now I know it's this. The four agendas are very important. Li Qing didn't speak. First, he checked some materials that can be seen with the viewing rights he just obtained. The details of these agendas are listed above. Let's not talk about the first agenda. My territory is in the south, so of course I vote for it. But he felt that it was meaningless. Maybe many military leaders wanted to change the center of gravity before, but after knowing that there was a new player civilization in the north, the center of gravity could not be moved. The second agenda material. Li Qing actually knew about it a long time ago, when he subdued the Cybertron general, but he didn't know the inside story. After checking the information, it became clear that it was indeed the top 3 Star Sea Lords who responded to the call-up a long time ago, but then the other Star Sea Lords quit. Why should this kind of good deed be exclusive to you? So after years of protests, the exclusive benefits the former Lords of the Star Sea had to compromise, and all the Lords of the Star Sea took turns. Simply recruiting fleets was not a good thing in the past. After all, serving in the past was not just stationing, but fighting. It would be good if a Legion-level fleet could return 1/3 of the time. The reason why everyone is competing for this opportunity is mainly because they can get in touch with real advanced civilizations there, and have the opportunity to gain some benefits from those advanced civilizations. This is what they value, and they would rather use huge losses in exchange for those benefits. So, well, this has nothing to do with Li Qing. He is not qualified to go, and no Star Sea Lord has come to win him over in private. Based on the principle of not offending anyone, he will abstain from voting later. As for the third agenda, this does not require a vote, and the situation is unclear at this stage, they just need to prepare in advance. The fourth agenda has nothing to do with him, and he still abstained from voting. An hour passed quickly, and the unknown Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting rang the bell and said, "Because of the third agenda, After discussing with the Star Sea Lords, the first proposal is temporarily put on hold, and a decision will be made after determining the situation of the unknown player civilization in the north. After speaking, the venue was quiet, which was expected by everyone, and even Li Qing didn't bother to raise his hand. Nowhere marks, the moderator immediately starts the next agenda. Now, one of the 3 Xinghai lords will be selected to accept the next round of recruitment. The 3 qualified Xinghai lords are Examen, Nanshan Yi, and Taishan Xiao. They are represented by numbers 1, 2, and 3. Please decide, who do you support? After speaking, 3 virtual buttons appeared in front of Li Qing's eyes, and he could press the one he chose. Li Qing took a look and had no choice. Voting ended soon. Simons narrowly defeated the other 2 Star Sea Lords and was eligible to be recruited. Skip the 3rd agenda, and start the 4th agenda soon. Because it had nothing to do with him, Li Qing watched the voting the whole time. 5 minutes later, the voting ended. There were about 21% of the votes in favor, 64% of the votes against, and the rest abstained. The agenda was not passed. This is reasonable. After all, if the agenda is passed, Xuanshuangling will be included in the Shanhaiguan defense system, which means that the original defense system will be expanded, and the defense scope will also be expanded. There will be some holes in the main line of defense. Similarly, if this proposal is passed, the Xuanshuang caller will be protected. As long as he does not commit suicide, there will be almost no problem in being promoted to the military leader in the future. Such a good thing is difficult to pass. Human nature is selfish. Coupled with the exclusivity of class, there are not enough benefits. Who would want you to suddenly join the ranks of military masters? Although everyone in the Senate has the right to vote, military lords and ordinary lords are not in the same class at all. Leaving aside the gap between prestige, status and strength, let's talk about one voting right. Ordinary lords only have 1 vote. 1 vote of military lords counts as 10 votes, 1 vote of Xinghai lords counts as 100 votes, and they all have 1 veto right. Although it can only be used once every 3 years, this is the difference between having and not having it. This means that when most of the military lords have reached an agreement, the votes of other small lords are actually useless, because they all add up and cannot overturn the decision. Unified opinion. The 1-vote veto power of the Star Sea Lord will automatically be invalidated, which is the power of the military master. After the 4 agendas were over, Li Qing made some soy sauce. Like other small lords, most of the time participating in the elder meeting is soy sauce, but they are all keen to participate, which is a symbol of power and status. Stretching out his hand to hold the back of his head and leaning back, Li Qing was about to announce the end of the meeting, but he heard the Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting say, "The main agenda of this meeting of elders has ended, and the next stage is the free meeting stage. If you have any important matters or disputes between the lords, you can bring them up at the meeting." Immediately, a little lord sitting on the edge stood up and said, "Respected lords and military lords, I am Zhang Yuhui, the lord of the Dark Tide. My territory is located outside the Dian Pass. It was taken down by me and my brothers at a huge price and hardship. However, as soon as the territory was established, there were a consortium named Norden wanted to forcibly buy a share. After being rejected, they cut off all our waterways, monopolized all business transactions, forcibly traded with us at 10 times the usual high price, and tried every means to force us to transfer equity. I am here to ask all the respected lords and military lords to uphold justice for us and let the Norden Consortium stop this robbery of forcibly taking other people's property." There was a lot of noise outside the venue. They were all small lords. Most of them had experienced this situation and had a lot of empathy. But the inside of the venue was eerily quiet, and none of the military masters or lords made a sound. Obviously they have seen this situation too much, and it has long been calm. But this silence didn't last long. About a minute or so later, there was a sound of a hammer hitting. The Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting said, "We already know your situation. As a senior, I would like to give you a suggestion. You can make a list of the situation in your territory, list the advantages and disadvantages of the territory, and then visit the military lords or lords one by one. I believe there will be seniors who will give you pointers. This offer, to be honest, it is fair, not to evade. Even Li Qing can see the current situation of this undercurrent lord. It is obvious that this undercurrent lord is definitely not from a military lord or a lord. Otherwise, some elders would have stood up to support him. To be honest, a living planet is promoted to a lord, which is already very powerful. But his development will encounter a hurdle here. Without the support of the military leader, his current ability alone can no longer support him to go further, and it is even difficult to keep the existing territory. The Star Sea Lord's meaning is very simple. List the situation of his territory, ask the military lords or lords to visit one by one, and find a supporter. Paying a part of the territory shares in exchange for a strong supporter, this is a very simple exchange of interests. It is also an inevitable exchange of benefits. If you insist on holding all the shares in the territory, the result will definitely be miserable. A commoner who doesn't want to pay benefits, who will help you? At this time, there was another knocking sound from the upper head, and the unknown Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting added another sentence. Our united human empire has not had a new military leader for a long time. There are only some old faces. I hope to have some new faces and fresh blood so that we can better deal with threats from other civilizations. What? Li Qing can clearly feel that many people are surprised. The meaning of this sentence is obvious. It is to warn those consortiums not to go too far, and to leave a way for newcomers to survive. There were quite a few people with clear thinking, and then several new lords who were threatened rose up to complain, and the host took the trouble to encourage them. One thing after another was resolved, and the meeting was gradually coming to an end. Li Qing spent a whole day in soy sauce. Although he didn't do anything, he gained a lot of insight. After waiting for several minutes without anyone speaking, everyone thought it was all right. The host, the unknown Star Sea Lord, breathed a sigh of relief and was about to announce the end of the meeting. Suddenly, someone stood up in the military chair, and said in a deep voice, "I have something here that I feel the need to say." The host waved his hand and said, "Please say." Although it's not a big deal, it doesn't need to be brought up here to talk about it, but I can't help it because someone tried to delay this matter by relying on the protection period. Boom, boom, get to the point. It's like this. Some time ago, outside the border of Zhenan province, the newly promoted Jolin Lord Li Qing took advantage of the accident of a caravan of my Sanhua trading company. Instead of providing humanitarian assistance, he took the opportunity to kill the remnants of the caravan swallowed up to 1,500 trillion star goods in the caravan. This move is tantamount to stealing. We asked him to cooperate with the evidence. Not only did he not cooperate, but he used force to resist absconding. Relying on the support of the Qinghe Li family and the Jinmin Yu family afterwards, they refused to pay attention to our multiple notes. In desperation, they had to go to the elders' meeting to seek justice. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent. Many people showed surprise, but more people looked at the military lord who spoke with strange eyes, including the Xinghai lord who presided over the meeting, as if I was listening. Wrong look. When he heard the beginning, Li Qing had a premonition, and he could be sure that it was aimed at him after he heard half of it. After hearing all the words, he just laughed angrily. It is a skill to be able to speak nonsense with eyes open so directly, at least he has to type a draft. At this time, the meeting host knocked on the table to signal silence, and asked in a deep voice, "Who is the Garan Lord you are talking about?" "Li Qing. Are you at the venue?" "Should be in." The host looked up and looked around, and asked in a deep voice, "Which one is Lord Li Qing? Please raise your hand." Li Qing raised his hand expressionlessly. Thousands of eyes looked over in an instant, and the next second there was a sound of exclamation. "How can that be? How can it be so small?" The military leader who spoke was obviously dumbfounded, and even the Xinghai lords on the stage looked surprised. It was obvious that they all sat up straight and seemed interested. "Fuck," the speaking military leader whispered to a military leader beside him. "Are the people in the Sanhua trading company eating shit? Haven't investigated this clearly. How can such a young person be a super psychic?" The other army leader shook his head and said, "How could I know?" After a pause, he said, "The plan probably won't work. Such young super psychers, the Li family of Qinghe and the Yu family of Jinmin will definitely die, and it is impossible for the lords to support us. Even if we pass all the benefits to the past, it will be useless. Then what to do? What else can I do if I lose face? If I admit it, I say I'm wrong. You say, dream, you can lose face alone, why drag me to lose face together?" You. At this moment, another unknown Star Sea Lord asked Li Qing with great interest. "Your Excellency Li Qing, I would like to ask, where is your Jolin collar? I believe that most of the lords present don't know." Li Qing stood up and replied seriously, "Your Excellency, my lord, my Jolin collar is about 1,000 light years north of the border between the Tianjin star field and the Zutar star field. Oh, I've heard that many newcomers have gone there in the past few years. I heard that there are 3 alien civilizations over there. Did you steal this planet from aliens? Yes. Not bad. How old are you? 24. Chapter 207 uses Star Marine Lord as the whetstone. Hiss. A group of people were amazed, and they could clearly feel the expressions of the military leaders or lords. If I remember correctly, you should be the youngest lord since the establishment of the United Empire of Mankind, not one of them. At this point another lord responded. Yes, the last youngest lord was Lord Silvercrow, and now he can only rank second. Besides, you are also the youngest and most powerful lord. I look forward to hearing the news of your promotion to military lord in the near future. Li Qing quickly replied. Thank you seniors for your recognition. Of course he was happy with the compliments of the Star Sea Lords, but he was not proud of them. The compliments were just compliments, and they only showed a little kindness on behalf of them, and they couldn't do anything because of it. Besides, this compliment is just listening to it. It is indeed something to be proud of for other lords, but it is nothing to the Star Sea Lords. Because most of these 14 Star Sea Lords were bigger than him when they were young. You must know that they are talking about the youngest lord since the establishment of the United Empire of Mankind, and when the Star Sea Lords and many veteran military lords became lords or military lords, the United Human Empire had not yet been established. However, although he is not as good as these ancient predecessors, his current achievements can be ranked in the top 10 even in the entire human history, so he can still be a little proud. They communicated with each other here. The face of the military leader who spoke just now was blackened, and other ordinary lords were even more envious. The exchange was not suspended until the Star Sea Lord who chaired the meeting reminded him. The host cleared his throat and said to Li Qing. Do you have anything to say about the accusations made by Master Fengyan? Li Qing stood up without hesitation, and said loudly. Of course I have something to say. If I don't say it, wouldn't they just slander me like that? I want to teach you that I received a distress signal in the wild, and found nothing when I arrived at the coordinates, but after they found me, they forcibly planted the pot on my head. I didn't understand it at first, but later when I heard that they asked me to use the original equity of the territory as compensation, I knew it was not easy. I crossed the Zutar star field, and I never told anyone about my identity on the way. How could they reveal my identity and try to seize my foundation as soon as they met? This is obviously a premeditated behavior. For this reason, they did not hesitate to use force to detain me forcibly. Unfortunately, they did not know my strength and let me escape. Otherwise, with their behavior, they might imprison me until I die. Li Qing pointed at the Fengyan army master with an emotional expression and loudly accused them of their crimes. Here, I would like to ask your highnesses, is there no gauge in the empire? Is there no kingly law? Could it be that they can so blatantly seize other people's property? If I don't have some strength myself, I'm afraid I won't be directly punished by them, assassinated. I believe that I am definitely not the first new lord to be missed by them. Over the years, God knows how many new lords have been secretly killed by them to seize their property. At this moment, someone in the seat where the military leader was sitting suddenly stood up, and the light covering his body dissipated. Li Qing recognized at a glance that it was the old patriarch. He stood up and pointed to the Fengyan military leader and said, I heard from my grandson about this. It was really dangerous at the time. My poor grandson has only been developing for 6 years, and he will face such a bad method in less than 10 years. This is a big taboo. He bowed his hands to the Star Sea Lords, and said with a serious face. The 10-year development and protection decree is jointly formulated by your highnesses. Now the Fengyan army leader regards this regulation as nothing. I don't know how your highnesses think about it. You're talking nonsense. Lord Fengyan bounced up like an electric shock, and loudly denied. This matter is a private act of Sanhua Trading Company, and has nothing to do with me. How could I attack a newcomer who has only been developing for 6 years while knowing the rules? He bowed his hands to the lords of the Xinghai. Who doesn't know that I have always loved the lords so much? How could I take the initiative to foul? This is definitely a misunderstanding. He didn't dare to call it slander. He could only say it was a misunderstanding, and he was ready to be held accountable. Of course no one believed what he said. The army lords and lords present were all veterans. They had all experienced this kind of thing, and they also knew about Lord Fengyan's past. He would not believe a word of what he said. The Xinghai lord who presided over the meeting exchanged opinions with the other lords, and then said to Li Qing. How do you feel? Li Qing replied seriously. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding, but it's a fact that I was blackmailed and threatened by Sanhua Trading Company, and Sanhua Trading Company belongs to the Baji Consortium, and it's well known that Lord Fengyan is a supporter of the Baji Consortium. As a matter of fact, Army Master Fengyan said that this matter was a misunderstanding. To be honest, I don't believe it at all. I prefer to believe that this is a temporary admission that he can't do anything about it. If Master Fengyan doesn't agree with what I said, I can swear to the will of civilization. I don't know how dare Master Fengyan. Wow, everyone was shocked by his daring to speak. If it is just a misunderstanding, then this matter is over. Under the witness of many Xinghai lords, the Octopus Consortium dare not do anything to him now and in the future, which means that this matter has been overturned. But what he said now is equivalent to crucifying this matter, and he believes that this matter was instigated by the Lord Fengyan army, which is equivalent to fighting them. Li Qing sneered in his heart, and personally slandered himself on occasions like the elders' meeting. It can only be said that they have placed the plan of seizing their own territory on a very important position. It was decided after discussion at the meeting. This behavior is equivalent to announcing to all the lords in the human empire that they want to seize Garan Collar. That is to say, if it wasn't for the fact that they showed too much power and won the favor of the Star Sea Lords, they would never change their minds. The retreat now is not because of their kindness, but because of their own ability to fight. Continuously using despicable means to frame others, and now I want to quit when I see that things are impossible to pat my ass. How can there be such a beautiful thing in the world? Perhaps they thought he was just a small lord. Even with the support of the Qinghe Li family and the Jinmin Yu family, they would have nothing to do with them. Even if he was promoted to the military leader in the future, they would have nothing to do with them, and they didn't care about his thoughts at all. Yes, almost all newly promoted lords can only rejoice when they encounter this kind of thing. No matter how angry they are, they can only bury it in their hearts, and no one dares to say anything. But Li Qing won't just swallow his anger like this. Being raped twice in a row, and continuing to swallow his anger will affect his mentality and affect his aggressiveness. I started my career when I was young, and I have a cheat in my hand. I dare not say no to this, and I dare not fight back. This incident will affect his momentum and mentality in the past, and it will definitely affect his promotion to the military leader and even the Star Sea Lord in the future. Things like aura and mentality are very miraculous, invisible, and useless most of the time, but they can be used when life is critical. Li Qing is very clear about his situation. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. In this life, he was born as an illegitimate child, but he has the mentality of holding the universe in the palm of his hand, and his aura is slowly accumulating along with his rapid growth in strength. But because of the rapid growth of strength, there is no reliable strong opponent, and the accumulation of momentum is seriously insufficient. Of course, the mysterious mental state of momentum and mentality is not only able to become strong by defeating some opponents, but also other knowledge and experience will have an impact, but the most core and most direct aspect of accumulation is also the most powerful one that can be accumulated. The method of mentality and momentum are directly defeating a strong enemy who thinks it is impossible to defeat. The mentality and momentum accumulated in this way is definitely the strongest. Being able to defeat a veteran military leader head-on when he was so weak, he will not panic at all when encountering a powerful enemy in the future. Li Qing is very aware of his shortcomings, so he needs to make up for his shortcomings. Right now, the Octopus Consortium is a very suitable opponent he has selected. It is very, very powerful. Any director is stronger than him by many times. The 8 together seem completely irresistible, but they are not completely irresistible. As long as he can block it, his momentum and mentality will change. At least, when he officially declared war on the Baji Consortium in front of the elders of the Senate, Li Qing could clearly feel the change in his spirit. It doesn't mean that it has become stronger, not so fast, but when a person cuts off the back road and faces the crisis, the pressure will make your will stronger at this time. This is the change of spirit and will. When the goal is initially achieved, the opponent is repelled step by step, and the victory is achieved step by step. The spirit and will continue to grow. The momentum is the embodiment of the spirit and will, and it will naturally become stronger and stronger. All the lords present were stronger than Li Qing in terms of spirit and will. They could feel the change in his spirit almost instantly, and then they all showed expressions of enlightenment. The kid has the guts to use an old military master as a sharpening stone. It's not just that there are seeds, they have exploded. At least I didn't dare to be so reckless at the beginning. It can't be considered reckless. Young people need to accumulate momentum before they can leap forward to be promoted to the military leader. At this time, the conflicts between them are basically irreconcilable. Why not use this opportunity as a whetstone? But their strengths are too different. I am afraid that the knife will not be sharpened, but the knife will be blunted by the whetstone. However, there is one thing to say. A newly promoted lord dares to confront an old military lord who has been established for thousands of years. Apart from other things, this courage is absolutely full. I admire it. Everyone was discussing and pointing enthusiastically, and the Fengyan army lord identified by Li Qing was also stunned for a moment, and then laughed angrily. He stretched out his hand to cover his head and laughed a few times, looked up at Li Qing and said, "Boy, you have kindness. I haven't seen a newcomer with your kindness for thousands of years. Since you want to use this seat as a whetstone, then this old man will be your whetstone as you wish. Old man, I want to see how good your knife is and whether you can become a talent." He bowed his hands to the Star Sea Lords, and said in a cold voice, "Your Highnesses have seen it, this is what he asked for." Several Star Sea Lords hesitated for a moment, and one of them looked at Li Qing and asked, "Your Excellency Li Qing, you have thought about it? If you take back what you just said, I can guarantee that nothing will happen." Li Qing cupped his fists and saluted, and said seriously, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your care, I have already thought about it." He looked towards the direction of the Fengyan army leader and said in a deep voice, "I heard that the Octopus Consortium called itself the touchstone of the military leader. They said that all the lords they are targeting should be honored, because only the lords with valuable territory and good potential will be targeted by them. If they can't hold the territory, they will be targeted. I took it away, which means that I don't have the potential to become a military leader. If I can keep my territory under the plunder of their various subordinates, then I am qualified to be promoted to a military leader. I want to test whether I have the potential to become a military leader." As soon as the words fell, Army Lord Fengyan clearly felt the pressure-filled eyes of the first 7 or 8 people falling on him. "Fuck, you dare to talk nonsense about anything." Feng Yu cursed secretly in his heart, raised his head and cupped his hands, and said expressionlessly, "I've never said that on any occasion." The voice of one of the Star Sea Lords sounded, "It's groundless, there must be a reason. I have also heard about the domineering behavior of your Octopus Consortium. I hope to hear less rumors like this in the future." At this time, another Star Sea Lord also said, "We have all seen the grievances between you, and we will not interfere with personal wishes. We only have one request, and we must abide by the rules." The voice was like thunder in Feng Yun's ears, and his heart trembled when he heard it. He knew that this was a warning from the lords who were dissatisfied with what the Baji Consortium had done in the past. You can prepare in advance, but you have to wait for him to finish the 10-year development period before he can do it. With the Star Sea Lord's promise, the dispute between the Jalan Collar and the Baji Consortium came to an end. Everyone is curious about why Li Qing dares to confront a super consortium head-on. But this is the first time he has appeared in a meeting of the Senate. He has never been famous before, and no one knows his specific situation for the time being. After dealing with his matter, the next meeting ended not long after. Li Qing's consciousness returned to his body, he slightly twisted his neck, and a sneer appeared on his face. From now on, Jia Lanaling has officially declared war with the Baji Consortium. The pressure is great, but the fighting spirit in his heart is even stronger. These big army lords and big consortiums thought that they, small lords, could not resist, and they could rob them whenever they wanted. He would not spoil them at all. Since he wanted to deal with him, he had to pay a sufficient price. He has already made up his mind. After a few years, as soon as the mobile fortress is built, he will immediately start the attack on the Shadow United Empire, defeat this alien civilization in one go, and do his best to plunder resources to strengthen himself. When the 10-year development period expires, in addition to a high-level mobile fortress, he will have at least 2 division-level fleets in hand, plus other means of opening and attacking, so it will not be a problem to defend his home. According to their own development speed, as long as there is enough time, the strength will become stronger and stronger, until it reaches the point where it can pose a threat to them. At that time, the one who holds the initiative is yourself. But that will be a long time later. At this stage, let's take some interest from their subordinate, Sanhua Trading Company. Chapter 208 Star Explosion Project. Consciousness returned, Li Qing started directly according to the original plan. First, the Palm universe was opened on the other side of the planet. Sanhua Trading Company's fleet that could not be seen, and ships with strange shapes sailed out. A total of 1,000 ships gathered above the orbit of the planet, and then divided into 3 routes along the orbit of the planet to the other side of the planet. Go around. When the fleet appeared in the sight of the fleet of Sanhua Trading Company, it was obvious that the fleet was moving in a panic, and at the same time a communication came in. Li Qing thought for a while, covered his face with a mosaic, distorted it with a layer of psychic energy, and then connected to the communication, revealing a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He was taken aback when he saw a ball of mosaic, shouted loudly. Who are you? We are the Sanhua Trading Company, which belongs to the Baji Consortium. I order you to stop immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Li Qing looked at the middle-aged man carefully, feeling familiar, and suddenly asked. What is your relationship with Luo Zhen? The middle-aged man froze for a moment and said. You mean Luo Zhen, the director of Zhenan province? Yes, he is my brother. What, you know my brother? Li Qing smiled. I know, of course I know, he made a deep impression on me a while ago. Although it was a smile, Luo Fen smelled something bad from his smile, and said sharply. Do you know that my Sanhua Trading Company is a subsidiary of the Baji Consortium, you? Stop talking, I know about the Baji Consortium, but I'm fighting the Baji Consortium. Li Qing interrupted him directly, and said in the fleet command channel. Attack, no one can escape. The 3 fleets already in place rushed over from 3 directions. Luo Fen slammed his fist on the podium and ordered loudly. All battleships have them, and the battleships are the center of the defense. 6 minutes later, the fastest running group on the right had entered the range of the main guns of the enemy battleships. A total of about 20 battleships adjusted their angles, and the muzzle energy index began to soar. The ship that was targeted did not dodge, but ran the fastest and rushed to the front. 10 seconds later, 40 thick neutron light spears split into 2 strands, piercing through the air and bombarding 2 strange-looking ships, accompanied by bursts of intense neutron energy, accompanied by thick shields of the ships. Shaking violently, firm and unbroken. Quote question mark question mark question mark. What kind of battleship is this? Everyone on both sides was taken aback, the communication was turned on, and Lei Gang's loud voice sounded. Brother Li Qing, what kind of warship is this strange ship of yours? Why is it so tough? Li Qing smiled and replied. I got an ancient frigate mother chip when I opened a treasure chest of ancient relics. This kind of warship is called a frigate. It has stronger shield armor and firepower than a cruiser. It is faster than a destroyer and more flexible than a frigate. It is very sharp. Such a mouthful. The next second he rubbed his hands in embarrassment and asked. Brother, is this boat for sale? Li Qing said slightly apologetically. I just made this one too, and there aren't many of it yet. Wait for a while, and I'll sell some when I make more, and then I'll sell it to you. Lei Gang immediately nodded and said. Then it's done, sell it to us first. Okay. Li Qing made a gesture and turned off the communication. As long as there is a large-scale construction of frigate, it cannot be hidden from others. It is troublesome and meaningless to cover up, so it is better to show it openly. Selling will also be sold. This kind of warship that combines the advantages of all small and medium-sized warships is coveted by everyone. There are many good friends in the territory, such as the original Legion members. They come to buy it, which is not easy to refuse. But the sale is limited, and it is impossible to sell it on a large scale. No matter now or in the future, even if you are promoted to the military leader in the future, you will not sell it on a large scale. Because this thing belongs to one of the bottom cards of the bottom of the box, it is like the lords of the Star Sea who have mastered the 6th level technology, but all the munitions and supplies they sell are all the 5th level technology, and they rarely sell the 6th level weapon ships. On the other side, the fleet of the Sanhua Trading Company was dumbfounded after the first wave of battle main guns focused their fire. What kind of ghost warship is this? Why didn't the shield break? This unconventional scene stunned the fleet director of the Sanhua Trading Company. 20 refitted battleships with a total of 40 neutron lances were divided into 2 waves of concentrated fire, and the total damage of a normal wave of 20 neutron lances it has already exceeded 500,000, even if the correction of neutron light spear minus 25% shield damage is deducted, but if the command skill bonus is added, the total damage is still more than 500,000, which is enough to easily kill a fully equipped cruiser in seconds. However, the result is that the shield is not even broken, which is outrageous. This is obviously not a battleship, nor is it a battlecruiser. In fact, even a battlecruiser cannot have its shields broken. There are oddities, the caravan director Luo Fen said in a deep voice. This kind of warship has never been seen before. It is probably not an ordinary warship. We must not be able to fight it. He pondered for a while, and said to the fleet command security manager. You lead the main force to the rear, and I will take the goods and withdraw first. Fleet commander was silent for a moment, nodded and said, "Can." The fleet quickly split up, and all the main forces assembled. One divided into three and took the initiative to charge the three squadrons encircled by Li Qing. Several large industrial ships and the frigates of more than a dozen small and medium warships withdrew in the other direction. Want to go? Too naive. With a thought, Li Qing quickly issued a series of orders. The nearest fleet was divided into two, half of which faced the suicide attacking fleet with about 200 ships, about 5 battleships, 10 cruisers, 20 destroyers and 50 frigates. The total number was less than this, more than half of the ships. The other part of 100 or so ships ignored the interference and went straight to the industrial fleet. They quickly caught up with the super-fast speed, and the distance between the two sides was shortened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck, why so fast? Luofen watched helplessly as the squadron threw off the intercepting fleet at a super-fast speed, approached at a speed faster than the missiles, and then surpassed it. Then, with a more flexible posture than a frigate, he circled around and intercepted several large industrial ships. Nima. At this time, Luofen was speechless, and the voice of the conductor came from the channel. It's impossible to fight. This thing has stronger armor and firepower than a cruiser, faster than a missile, and more flexible than a frigate. It can't be fought on horseback. In addition to the ultra-fast energy weapons, the hit rate of kinetic energy weapons is pitifully low. Needless to say, missiles are not as fast as other spaceships, which is outrageous. The frigate had a small test, and it hadn't fought a few battles. The performance it showed directly made the opponent desperate. When it surrendered, all 20 battleships were there. Although this is only possible due to Li Qing's superstar negative talent bonus, but the performance of the ship itself is very strong. The basic speed is about 80% faster than the fastest destroyer, and it is crushed in all aspects. Wait until the warship storing the Star Diamonds was captured. Luofen was still warning him sharply in the channel. Do you know that our Sanhua Trading Company is a subsidiary company of the Baji Consortium, and our Baji Consortium has the support of 3 military leaders? If you do what you do today, you will definitely be punished by our Baji Consortium. If you don't want to regret it in the future, let it go as soon as possible. Us. Li Qing smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Luofen said sternly, "I don't care who you are, even if the Lord offends our Baji Consortium, it won't end well. It turns out that you don't recognize me. That's a pity, and the pleasure of revenge is missing." With a thought in his mind, a black hole door opened under the surrendering fleet. The powerful attraction interrupted what Luofen was about to say. He looked at the black hole-like black devouring battleship around him in shock and anger, and wanted to say something, but at this time Li Qing had disconnected the communication. All the warships were sucked into the universe in the palm, but after more than 10 minutes, a door suddenly opened in the empty void, and a frigate flew out of it and stopped alone in the void. Luofen sat in the frigate and everyone was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while and didn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until Li Qing's fleet really left that he drove the frigate away full of doubts. If I had known that I would not be greedy for Star Diamonds, I would have told the news to the base earlier, but it is not too late to tell now. When I go back, I will tell the headquarters about the news of the living planet. Once the main fleet of the headquarters arrives, you will die. Watching the frigate leave, Li Qing also looked away. Of course, this is not because of Li Qing's kindness, let alone being afraid, but because he let him go on purpose. It doesn't make much sense to simply kill him. Wouldn't it be better to use him to find the Sanhua Trading Group's base in the nearby star field? It is not easy to establish a base in the nebula-covered Zutar star field. It must have cost them a lot of thought and effort. At the same time, the transportation in the nebula is inconvenient. They must have stored a lot of supplies there. When they find it, they will be ready. Happy. Baji Consortium has no choice but to collect some interest from Sanhua Trading Company first. In the Palm universe, Li Qing transferred all the incoming warships and industrial ship transport ships to the number 1 subsidiary universe. After these days of expansion, several subsidiary universes have a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Some time ago, he had already put the original the Star Castle and a bunch of living stations in the main space have all been moved here, and outsiders will move here in the future. Throwing all the captives into the residence station and imprisoning them, he did not interrogate where the star drill was, but threw all the surrendered battleships except for the battleship into the forging furnace of light and remelted them. All the Star Diamonds were extracted again. The interrogation is so troublesome, and they may not be able to tell the truth, and all the battleships are returned to the furnace. As long as they hide in the battleships, they will not be able to escape. In addition to a large number of standard alloys, what was finally released was a total of 95,400 standard star diamonds, worth 95.4 trillion star dollars. The Lion team dug a year longer than them to earn about 10 trillion yuan, and they were a year behind by nearly 10 billion yuan, which shows how fiercely they dug, and it also proves that the star diamond reserves on this planet are extremely high. Rich. But before digging, Li Qing first took out a star diamond and threw it into the casting furnace of light to decompose the star diamond. Then take a large amount of previously stored raw ore and throw it into the furnace, and start artificially synthesizing star diamonds according to the composition and structure of the star diamonds memorized after the furnace just decomposed the star diamonds. Yes, he wants to try to use this light casting furnace to artificially synthesize star diamonds to see the efficiency and cost. However, as a steady stream of raw ore materials were poured into the furnace, the star diamonds in the furnace were indeed condensing, but the efficiency shocked him. A steady stream of raw ore was poured into it for refining and then transformed. It took a full 1 million square meters of raw ore to refine to convert a little bit of star diamond composition. This conversion rate made him speechless. This is a bit outrageous. But he didn't stop. Let's not talk about the conversion rate, let's talk about converting a standard star diamond first. 5 million square meters of raw ore refining saw a star diamond the size of a sesame seed. 50 million cubic meters of raw ore were refined, and a star diamond the size of a grain of rice was seen. 500 million cubic meters of raw ore was refined, and a star diamond the size of a peanut was seen. 5 billion cubic meters of raw ore were refined, and a star diamond the size of a slightly smaller egg was seen. But in fact, when 9.2 billion cubic meters of raw ore were refined, the converted star diamonds reached the standard size, that is, 1 unit. Such ultra-rare specific resources are not calculated in square meters, but in 1 standard unit. The raw ore he uses is silver spar, copper-like ore, and gneiss, which are slightly valuable ores. The value is about 80% more expensive than gray crystal limestone, and the average value is 5.5 star yuan per side. That is 9.2 billion square meters multiplied by 5.5 star dollars, a total of 50.6 billion star dollars, plus 80%, a total of 91.08 billion star dollars. That is to say, it takes a cost of 91.08 billion to convert a standard unit of raw ore into star diamonds. The market price of a standard star diamond is 1 billion star dollars, which is 80 or 90 times more expensive. Not worth it. Li Qing directly gave up the idea of transformation. Or give up the idea of transforming to make money, but it can be transformed when there is an emergency. Li Qing is mentally prepared for the expensiveness of this thing. After all, no one knows the composition and formation principle of this thing, and its function is also very magical. It can perfectly gather energy. Any energy, ranging from ordinary electric energy to nuclear energy, antimatter, dark energy, and even psionic energy can perfectly gather energy. Such a magical thing must be difficult to transform. Since there is no way to convert freely, the only option is mining. But how to dig? Li Qing pinched his chin and looked at the projection of the planet in front of him, lost in thought. He will definitely not dig slowly like the Thundercloud Squad or the Sanhua Trading Company. The fleet is coming. If you don't dig so much, you can only explode star. Blow up the planet, and then use the universe in your palm to put all the wreckage into the casting furnace of light, and directly extract all the star diamonds and other ores contained in it. Although the behavior is crazy, it is the best choice now, and there is no risk. This planet does not belong to the human territory. If it is within the human territory, even if it is an unowned planet, even if there are indigenous people in it that do not belong to humans, as long as it is a planet with more than 3 types of life, it is not allowed to blow up. There are no restrictions outside, as long as you are willing to blow up a living planet. And then don't be afraid of a bunch of people calling you stupid, brain pit and other nice words. After making a decision, Li Qing started to act. The first step is to send an unmanned reconnaissance plane down to understand the situation inside the planet, and prepare to force the Hull people inside to emigrate. Chapter 209 Goodbye Luo Zhen. He didn't have time to communicate with the natives on the planet. It would be too strenuous and troublesome. He took them away by force and put them in the universe in his palm. The next day, a full 100,000 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft sent into the planet brought first-hand information and found out the location of a large number of gathering places. Although reconnaissance on the planet is inconvenient, the thick clouds of radiation and the mutated monsters inside will destroy the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, but such a large number basically covers the entire planet. There are two kinds of intelligent creatures on the planet. In addition to the hulls, the other species turned out to be a kind of insect evolved. Looks like. It reminded Li Qing instantly of the cockroaches in a sci-fi movie called Martian Aliens that he had seen in his previous life. Of course, he was not as perverted as the cockroaches in the movie, but his ability to survive in this wasteland planet was obviously better than that of the hulls. Individuals are very strong in terms of strength and adaptability, and some not very strong radiation can do nothing to them at all. This species, Li Qing directly gave up the idea of acceptance. At the beginning, the Sea Spider Men were recruited for the sake of a planet and a division-level fleet. He was not interested in this cockroach man race because it was of no benefit. Next, Li Qing sent a large number of ships into the interior of the planet to locate gathering places one by one, and then directly opened the Palm universe inside the planet. The gate of the black hole shrouded the sky above the gathering place, and the powerful attraction directly attracted all the buildings and people in the entire city. Swallowed into the door of the black hole. The other side of the gate of the black hole is not void, but a super livable area. The other side of the gate of the black hole is only 2 meters above the ground. Simple, brutal, and scary. Suddenly encountered such a situation, anyone would be afraid. I was sleeping soundly, and suddenly the whole world was dark, and then I appeared in an unfamiliar environment in the blink of an eye, and I was bound to be frightened. Now, a system prompt for survival in the wilderness sounded in my mind. However, after going through the initial chaos, they found that the place where they appeared was in a beautiful forest without radiation, and all the people of Hull began to imagine that it was the gods who came to save themselves. One by one the settlements were uprooted, and many buildings with unstable foundations were sucked into them, causing chaos in each super livable area. Li Qing ignored these, let them mess up for a while, it's fine, just wait until they calm down and wake up. He has already issued an administrative order to the Cybertron area, and has prepared a batch of supplies, which will be delivered in a special way in a day or two. According to the calculation that a super livable area can only accommodate 1 billion people, in fact, only about 3 to 4 billion people will be overcrowded, and only one livable area can be changed. It is estimated that the premise of accommodating a maximum of 10 billion people is to build a large number of high-rise buildings with three-dimensional space accommodate. Now the entire primitive jungle is flat, how can it accommodate so many people? This wave of operations has lasted for almost a month and has not yet ended. The gathering places are too scattered, and I have not finished several gathering places in a day. While he was trying to search for Hull survivors from all over the planet, in a galaxy 270 light-years away from this waste planet, a frigate jumped into the galaxy and adjusted its direction to the galaxy. Central flew. 2 hours later, the frigate broke away from the sublight speed state and appeared in the void not far from a huge planet. Looking at the huge star city above the orbit of the planet and the huge fleet moored around it, Luo Fen gritted his teeth and sent his identification code to Star City. He can already predict what he will face when he comes back this time. You must know that because of his own selfishness, he did not inform the base of the life planet and the production of ultra-rare resource star diamonds on it, but collected it privately. The company does not know about it. Now that I failed and came back to report the information, I can predict that I will be severely punished by the company. Although it seems that he will be fine as long as his family is one of the shareholders of the company, his future is bound to be gone. When he thought that his future would be lost because of this matter, at least tens of billions of star diamonds had nothing to do with him, his heart was bleeding. But at this moment, no, I still have to struggle. Luofen is still not reconciled to his fate. After thinking about it, when the spaceship entered Star City, he applied to Star City for an internal ultra-long-distance transmission device to send a letter to himself. This Star City is located inside the Zutar Nebula. Due to factors such as interference, distance, and maintenance difficulties, there is no Stargate installed, but an ultra-long-distance transmission device is installed, which can transmit some small things, such as letters and other information. After sending the letter, only 5 days later, a special warship jumped to Star City. Luofen's private room inside Star City. Luofen, who had been staying in the room, heard the doorbell. When he opened the room, he saw his younger brother Lujun with bodyguards standing at the door with a blank expression. Come on in. Luo Zhen asked the bodyguards to wait outside, and the first time he entered the room, he took out an instrument and put it on the table, touched it lightly with his fingers, and a circle of clear light spread to 3 meters away, before he sat down, looking at the opposite side and looking a little nervous. Rofin. After a long while, he suddenly stood up and slapped Luo Fen the face. The huge force knocked him upside down on the sofa. Luo Zhen pointed at him and cursed loudly. Stupid, how could I have such a stupid brother like you? If it wasn't for the fact that you are my own brother, I would kill you now. Luo Fen covered his face and sat on the sofa, whispering. I'm not doing it for the family. If I say it, how much does this planet and the star diamonds on it have to do with us? Luo Zhen poked him with his fingers and counted, and said with a very angry smile. Are you sure it's for the family? Are you sure it's not because of your own greed? Luo Fen stepped forward and grabbed Luo Zhen's leg and shouted. Brother, I am really for the family. Get out. Luo Zhen kicked him away, walked back and forth several times with his hands on his hips, stopped to look at Luo Fen, and said for a while. Tell me the situation in detail. Don't hide anything, otherwise no one will be able to save you. Luo Fen lowered his head, was silent for a while and said. The planet is in the southwest direction, about 270 light years away. It is a waste Earth planet with a standard size of about 23 grids. The nuclear radiation intensity on it is extremely high. There are 2 species, one humanoid and one humanoid. An arthropod species. The total population on the planet is about 2 billion. The rare mineral star crystals are produced on the planet, and the reserves and output are very high. It is estimated that the estimated reserves are at least 20 million or more. After saying this, he looked at his pensive brother anxiously. Luo Zhen thought for a while, and unexpectedly, he did not continue to be angry, but asked. Are you sure there are so many reserves? I can't be completely sure, but judging from our current mining speed, the reserves are definitely extremely rich. I have obtained nearly 100,000 star diamonds in just 1 year of mining. Show me the star diamond. Luo Fen was embarrassed, shook his head and said. No, they robbed them all. Trash. Luo Zhen walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, meditating with his hands behind his back for a while, pinching his chin to think for a while. He turned around a little and said. I will apply to my father and call the family's security fleet. He glanced at Luo Fen and said. I hope the harvest is really that big, otherwise you will know the consequences. Luo Fen nodded again and again. Don't worry, the harvest must be very big, there are really many star diamonds in it. On the wasteland planet, after more than a month of hard work, Li Qing finally copied most of the Hull people's gathering places, and most of the large and medium-sized gathering places were taken away by him, leaving only a few scattered around. There is no way for a small gathering place. It's not that he was too lazy to take that trip, but that most of those gathering places are hidden in some very hidden places, such as in lush jungles, ravines and canyons, or underground. Can't find it. For this kind of gathering place, Li Qing didn't have time to search slowly. After calculating the time when Luo Fen went back, and if he called, he could almost rush back, he decided to suspend the procedure and start the Broken Star project. First withdraw all human drones and ships on the planet, and then drive the entire fleet away from the planet. Although it is not a star, the energy shock generated after the planet is blasted is not weak. If the battleship stops in the orbit of the planet, and the sky is broken and the continent is blasted, even the battleship cannot withstand this terrible shock. Think about how terrifying the impact is when a piece of planetary debris hundreds of kilometers smashes across. Adjusting the position was still very fast, but after the fleet was in place, he didn't do it immediately, but looked into the void with his chin on his hand. I don't know when they will come. Of course killing people must be punished. Blowing up quietly, how could blowing up the Sanhua Trading Company under the noses of Sanhua Trading Company, and taking away all the wreckage under their noses would hit them more? Didn't wait too long, only waited for 2 days, the warships scattered around patrolling sent a communication, and there was a sudden strong hyperspace transition fluctuation in the void at a certain location. Li Qing's spirit was shocked immediately, and he cheered up. Soon a picture came from the scout ship, which showed a sudden distortion of the calm void, and then a huge fleet jumped out of it. About 700 battleships, more than 2,000 cruisers, more than 4,000 destroyers, more than 16,000 frigates, followed by thousands of industrial ships and transport ships, as well as some special ships such as scientific research ships. There is no flagship. Although Li Qing holds a lot of flagship blueprints, there are still very few of these things overall. Of course, with the strength of Sanhua Trading Company and the Baji Consortium, it is not difficult to get the flagship blueprint. The difficulty lies in the fact that there is no huge shipyard for the flagship. The strength is good. Li Qing will communicate with a servant of light in the universe in the palm who is in charge of the area of the light of the gods, and let him be ready to recharge the main cannon of the light of the gods, as long as he gives an order to start charging. Inside the bridge of a remodified Excellence-class battleship, the two brothers Luo Zhen and Luo Fen are standing in the center of the bridge. In front of them, a huge planetary projection is unfolding in front of them. Turn left and right in front of the display. It is indeed a living planet, but it's a pity. The right hand tried to caress the thick gray atmosphere projected by the planet. He shook his head and said, "The environment is too harsh and the distance is too far to develop, but it is worth conquering." At this time, Luo Fen said, "There is a preliminary estimate of about 2 billion people on this planet, and there is no complete political system. This is a ready-made minor. We only need to pay for some cheap food and industrial products that exceed their civilization level, and we can easily control them economically." Luo Zhen glanced at his brother, nodded and said, "Your idea is good, but it could be more radical. We can add force to directly control them, and then integrate their manpower to start transforming the planet by ourselves. First, reduce the radiation concentration in the atmosphere, and then slowly clear the mutated creatures on the planet. When the radiation concentration decreases, then they can slowly transform the environment and use their own power to transform the planet. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Let them transform the planet while mining star diamonds. We can accept it in 10, 20, or even 30 years. At that time, we can use the funds obtained from the sale of star diamonds to complete the final development and construction of the planet, and then emigrate. At that time, we will also have a living planet belonging to our family." But Luo Fen pondered for a while and said, "Your idea is very good, but there is a problem. We don't have the first priority for this planet. This planet was first discovered by another group of adventure players." Luo Zhen glanced at him, pointed to his head, and said with a bit of hatred, "Aren't you stupid? You can't do anything to a group of adventurous players. Just drive them away with force. But they are all new pioneers, and they are still under 10-year development protection. They discovered this planet a year earlier than me. According to the default rules, the first priority of this planet is in their hands. How about the newborn pioneers? What about the first priority? You can't drive them away by force and you won't think of other ways. Have you forgotten what your father taught you?" The more he talked, the more Luo Zhen became angry, and he almost roared afterwards, because the word newborn pioneer reminded him of Li Qing, the Lord of Jialan not long ago. Although I had already completed the task of the consortium, I was really only one step away from success at that time, and I was only one step away from swindling that kid's underwear. Once I really succeeded, I would definitely become famous in the business circle inside the United Empire. With this brilliant record, he can directly enter the consortium system in one step, and his status has greatly increased. However, it still failed, mainly because of the 10-year protection period of the so-called new pioneer, so that the other party had no fear, which made him extremely annoyed. Now he encountered a so-called freshman pioneer against himself by relying on the novice protection period. New hatred and old hatred came to his heart. His mind turned quickly, thinking about how to bypass this so-called novice protection period. Chapter 210 I don't develop, I only bloom. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a report from his subordinates. "Director, it's bad, they are bombing the planet in orbit." After speaking, a picture bounced in front of them, showing a fleet of more than 100 large and small warships parked on the surface of the planet, with thick naval guns aimed at the interior of the planet and continuously firing. Luo Zhen, a question mark appeared on both foreheads of Luo Fen at the same time. The two looked at each other. Luo Zhen ordered. Fleet approached, and communicated to let them stop the orbital bombing. Not long after, the fleet slowly approached the planet. The fleet in orbit had already stopped the orbital bombing and stopped there. A series of communication requests came, and they were quickly connected, revealing the appearance of Lei Gang, the captain of the Thunder Cloud Squad. He hadn't spoken yet. Fern asked, "What are you doing? How dare you orbit bomb a living planet?" Lei Gang waved his hands impatiently and said, "Why are you so annoying? Not to mention stealing my star diamonds, but still controlling so leniently." Luo Fen said with a serious face. According to the Imperial Constitution, damage to living planets in any form is not allowed, especially orbital bombing. Your behavior has violated the Constitution of the United Empire. I have just recorded your behavior and will upload your behavior to the Empire and asks for your trial. Lei Gang was stunned after hearing some righteous words. Luo Fen thought he was bluffing the other party. Lei Gang suddenly pointed at Luo Fen and laughed loudly. Look, brothers, he's bluffing us again. He said we broke the law. I'm so scared. Are you afraid? Several figures appeared in the communication, yelling all kinds of fears with exaggerated expressions, seeing the muscles in the corners of Luo Fen's eyes constantly beating, and feeling very annoyed. According to the interpretation of Article 4, Clause 5, Article 5 of the Imperial Constitution, no citizen of the Empire may destroy the planet of life in any form. Your actions have violated this act, and any citizen has the right to stop it. Luo Zhen walked up while reading this passage expressionlessly, looked at the Leian team with a restrained smile with an indifferent expression, and said in a deep voice, "You have violated the laws of the Empire. The law gives me the authority to stop it as the case may be. Since you are arrogant and do not listen to advice, I have the right to stop it by force." Oh, Lei Gang withdrew the smile on his face, looked at Luo Zhen expressionlessly and asked, "Do you want to use force?" Luo Zhen said indifferently, "I don't want to use force. If you cooperate to give up destroying this living planet and leave, I will consider suspending this power and let you leave." That's it. Lei Gang seemed to be thinking about it for about 10 seconds, then nodded seriously. "You're right, I'm really scared, and I can't beat you, so be it, I give up continuing to destroy this planet of life, I'm leaving now." Luo Junxin was extremely surprised, and the expression on his face eased a little, and he said seriously, "It is good that you can stop and correct your mistakes in time. The ancient Chinese sages said that if you know your mistakes, you can correct them. There is nothing good about it." Then the communication quieted down, and the two Roche brothers saw with their own eyes that the fleet on the orbit of the planet closed its guns and began to slowly leave the orbit of the planet. So obedient. Is something wrong? Luo Fen always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see anything wrong at the moment. Luo Zhen laughed and said, "What's wrong? What strength do they have and what strength we have? Don't you run and wait to die." No. Luo Fen suddenly felt palpitations, a memory surfaced in his mind as if breaking through some kind of dust, and shouted at Luo Zhen. "What's wrong? There were thousands of strange warships when they besieged me before, why are they gone now?" But Luo Zhen was not worried, and waved his hand directly. "I said, what are you worried about? Even if he has 1,000 ships, he can't beat us. What are you afraid of?" Luo Fen calmed down for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it is indeed impossible for 1,000 ships to beat his current fleet. But for some reason, he always felt a little weird, and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Luo Zhen didn't pay attention to the brother's strangeness. In his eyes, this brother was probably scared out of his wits before, so there would be some subconscious reactions. When the fleet was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the orbit of the planet, it suddenly stopped. Lei Gang projected in front of Li Qing in front of the bridge and gestured an OK gesture to turn off the projection. Then he opened the communication with Luo Zhen and said, "No, I can't go." Luo Zhen frowned and said, "Do you want to continue to sin?" "No, I was thinking, this planet was obviously discovered by us first. I have left evidence. According to the law of the United Empire, I have the first development priority. How can I give up and leave?" "Depend on." Luo cursed inwardly, wanting to say something, but couldn't think of what to say for a moment. The priority of this priority is very high, so high that it is impossible for any reason he can think of to override this priority. The key point is that he cannot deny it, because many businesses of his company use this priority to obtain the greatest benefits. If he denies it this priority, many of the company's major interests will not specify the legality and sanctity. The most important thing is that he can't say this. Once the recording is made on the other side, it is said that he is dead, and the company will be the first to come to the door and cut him down. If you can't deny it, then you can only admit it. Fortunately, Luo Zhen has already expected this matter and has a pre-selection plan. He said to Lei Gang, "I have an idea here. I think you only have such a small number of people. You must not be able to develop this planet. However, our company is strong and has enough strength to develop it. Why don't you sell the first development priority of this living planet to us? Let's develop it. How about you take the money and go back chicly?" This. Lei Gang pretended to think about it, and asked, "If you want to buy it, how much can you pay?" Luo Zhen immediately said, "Normally, the value of the worst third-class planet is only about 1 trillion, but the position of this planet is too far away, and it is a waste planet full of radiation dust. The investment in repurifying the atmosphere and the environment is very large. The value will definitely be greatly reduced. And you have not conquered this planet of life, and this planet has not yet fully belonged to you. You just have the first priority development right, and it must not be calculated according to ownership. He stretched out a finger and said sincerely, in this way, I will pay 20 trillion star yuan to buy the first priority development right of this living planet. Then, seeing Lei Gang looking at a foolish expression, he asked in a mocking tone. Didn't your company staff tell you that there are star diamonds on this planet? I earn tens of trillions a year digging star diamonds, and you only give me 20 trillion. Are you acting like I'm a fool? Quote. Luo Zhen immediately said with a look of surprise. Are there star diamonds on this planet? I don't know. After finishing talking, Luo Fen asked if there was such a thing. Luo Fen squeaked and didn't dare to make a sound. He was so angry that Luo Zhen kicked him aside, and then said with a smile. Sorry, I really didn't know about this before. Since there are star diamond mines in the planet, the price just now is indeed inappropriate. Why don't you say the same price, and I will also talk about it, and then we can talk about it. Make an agreement. To be honest, if he hadn't known Luo Zhen's true face a long time ago, Lei Gang would really think that this person is quite sincere. Pity. He looked back at Li Qing, who was hiding outside the communication window, and asked in a low voice. Director Li Qing, what should we do next? Li Qing said. Deal with him. The base price is between 50 and 100 trillion, but when the negotiation is finalized, it will be like this, and then it will be like this. Okay. Lei Gang gestured, turned to Luo Zhen and said. Yes, you only need to give our team 100 trillion stars, and we can sell you the first priority. After hearing this, Luo Zhen was overjoyed. This bid was much lower than he expected. He expected that it would take 2 or 3 trillion yuan to win it. Unexpectedly, the other party only offered 100 trillion yuan. The starting price was even lower, which disrupted his plan, and he was hesitant to think about what price to call. Greedy capital will never be kind because of the kindness and weakness of sheep. They will only squeeze more, so Luo Zhen only thought for a second and said. No, 1 trillion is too much. What a huge amount of money. The company originally gave me a budget of only 30 trillion, but because it didn't take into account that the price of the star diamond mine was obviously inappropriate, after careful consideration, considering it, I am willing to bid 50 trillion yuan to buy the priority of this living planet. 50 trillion is too little. As we said just now, we can bargain and try to negotiate a price that both parties are satisfied with. Luo Zhen said sincerely. In this way, let me make a step first. How about 60 trillion? This is enough for you to buy a large piece of land in any province in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, and become a rich asset for the upper class. He can make any one of your team you have all become top rich men worth more than 10 trillion yuan, and your descendants will have enough assets to live and eat for the rest of their lives. Lei Gang showed a hint of emotion on his face, and just showed a hint of greed, and said. 600,000 is not enough. You have to add another 10 trillion, 70 trillion, I will sell it to you immediately. A rookie is a rookie. Luo Zhen despises Lei Gang, a rookie who can't even bargain, but there is still a hint of embarrassment on his face. At this time, someone near the communication window whispers in Lei Gang's ear, and he sees Lei Gang's expression on his face. Surprised, he subconsciously asked. Real or fake? The younger brother nodded and said. It's true, he said, 10 trillion bought our priority, and we can trade and transfer money now. At this moment, Luo Zhen also received a message from the fleet sensor, and a huge fleet flew from beyond the starry sky. Fuck, where's the spoiler? But Luo Fen beside him saw the strange battleship in that fleet, and immediately shouted. This is the fleet, and it was this fleet that besieged me before. Send a newsletter. The men immediately replied. The other side refused to accept. Luo Zhen frowned, shook his head and said. It doesn't matter, let's try to win the priority first. He immediately said to Lei Gang. Mr. Lei Gang, we will. Before he finished speaking, Lei Gang interrupted him. He stretched out a finger and said. I'm sorry, we won't sell it anymore. Somebody offered 100 trillion, which is much more than your 70 trillion. Luo Zhen immediately said. We also pay 100 trillion. But he was before you. But we trade first, don't we? What's the use of this? This has no priority. Then we will pay 101 trillion. Can you be more generous? What does it mean to add $1? It's not a dollar, it's a trillion. Does it make a difference? Nima. Luo Zhen felt a little tired, so he both liked negotiating opponents who knew nothing, and hated negotiating opponents who knew nothing. but still patiently said, "In this way, we will give out 105 trillion. Lei Gang said with no waves on his face. "Still so stingy, but it is indeed a little more than them. How about it? I will ask them if they will increase the price. If you don't increase it, you will be sold." Okay. Although I was speechless to death, I still had to smile. At the same time, I was also a little apprehensive. I didn't know how financial this competitor was. If the financial strength was high enough, I didn't know how much more I would have to pay to win. You must know that this time it is not in the name of the company, but in the name of your own family. All the money is paid by the family, even though their family is one of the major shareholders of Sanhua Trading Company. Multi-trillion is not just taking it. This time, in order to win the planet and the Star Diamond Mine, after a meeting within the family, not only all branches of the family will contribute, but also borrow and lend through various channels. Almost the entire family's heritage for hundreds of years has been thrown into this wave. This is not only counting on Star Diamonds, but also starting the development of this living planet itself. Yes, the family also plans to be promoted to the Lord family. Although most of the lords or military lords are not as rich as those big consortiums, the military lords have the right to rule and have legal and unrestricted powers of force and tax collection. A businessman is just a businessman, no matter how rich the capital or consortium is, they are also businessmen. How can they compare with the military masters who rule several planets with tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of people, regardless of their strength or status? Although it is difficult to develop this planet, it still belongs to the third type of planet and has the value of development. And it is located in the Zutar star field, there are no foreign enemies, and there is enough time to develop slowly. On the other side, Lei Gang told Li Qing that Luo Zhen offered 1510, and asked a little nervously. "Director Li Qing, is it meaningful for us to operate this way? I have already traded with you, and the priority development right is already in your hands. How can I trade with him again?" Li Qing smiled and said, "You don't have the priority development right anymore, so of course you can't continue the transaction, but I have it. Let's sign a supplementary contract later, and I will let you trade with him on my behalf, and sell the priority development right to him first." Lei Gang was puzzled and said, "If you sell this priority development right to him, doesn't that mean that this planet belongs to them?" "Yes," Li Qing said seriously, "it belongs to them. But, what does it matter? I don't develop, I only bloom." Chapter 211 on how to kill people. Li Qing's original idea was to buy the priority development right to avoid possible wrangling. The original idea was to break the star, and then directly throw all the broken star's wreckage into the casting furnace of light for refining. But now that Sanhua Trading Company suddenly came to meddle and offered to buy the priority right, it would be embarrassing. Spend this effort to sell the priority to them first, and earn another 100 trillion first, and treat it as the interest they collected themselves before. He has never been a very generous person. A drop of water should be repaid by a fountain, and hatred should be repaid when it is due. After the transaction was completed, he quietly blew up the planet. He has a lot of ways to blow up planets without revealing his identity. As long as there is no evidence to prove it, what does your planet's disappearance have to do with me? Although it is very immoral, it is very cool to be able to breathe a big sigh of relief. Then chatted with Lei Gang about some details, and Lei Gang contacted Luo Zhen again and said. The other party also offered 105 trillion yuan. If you want it, you have to increase the price. This time Luo Zhen was much more decisive, directly raising the price to 110 trillion. Li Qing immediately cooperated with another price increase of 115 trillion yuan. Luo Zhen hesitated for a moment. He felt that something was wrong, but after hesitating for a while, he decided to increase the price to 120 trillion, and at the same time set a bottom line for himself. If the price exceeds that price, he will not want it, and use other means to obtain the planet ownership. Here, Lei Gang said directly to Li Qing, who has been in constant communication. He offered 120 trillion yuan, but I saw him hesitate for a while, wondering if he thought it was too expensive. Li Qing thought for a while, shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be too expensive, it should be that there is something wrong. In this way, you tell him that I won't follow." Okay. Lei Gang looked at Luo Zhen again, and said, "You are very lucky, the other side has no money, 120 trillion is yours, prepare to sign the contract." Wait a moment. Luo Zhen raised his hands and turned his head to the side as if thinking, and said for a while, "I don't always feel right." Lei Gang's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a normal expression, What's wrong? Don't you want it? If I don't want it, I'll sell him. Anyway, I'll earn 115 trillion yuan. Luo Zhen always felt terrified, but when he heard Lei Gang say to sell to the opposite party, he was reluctant, stretched out his hand and said, "Wait a minute, can I meet another buyer?" Lei Gang nodded and said, "I will help you ask." After a while, he turned around and spread his hands and said, "Sorry, he didn't find it convenient." "What's the inconvenience?" Lei Gang hesitated for a moment, spread his hands and said, "He is afraid that you will use some method in private if you can't figure it out in the mall. He said that he has suffered losses from you businessmen." Luo Zhen was speechless. He really had this idea. However, these remarks made him less suspicious, but the warning signs in his heart still persisted, which made him hesitate for a while, and did not dare to respond immediately. At this time, Lei Gang pretended to be impatient and said, "I asked you whether you want it or not. If you want it, you can say it. If you don't, you can also say it. I'll go and make a deal with him. I don't know what you are silent about. If you feel uneasy, just swear with the will of civilization. Unless all our brothers want money and life, otherwise what are you afraid of?" Well, Luo Zhen hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, we all swear by the will of civilization." "Okay," silently chattering, not cheerful at all. Then the two parties first formulated a contract that both parties recognized, which included how to trade, what to use, when to pay the balance, the final settlement date, what consequences would there be if the contract is breached, etc. A series of issues are clearly marked, and it is sure that there is no problem. Lei Gang simply swears to the will of human civilization. Seeing that he was so decisive, he didn't notice any problem when he thought about it left and right. He could only attribute the unease in his heart to the unease caused by the importance of this transaction. When both parties sign the contract at the same time, the contract has come into effect and is recognized by the will of human civilization. No matter what happens, Luo Zhen's family must pay enough transaction money. Can't go back on his word, unless he wants the whole family to die. Because he signed the contract in the name of the family, not an individual. If it is only an individual, he can use Luo Zhen's life to repay the debt. The most important thing is that because this priority mining right belongs to Li Qing, he just entrusted Lei Gang to help with the transaction, so they did not pay the money to Lei Gang, but to Li Qing, and when he went to the United Empire of Mankind, they immediately paid money will be received. As soon as the contract was signed, Lei Gang left with another 5 trillion star dollars from Li Qing. Next, it's his stage. However, Li Qing didn't show up, but continued to hide on the orbit of the waste Earth planet. He hid alone among some abandoned wreckage orbiting the orbit. He was isolated with spiritual energy. Unless he saw it with the naked eye nearby, the battleship radar couldn't scan it. Arrive. Don't worry, he watched with great interest as Luo Zhen dispersed and scanned the fleet, sent scout warships into the planet, and a large number of transport ships brought in materials. With the assistance of industrial ships, he was preparing to establish a space post on the orbit of the planet station, which looks poised for long-term development. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. If possible, he really wants to wait until they invest a lot of money to start developing this planet, then they will be more heartbroken and the loss will be greater. However, Master Doge can't wait that long. He must come back with a ruthless revenge to avenge his previous death. It feels bad to come back without revenge for a day. It has been delayed for so long, and it cannot be delayed any longer. So, on people and kill people to make yourself the most happy. Of course, it is to erase the things they bought at a huge price, and then ask them for the money for the purchase. Li Qing suddenly had another idea. With a thought, the person disappeared, and reappeared in the void 100 million kilometers away. No one can find the tiny human beings in this boundless starry sky. Standing in the starry sky like this, no sensor can detect it. He looked up at the waste Earth planet in the distance, opened the door of the black hole, turned around and entered the universe in his palm. Appeared again, and it was already a certain area in the palm universe. This huge area with a length, width, and height of 10,000 kilometers has only one thing, an ultimate weapon: the light of dimensional convergence. Dimensional gathering light, the ultimate weapon. Type: W slot, ultimate weapon. Effect: after inputting enough energy, a certain range of void will be cut and sealed, converging within a square inch. Range varies depending on input energy. Range varies depending on input energy. This is his sudden inspiration. It is too big to directly bombard the target with the light of divine judgment. It happens that this ultimate weapon has not been tried since it was obtained. This time, it is time to try the weapon. Power. The power of this ultimate weapon depends on the energy input. Li Qing does not have too many standard energy cubes on hand now. He saved them before, and on the way to Shanhaiguan, he had replenished them one after another when he returned to Jinmen. Now there are a total of 145 million standard energy blocks, which can fire 145 cannons of divine light, but I don't know what the effect of using this ultimate weapon is. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. First, enter the core of this super weapon. The appearance of this super weapon is a super tall tower structure standing in the fortress. The surrounding circles of structures converge towards the central tower. Under the pure white material structure between the towers is strips of transparent crystalline ribbons extend up to the top of the tower. This thing Li Qing always felt like a star diamond, but he couldn't believe it was a star diamond. Because if it's a star diamond, how many star diamonds do you need? The round base of this thing is 10,000 kilometers in diameter, hundreds of kilometers high, piled up in layers, and the bottom is all crystal structure. On the top of this super weapon is a cannon head made of star diamonds with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers, with complex patterns branded on it, and circles of invisible twists surrounding the cannon head. The reason why it is called the cannon head is because the shape of this ultimate weapon is not a cannon, but a high tower. After extracting infinite energy, it is transformed into an unknown form through the ultimate weapon system and sprays out the cutting space from the top. Li Qing stood at the core of the ultimate weapon. In a not-so-large space, a virtual light ball made of streamers hung in the center of the space and slowly rotated. No need to read any instructions. When he saw the floating light ball, he naturally knew how to use this thing. With a thought, the space shakes for a while, turning from the core space into a void. There was a moment of silence, and the space turned again, appearing in the orbit of a planet covered by thick gray radiation clouds, surrounded by densely packed battleships of all sizes, busy coming and going. Obviously a spaceship passed by him but did not see him at all. This is of course not that he suddenly jumped to the waste Earth planet, this is just a simulated projection. There is a black hole door to transit, which can simulate the space outside the universe in the palm of your hand. He pressed the ball of light with both hands, and gently pulled it. The ball of light rapidly expanded to cover the entire waste Earth planet and the surrounding area of more than 100,000 kilometers, and then Li Qing couldn't help but clicked his tongue and said, "The energy is so high." Then he put his hands together, and the sphere of light shrank rapidly, covering an area outside the planet where the fleet gathered, with a size of about 5,000 kilometers. At this time, he checked the energy consumption again, and still clicked his tongue. Then he tried to shrink again, and when he narrowed down to the 100-kilometer area, he still couldn't help wiping his sweat. According to the feedback of this thing, if you want to cut off a three-dimensional area with a length, width, and height of 100 kilometers, you need to consume a full 1 million standard energy blocks, which is equivalent to 100 billion star yuan, which is equivalent to a shot of the divine light. The same energy consumption, but the range of action is far less than that of the light of God. But the power of the light of divine judgment is limited, but the power of the light of dimensional constriction is infinite. At least the light of judgment cannot sink a Titan super flagship with one shot, but the effect of the ultimate weapon dimensional converging light is infinite. No matter what it is, as long as it is cut and constricted, it will disappear immediately. Theoretically, yes. Li Qing squeezed his chin and looked at the projected planet and the busy battleships around him, and suddenly showed a wicked smile. I rubbed my hands together excitedly, stretched out my big hands to grab the round light ball, gently pulled the light ball to expand to about 100 kilometers, then moved the light ball to cover the planet, and then, thought as soon as it moved, the huge ultimate weapon shook slightly and exploded in an invisible wave. Infinite energy poured in, and strips of crystals at the bottom of the tower began to light up, extending upward layer by layer, converging towards the top of the tower. Outside the wasteland planet, densely packed warships shuttled back and forth busily. Luo Zhen stood in the center of the bridge, with a huge planetary projection in front of him. Through the thick gray radiation clouds, you can see the yellow land inside the planet, as well as the ruins of huge cities. What a pity. The size of these cockroach people and hull people is not much different from that of humans, and the urban structure is very similar to that of human cities, which means that the various buildings built by these two civilizations can be used directly by humans, with only minor modifications, without tearing down reconstruction, which can save an unknown amount of development funds and allow direct immigration. From the projection, it can be seen that the entire planet is gray and yellow as a whole, with very little green vegetation, and some plants that are extremely distorted by radiation. The city has a high concentration of radiation, and there are a lot of mutated creatures. The settlements of different sizes are scattered far away from the city, isolated by the ubiquitous mutated creatures on the planet. These alien creatures are weird to begin with, but after they mutate, they become even weirder and more terrifying. Luo Zhen pulled down the camera, and a drone looked down and passed over an area with a water source, and saw a monster with 2 heads and 6 legs, and a monster covered with tumors on the other side that looked like a primate but monster battles that have also mutated beyond recognition. The 2 big guys are about 7 or 8 meters in size, and they are very powerful, and large pieces of gravel are splashed when they raise their hands and feet. Luo Zhen let the drone stop in the sky, watching the battle with great interest. But after watching it for less than a minute, he suddenly felt the camera shaking, and quickly ordered the drone to take off, and saw a 60 to 70 meter high ridge behind him, and suddenly protruded a huge head. After several violent vibrations, a giant monster with a height of nearly 100 meters and covered in black scales walked over from behind the ridge. Boom! The terrifying force knocked the mountain ridge away, and the sky was filled with gravel. The 2 mutated monsters who were fighting had no fighting spirit, and quickly fled with their tails between their legs. A large number of mutated monsters hiding nearby also retreated one after another. Luo Zhen stared at this behemoth intently, lamenting the horror of this thing, and thinking about mobilizing a biological research team to build a large biological and genetic laboratory next time. Such a powerful mutant creature has very high research value. At this moment, he suddenly saw something flying by out of the corner of his eye, and quickly controlled the drone to turn around. At a glance, he saw 2 transparent crystals the size of eggs among the large amount of rubble splashed on the ground not far away. Star diamond. Turning his head quickly, there is a star diamond on the ground only about 15 meters away from here. The smile on his face can no longer be restrained, and he shakes hands fiercely. Such a rich reserve, get rich. He immediately controlled the drone to search in the ruins, and soon found several star diamonds. A minute later, he simply controlled the drone to fly to the shattered ridge. Although the giant beast just walked away, no one was there. The machine is so small and silent that it won't attract the attention of the behemoth. Chapter 212 Cutting the Planet. Another minute later, there was a sound of Luo Zhen gasping for air from inside the bridge. His eyes were blood red, and he stared at the star diamonds embedded in the rocks inside the knocked-off mountain. He didn't notice the nearby space, unusual distortion. Or he had already noticed it, but at this moment his eyes and mind were all attracted by the mountain of star diamonds. After half a minute, he turned and shouted, "Connect to Deputy Director Luo Fen's communication." 5 seconds later, he turned around and looked at the light curtain that bounced off on the other side. Luo Fen, who was wearing a construction site suit and a construction cap, appeared on the light curtain. He was on the construction site at this time, and saw Luo Zhen's expressionless face and asked, "I'm working, what's up?" Luo Zhen didn't care about the trace of resentment in his brother's tone, and said excitedly, "We are going to get rich. The reserves of star diamonds on this planet are more than we imagined." Luo Fen said without any waves on his face. "Then congratulations." Luo Zhen put a smile on his face, pondered for a while, and said, "I know you're still blaming me, but I'm doing it for your own good. If you don't punish you now, and when the family comes in the future, and the old things are brought up again, then it won't be as easy as it is now. You can make up for it now, and you can keep it in the future. Come down, you can still have the current status, instead of." Hearing this, the indifference on Luo Fen's face suddenly disappeared, and then his mouth was slightly opened, showing a surprised expression. Luo was really a little surprised why he had such an expression. He wouldn't be surprised if he figured it out, but he didn't think too much, and continued. "It's best if you can figure it out. Don't worry, this situation is only temporary. According to the reserves and value of star diamonds on this planet, as the first discoverer, you have to work hard without credit. The family will take this into consideration. You will not." He suddenly stopped speaking, frowned and looked at Luo Fen opposite, pointing at himself in shock, wanting to ask questions full of doubts, then turned his head suddenly when he came back to his senses in the next second, and saw. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. The projection of the drone behind shows that there should be an endless mountain range in front of me, but it has disappeared at this time. The entire area disappeared completely, replaced by an endless cliff. Through the drone, you can see the place less than 10 meters ahead. It turned out to be the ridge that was smashed by the giant beast. Behind the ridge was a group of mountains. At this time, all of them disappeared, replaced by nothingness. It's like suddenly coming to the end of the world. Everything in front of me came to an abrupt end. The drone flew to the edge and went down. Below it was a cliff that could not be seen at a glance. The edge was smooth and straight, and the fog was shrouded so that it was difficult to see clearly. Luo Zhen's brain has entered a shutdown state at this time, and even after half a minute, he still hasn't realized what happened. It wasn't until almost a minute later that he came back to his senses, turned around and looked at Luo Fen, who was still in a state of shock, and Luo Fen didn't wait for him to ask, and replied directly. I saw a transparent light descending from the sky and inserting into the ground, and then the area disappeared. Why not? That is. Luo Fen clasped his backs together and made a sharp point. That's it. Luo Zhen. Looking back at the projection screen for a while, he suddenly rubbed his face vigorously, and stretched out his hand for a series of operations. Soon the planet's overlooking screen appeared in front of them. When he turned the planet around, he saw the thick I do not know when the atmosphere has shrunk a little, like a corner of a big orange has lost its moisture and collapsed. He immediately ordered a nearby frigate to check. At the same time, in the universe in the palm, Li Qing was watching a light-emitting cube lightly tossed in his palm, his face full of disbelief. This cube is only 10 centimeters in size, and the surface is a layer of crystal light. Through the crystal light, you can see that the inside is a piece that has been cut out. Let's call it a continent. Amazing. This thing reminded him of a kind of sand painting filled with glass balls, or sealed with glass, simulating a small island, a small lake, or a jungle or other crafts. They are very similar, but this is not a handicraft, but an inner world of a planet with a length, width and height of 100 kilometers. Through the light of converging dimension of the ultimate weapon, it was dug out from the living planet. Even putting this cube in front of your eyes, you can still see the mountains, rivers and mountains above the mainland, as well as the countless mutated creatures that are still alive inside. It's amazing, but it's too scary. The power of this ultimate weapon completely overturned Li Qing's imagination. To be honest, he never imagined that he could have such an outrageous weapon. This reminded him of the isolation interference zone with a length of hundreds of light years on the side of Zutar, which was the result of Lord Senluo's use of some kind of ultimate weapon, but he felt that Lord Senluo's ultimate weapon, although the effect is shocking, the impression it gave him was not as strong as the super weapon in front of him. It is easy to simply destroy, but it is much more difficult to achieve this step. With a thought, he left the weapon area and came to one of the casting furnaces of light. He threw the cube in his hand and threw it into the furnace. After cutting this thing, it was blocked by a layer of crystal light beyond ordinary people's imagination. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be opened. At least with Li Qing's current method, it cannot be forcibly broken open. It can only be thrown into the casting furnace of light. It is the same level as this ultimate weapon, and it can be refined directly. This is also the main reason why he only cuts the size of 100 kilometers, instead of directly cutting off the space where the entire planet is located. The melting furnace of light is only 1,000 kilometers in size, and the size of the planet is tens of thousands of kilometers. Once it is put in, the outer layer is refined, the compressed planet inside expands, or the furnace is burst, or the planet is compressed to only 1,000 kilometers in size. Although in his guess, there is a high probability that the planet will be forcibly compressed, and it is unlikely that the furnace of a super civilization will be exploded just like that, but this kind of thing is uncertain. Who knows how hard the furnace is? After all, it is just a steelmaking furnace. It's not a weapon. 100 kilometers long, 100 kilometers wide, 100 kilometers high planetary material is equivalent to 1 million cubic kilometers, which is equivalent to a volume of 1 trillion cubic meters. It is full of soil, rocks, various minerals, etc., which are first decomposed in the casting furnace of light. The soil returns to soil, rocks return to rocks, various ores return to ores, and star diamonds return to star diamonds. It took only 1 minute to separate all the star diamonds in the super melting pot of the negative star civilization. Li Qing counted the number of star diamonds at the first time, and showed surprise in the next second. Is this a mine vein? Of course, there is no such thing as a mineral vein, he just used this to describe it, but there are too many star diamonds within a range of 100 kilometers. There are a total of 965,400 star diamonds, which is equivalent to the ones dug by the Sanhua Trading Company before, 10 times the amount. With so many star diamonds, how much it costs feels a little empty. Anyway, no matter how valuable this thing is, he doesn't plan to sell it. In other words, after the planet is dismantled and then disassembled, the star diamonds obtained are definitely enough to build a Star Fortress Alt-Slot Doom weapons and Stellar Fortress exclusive superweapon requirements. That is to say, one of the dozens of ultra-rare materials necessary to build a Star Fortress has been assembled, and it is also the rarest and most demanded of them. In fact, among the dozens of ultra-rare materials, although some are rare, they can also be transformed from other materials, and the consumption of transformation is not as ridiculous as transforming star diamonds by 100 times. There are only star diamonds, which are in high demand and difficult to convert. Although I didn't expect to make this thing before, it was just a hopeless rhetoric. If there is a chance to make that thing, I must do it. After all, it is unrealistic to expect to exchange for that star god fortress in the palm of the universe, 700,000 civilization points, that must exist in the year of the monkey. Many planetary substances have been decomposed, most of which are clay rocks, and the remaining minerals are mostly common substances on the planet, such as copper, iron, coal, oil, asphalt, rare earth, etc. These are quite valuable in the planetary era. But in space-time is worthless. Including coal and oil, which are generally only found on living planets, this thing has long been eliminated, and its various functions have long been replaced by other materials. After checking that there were no particularly rare substances in it, Li Qing didn't bother to classify them one by one, and turned all of them into refined steel. 1 quadrillion cubic meters of soil is about 25 trillion tons, 7.8 tons per side, a total of 320 trillion cubic meters. The combination of soil and various minerals is worth less than the cheapest low-quality ore. According to the percentage of conversion into refined steel, 100,000 cubic meters of soil and rock are converted into refined steel, and finally 3.2 billion cubic meters of refined steel can be obtained every day, 390 stars per side, worth about 1.25 billion stars. It takes 1 million energy blocks to cut a 100-kilometer three-dimensional area with the ultimate weapon dimensional converging light, which is equivalent to the cost of 100 billion star yuan. Judgment light is far more terrifying. Unless the integrity of the high-dimensional fortress increases in the future, the power of the same energy-consuming divine light will be greatly enhanced, far stronger than it is now. Sure enough, as long as you open your mind, it's really easy to make money. Li Qing rubbed his hands excitedly and started charging again. In the material universe outside the Palm universe, somewhere above the waste Earth planet, a dozen warships were moored above an obviously abnormal atmosphere. Luo Zhen fell silent when he saw the picture from the frigate sent into the planet. When I saw the depression on the surface of the planet that seemed to be cut out by a knife, the length, width and depth were exactly 100 kilometers, this kind of silence had lasted for more than 10 minutes. His eyes were full of puzzlement. How did such a standard pit come out? It's like measuring and drawing a line with a ruler, and then using a knife to dig a hole on the planet exactly according to the line. The length, width, and depth are exactly the same, and they are exactly the same. To be honest, if it hadn't been proven that the so-called gods are those powerful beings in the virtual world, not real gods, he would really worship this pit like a primitive man. But Luo Zhen, who had been silent for more than 10 minutes, let out a long breath, turned around and reopened a communication, revealing Luo Fen on the opposite side, and said in a deep voice, "You go back in a few days and find it from the family." Just halfway through speaking, he saw the same shocked look in his brother's eyes again. He immediately realized what happened and turned his head suddenly. Seeing the emptiness in the picture behind him, he was stunned, and his mind suddenly went blank. If I remember correctly, this area was one side of the previous square pit. It used to be a mountain stretching for an unknown number of kilometers, but it has disappeared at this time, replaced by a square pit with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. The length is 1,000 kilometers, the width is 1,000 kilometers, and the depth is 1,000 kilometers. The edges are as smooth as a mirror, and there is no difference. How can that be? Luo Zhen looked at the empty space, startled and frightened. He didn't understand what was going on. How could it be like this? In fact, he will not be afraid of simply disappearing. The flagship Doomsday weapon can easily erase everything in a small area with one shot, but it must not be erased like this. This neat disappearance is like someone destroying the planet, same material cut as above. She was so frightened that he dared not imagine. This time Li Qing cut an entire 1,000-kilometer area, and then threw it into the casting furnace of light as before. He wanted to see if the furnace could withstand objects that exceeded its capacity. The main reason for doing this is that there are not enough energy blocks. If you don't cut more points at a time, the energy blocks that will be stored later may not be enough to cut the entire planet. The diameter of 1,000 kilometers has penetrated deep into the ground, and there was no major change when the cutting was just completed, but after just a dozen seconds, the Earth began to shake, and the rock layer under the planet's inner crust suddenly disappeared. With this piece of land, the pressure imbalance caused a large amount of groundwater, lava, etc. to be released with extrusion, rushing into this area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers from all directions, causing extremely violent geological changes. At the beginning, the vibration was not big, but as a large amount of material poured into this space, an unknown amount of lava, groundwater and other substances in the surrounding underground were emptied, causing the underground material to be squeezed out of balance, and a large number of underground hollow layers collapsed. Boom! Accompanied by a violent sound, the Earth began to shake, and the magnetic field became disordered, which caused drastic changes in the atmosphere. The normal weather suddenly burst into violent winds out of thin air, and huge tornado storms began to take shape and swept across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Boom! The loud noise from the casting furnace of light startled Li Qing, but the furnace did not move at all, only a steady stream of standard alloys being spewed out. Planet matter is transformed into refined steel and other materials for synthesizing standard alloys, and then directly synthesizing standard alloys in furnaces. The cubic volume of 1,000 kilometers is 1,000 times that of 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers can extract 3.2 billion cubic meters of refined steel, convert about 2 billion cubic meters of standard alloys, and leave 1,000 times, that is, 2 trillion cubic meters standard alloy. According to the price of a standard alloy, the price is 820 yuan per side, and 2,000 billion square meters is 1640 trillion stars. Why it can still be like this. Li Qing immediately realized that he was still too conservative. Chapter 213 Leviathan's Egg Discovered. Li Qing recalled that when he was in Shanhaiguan, what was the point of working so hard to buy all kinds of cheap raw ore? The mind is still bound. Although it is more efficient to use raw ore to transform, raw ore costs money and time to buy, and if you buy a lot, it is easy to be discovered by others. This is not as simple and convenient as directly transforming with stones. He had never thought of converting it directly with stones before. Although the ratio of meteorites to refined steel is as high as 100,000 to 1, which is far lower than a few percent of the original ore, it cannot be supported without cost. Meteorites are everywhere in the starry sky, and they are all unowned. No one cares how much you refine. Too brutal. This adjective is a bit out of place here, but Li Qing couldn't think of what to describe it for a while. What the hell? Directly transforming useless stone and mud into refined steel and alloys, this simply overturned his three views, and at the same time, he had a new understanding of the strength of the star-negative civilization. Directly use energy to transform various substances, and freely transform various substances at will. This shows that the star-negative civilization no longer needs to be bound by matter. As long as there is enough energy, it can create things out of nothing, which is simply indescribably powerful. And such a high-tech creation, he can only use it to transform materials to make money, which is really too much. Vulgar. He spurned himself in his heart with a smile on his face, but he did not hesitate to start the next round of cutting in action. Such a large planet has a diameter of about 11,000 kilometers, and it can be cut into a cubic size of 1,000 kilometers at a time. No, the energy doesn't seem to be enough. The energy consumption for cutting an area of 1,000 kilometers is 10 million standard energy blocks. He now has 144 million standard energy blocks and can cut 14 times. However, according to the size of the planet, it must be cut within 14 times within 1,000 kilometers at a time. It must be cut larger. No, it can be cut across the board. The first time was just an experiment, and the second time was to test whether the casting furnace of light can be compressed and refined. Now that the test has been completed, there is no need to try again. The entire planet can be collected at one time, and there is no need to divide it in batches. It is necessary to know that the energy consumption of this divided area is decimal, and it does not increase completely according to the increase of the space volume. For example, the energy consumption of a 10-kilometer long, wide-height area is 100,000 standard energy blocks, and the energy consumption of a 100-kilometer area is 1 million standard energy blocks. Then the energy consumption of an area of 10,000 kilometers is 100 million standard energy blocks, which he can still afford. That's all. Li Qing put his hands together, and the sphere of light rapidly expanded to completely cover the waste planet that had already lost a mouthful. Looking at the energy consumption, it only needed 115 million standard energy. Can. With a thought, the stored massive energy block was extracted by the ultimate weapon, and the crystalline belt on the edge of the tower began to light up, quickly converging towards the top of the tower. At this time, Luo Zhen has been shrouded in fear, not only the fear of this unknown mutation, but also the fear of the planet's great change at this time. A living planet with a diameter of 11,000 kilometers suddenly loses such a large piece of mass. In general, the geology and magnetic field in the missing area loses balance, and this imbalance slowly spreads to the surroundings until the entire planet is spreading. At this time, the entire planet is constantly experiencing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, cracks in the ground, etc., and the whole world is like the end of the world. They paid such a high price to purchase the priority development rights of this planet, which accounted for most of the Luo family's cash assets, including a large part of bank loans. If the planet were to disappear unexpectedly, their losses would be too great to bear. As the manager of this acquisition plan, he cannot shake off this pot. Don't expect to blame Luo Fen, neither of them can escape. But at this moment he couldn't do anything, he didn't even know what was going on, he could only pray in his heart that what happened just now wouldn't happen again. Although the planet is undergoing drastic changes now, the drastic changes will not be too great, and the planet's magnetic field has not been destroyed. At most, there will be earthquakes, volcanoes and extreme weather for a period of time, and most creatures on the planet will have a hard time, but this is an undeveloped planet. There are no immigrants yet, no matter how extreme it has nothing to do with them, even if all the natives on the planet are dead. As long as the planet is still there, this kind of change will always slow down, and the impact will not be too great. However, he can't guarantee that this kind of change will stop, he is afraid that this is just the beginning. In just less than 2 hours, he seemed to have aged a teenager, but he still managed to look at the split screens in front of him, which were composed of a large number of unmanned scouts scattered in every corner of the planet. He didn't dare to be distracted like before, and stared at the densely packed picture in front of him without moving. As time went by, the picture remained unchanged for a long time, but he still stared at him motionlessly. After a few more minutes, he felt a little thirsty and gestured to his subordinates. After more than 10 seconds, a glass of water was brought under his hand. He reached out to take a sip from the water glass, and suddenly felt that the picture was a little blurry, as if some fluctuation swept across it. He frowned, and shouted without looking back. The picture is unstable. Check if there is any abnormality in the drone, and whether the signal is. Before the words were finished, all the pictures suddenly disappeared and turned into pitch black. Luo Juntang stood up and looked nervously at the supervisor in charge of the radar of the battleship and shouted. What happened? At this time, the senior crew member in charge of the warship's radar was standing in his seat with a dumbfounded expression on his face, as well as disbelief. It wasn't until Luo Zhen asked several times that he expected Ai's reply. I don't know what happened, but from the battleship radar, it seems that the planet has disappeared. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Question mark, question mark. Question mark. Luo Junxin felt a thump, feeling bad, and hurriedly asked. What does it mean that the planet has disappeared? I don't know how to explain, you'd better see for yourself. Talking about some operations, the screen in front of Luo Zhen was switched to the sensor of the warship outside the planet. At this time, he was facing a void, and he could clearly see the familiar battleship on the edge of the void, as well as several satellites that were moving due to the loss of planetary gravity. Swimming aimlessly in the void. Where's my planet? What about a planet as big as me? Luo Zhen only felt a fishy sweet rushing up his throat, his eyes darkened, his head became dizzy, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell back and lost consciousness. Luo really vomited blood. Of course Li Qing didn't know, he would just yell, hello, when he knew. At this time he was holding a small glass ball and looking it over carefully, he was extremely amazed at the power of this ultimate weapon, it was so terrifying and amazing. A huge planet is compressed into the size of a fist, but the planet inside seems to be unaffected. You can even see the clouds surging inside the planet through the transparent light film, the earth shakes, and the violent magnetic field changes cause dazzling aurora, the whole planet is in chaos. This can't help but make him have a crazy idea, whether it is possible to cut a star and make beads. No, it should be hundreds of stars cut down to make beads and strung together. Li Qing suddenly felt that this idea was great. One day, he would have a chance to try it out and make 2 skewers for Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren. Throwing the bead in the toss, before coming to the casting furnace of light, throwing it into it casually. And his throw means that more than 1 billion intelligent creatures and countless mutated creatures on a planet have all turned into nothingness. This is the cruelty of the universe, this is the sorrow of a weak civilization, and being weak is the original sin. Obviously they didn't do anything, and they didn't even see Li Qing's face, but before they knew it, the entire civilization ended, and even the living planet ceased to exist, turning into Li Qing turned his head unexpectedly, and saw the servant of light who presided over the casting furnace of light and said to him, "Your Majesty, there seems to be something unusual in this planet." "What's unusual?" "There is an extremely powerful breath of life inside the planet." Question mark, question mark, question mark. Li Qing turned around in doubt, whispering, "The interior of the planet's core is not a star core, but a barrier made of star diamonds, which is like an eggshell to isolate any breath, but there is inexplicable power radiation penetrating from it to affect the entire planet." Li Qing touched his head and asked with great interest, "You mean that the star diamond mines on this planet are transformed by these radiations?" "Not sure, but possible." Servant of Light thought for a while, and tried to say to him, "Your Majesty, I suspect that there is a giant Leviathan inside. Wouldn't it be a pity to refine it directly?" "Leviathan behemoth." Li Qing was instantly moved, and asked, "Can you see what kind of Leviathan monster this is?" The men shook their heads and said, "I've never seen this before, and I don't know what kind of Leviathan it is, but no matter what kind of Leviathan monster it is, its special ability can give birth to star diamonds, so it's worth staying." Li Qing was silent, and to be honest, he was a little moved. Leviathan giant beast. If you can raise one, it will explode immediately. The so-called Leviathan monsters are some super starry sky behemoths that go beyond the norm in the cosmic starry sky. It means that only a starry sky behemoth with a body size of more than 10,000 kilometers can be called a Leviathan, and a starry sky behemoth with a size below this size can also be called a starry sky behemoth, but it cannot be called a Leviathan. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the United Empire of Mankind, there are only 4 recorded Leviathans that have actually appeared, and 2 of them are the same Leviathan, which means that only 3 Leviathans have been seen in the tens of thousands of years. A different Leviathan. The earliest record is that more than 9,000 years ago, a giant Leviathan beast with a size of more than 200,000 kilometers was discovered in a certain galaxy in the Emperor's star field. The energy of the star is constantly devoured on the star. Because of its ability to devour stars, the giant Leviathan was named Star Devourer, and it is still in that galaxy, but the star it has been devouring has been killed by a young blue star in just 10,000 years. The giant star has become a red giant star, its mass has been greatly attenuated, and now there is insufficient heat, the temperature of the entire galaxy has dropped sharply and it has turned into a frozen planet. According to the records, the mass of this star is about to be swallowed up, and it is no longer able to maintain its own gravitational field. Some planets at the edge of the galaxy have long been unable to be restrained, and have already escaped from the star's gravitational well and flew into the void, turning into the wandering planets. The second record is a giant creature that lives on a super large planet and drifts in the universe. The player looks like a big octopus with countless tentacles. The main body lives inside a planet with a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers. It only stretches out tentacles tens of thousands of kilometers long to hunt food. Occurrence record. What is surprising is that the planet he lives on is actually a planet of life, and there are many intelligent life forms from different species on it. The first record of this thing appeared more than 8,000 years ago. It disappeared after devouring a living planet and exterminating a military master and his fleet. The second recorded appearance was 4,000 years ago, and it also devoured a living planet. This time, no military master stepped forward to resist, and could only watch helplessly as this guy tore apart a living planet with a much larger body and thicker and longer tentacles than the previous record, and the whole planet was split and glued together. On the surface of the super big planet that they live on, the entire planet and its more than 10 billion people are all part of it. Obviously, the planet he was living on was not that big at the beginning, but every time a living planet was swallowed, it would grow a little bit. It is unknown how many planets were swallowed and how many lives were extinct. And this terrifying Leviathan that left a deep impression on mankind was later named the Eater of Worlds. The third record is located in the north of the northern border of the Empire, a certain galaxy at the junction of the 2 civilizations united by humans and Bruin. It was a black hole galaxy, and there was a super Leviathan in it. It looked like a super huge bug. Half of its body sank into the black hole, and the other half of its body was outside. It lived in the black hole for an unknown period of time, constant. In addition to these 3 leviathans with clear records, there are actually several hearsay leviathans in human history without clear records and evidence. An explorer once discovered a giant beast the size of a planet in the territory of the Bruin United Civilization. Someone also discovered a super leviathan larger than a star in a certain star field south of the Tianjin star field. Among them, the most mythical is that it is said that a certain star sea lord was lucky enough to encounter a strange giant leviathan in the stage of survival in the star sea more than 9,000 years ago, and was fortunate enough to communicate with it. After the demand, the giant leviathan used its unimaginable power to transform all a dozen or so planets in a galaxy into living planets. Whether barren planets or frozen planets, even gaseous planets are transformed into living planets, their abilities are simply staggering. No matter what kind of record, the giant leviathan in it is so strong that it will explode. The premise is that it can be raised and controlled. If it cannot be controlled, it will be a disaster. Li Qing pinched his chin and pondered for a long time, and finally decided. Let's study it first. To be honest, I am still reluctant, and I still want to try it. Chapter 214 containing Leviathan's egg. When he made a decision, his subordinates immediately executed it, and the casting furnace of light restarted. Reset the refining method, refining from the outer layer of the planet to the inner layer, refining the outer layer of the planet one by one. Countless soil rock ores were smelted, refined one by one according to the metals required for smelting standard alloys, and then smelted into standard alloys and sent out. A steady stream of alloys were sent to the warehouse near the furnace for storage, and soon the reserves exceeded the batch transformed before, and there were more and more. I don't know how much it has been refined. Anyway, when it is transformed into the crystallization of the final layer of star diamonds, the planet with a diameter of more than 11,000 kilometers is only about 500 kilometers left. An egg composed of a star diamond shell with a diameter of 500 kilometers hangs in the center of the furnace, continuously emitting circles of invisible radiation ripples. The standard alloys stored in the warehouse area, together with the previous accumulation, have accumulated to a total of 522 trillion cubic meters. Based on 820 star yuan per side, the total value is 4.2 billion star yuan, which is 42 trillion. All right, Li Qing has become numb. When you realize the true function of this casting furnace of light, which means that there is an endless stream of materials in hand, it is meaningless to calculate how much it is worth. The problem of not selling out. Materials are endless, but the market is limited. Too much at one time will destroy the market, and it is easy to attract coveted eyes. I can only use most of it for my own use, and I can get some money every 6 months and a year. It felt like happiness troubles. Li Qing squeezed his chin, feeling a little complicated. Fortunately, to build so many ships in the future, especially the 12 battle stars and 36 war months contained in the Star Fortress, a large amount of titanium steel alloy is required. If you spend money to buy materials, it will be an astronomical sum. Now it's all right, you can directly synthesize it yourself at no cost, saving an unknown number of megabytes of material money. This also means that if there are surplus ships sold in the future, it will be a huge profit, a pure profit. Yes, I can make money like this. He clapped his hands happily. If selling too many materials at one time would affect the stability of the market, they can be used to build ships and then sold, so that they can earn more without affecting the market. After being overjoyed, Li Qing set his sights on the Leviathan egg made of star diamonds with a diameter of 500 kilometers in the casting furnace of light, and there might be 30 to 40 million standard star diamonds piled up around it. Star Diamond didn't have time to count the exact number, so he put it in the warehouse first, and after what happened just now, he has no trouble with so many star diamonds, and his mood is quite stable. Anyway, it can't be sold for money. It can only be said that it is a good thing that it solves the star diamond demand of the Star Fortress, but there is no surprise. Next, he set his sights on the unknown Leviathan egg made up of star diamonds, with some expectation in his eyes. Just looking at it from the outside, it is hard to tell what kind of Leviathan egg this thing is, and it has never been seen in human history, or it has never been seen at all. But no matter what, this is definitely a Leviathan egg, and this alone is enough. First, he took this thing out of the casting furnace of light, thought about it and moved it to the starry sky outside the high-dimensional fortress. He flew to the surface of Leviathan's egg, stepped on the surface of the whole-body star drill structure, and the super-powerful immediately, the perception sensed that there was a very powerful breath of life under the unknown thickness of the star diamond shell, as well as a trace of extremely obscure and powerful will. Hiss. Li Qing's face was moved. He even vaguely felt the immortality of this will. The will of Leviathan is already immortal before it was born, how powerful should it be in adulthood? He suddenly became very interested, and tried to use his immortal will to communicate with the nascent will under the crystal wall, but he could clearly sense the will inside, but the will did not respond to him. No matter how he communicated, there was no response. He thought for a while, and with a thought, he directly borrowed the power of all the negative stars and servants of light in the universe in his palm, and his will surged a lot in an instant, and he sensed a faint trace under the thick crystal wall in an instant. Will. Obviously, the will inside is only superior in nature, but the will itself is not strong, so obviously he can sense it, but the will inside cannot sense him, and only after his will is strengthened again can he sense each other. Suddenly sensed a strange will, the will under the crystal wall immediately greeted it, and sent a question. Are you mom? Of course it is not speaking in human language, nor is it really asking my mother, but it does convey this meaning. Li Qing thought about it and replied. I am not your mother, but your mother entrusted me to take care of you. The other side responded immediately. Then where is my mother? He left and I don't know where. The mood inside became obviously depressed, and then the contact began to be intermittent. Li Qing immediately said. When you are born and grow up, I will take you to find your mother. The connection immediately became clear again, but it only lasted for 2 seconds and then quickly weakened until it was completely disconnected. During this period, a faint response from inside was faintly sensed, so it was an agreement. It's really a Leviathan, and it can communicate. Li Qing smacked his lips, thinking that this could be invested, and tried to hatch it quickly. As for the way of fast hatching, he asked the star-bearer Zhaofeng to take care of it first, then returned to the core space of the universe in his palm, communicated with the core of the universe in his will, and began to look up the information about the civilization of the star-bearer. This thing didn't exist before, but after he just formally communicated with the Leviathan's will in the Leviathan egg, it was automatically unlocked. This thing is so inactive, it doesn't exist until you see it, and it will be unlocked only when you see it. However, after he checked all the Leviathan records of the negative star civilization, there were a total of more than 100 kinds, and he did not find any information about the Leviathan with the star diamond as the shell in front of him. The beast knows a lot. According to the data of the star-negative civilization, there are roughly 2 kinds of Leviathan star beasts, one is natural and the other is artificial. Artificial refers to artificial, but not only artificial. The former refers to some super civilizations that follow the route of biotechnology, using super biogenetic technology to create a super giant. The latter refers to the creation of various starry space behemoths by certain super life forms in a special way. There are several types of innate ones. One is that the species on the living planet break through the shackles of genes and grow infinitely until they become giant beasts of the Leviathan level. For example, if snakes have unlimited lifespan and food, they can shed their skin and grow indefinitely, and eventually grow into a Leviathan serpent that circles the planet. The other is the giant Leviathan that is born with nature and has existed since the birth of the universe. This kind of natural Leviathan is very, very powerful, and some are even so powerful that even the negative star civilization can't do anything about it. Most Leviathans are unique individuals, which means that there is only one in the entire universe, and they cannot reproduce to the next generation. Only a small number of Leviathans have groups and have multiple individuals. There are also a very small number of descendant groups with a large number of descendants, such as the very common amoeba, space giant whale, space thunder snake and so on. Most of these amoebas are not very strong like space giant whales or space thunder snakes. The new ones are only a few meters long, but they all have a Leviathan source ancestor, and they can become stronger as time goes by, and eventually return Zu becomes the new Leviathan. Of course, the Leviathan data of the negative star civilization is not very useful. After all, the star-negative civilization is a civilization of another cosmic epoch, and the Leviathan of that civilization died with the end of the cosmic era. But the star-negative civilization is still quite useful for Leviathan research materials. After all, they are all Leviathans and have something in common. According to the study of Leviathan by the negative star civilization, there are 2 ways to quickly hatch Leviathan eggs. One is to use energy and matter to forcibly give birth, and use special methods to transform energy and matter into the life energy and life matter that Leviathan currently needs, and forcibly give birth to maturity. The other method is much more high-end, directly using the original power of the universe in the palm, and ripening it in the way of transforming the negative star. The matured Leviathan possesses the essence of a star negativer, and after hatching, it naturally has a certain bond with the universe in the palm. What Li Qing has to do is to combine the two methods. First, supplement with energy and matter, and then use the palm universe to transform the star negativer to transform it, which is equivalent to transforming a Leviathan star negative, but it is not a star negative. Because the star bearer is immortal, but the Leviathan is also immortal. If it is a powerful Leviathan, its life essence is higher than that of the star bearer, so the method of transforming the star bearer cannot change the essence of those powerful star bearers. It can only be said that the Leviathan born in this way has the characteristics of the negative star, which can make it have a fettered connection with the universe in the palm for better control. So, after thinking carefully, Li Qing returned from the core of the universe in his palm, and then asked Zhaofeng and Qingluan to help. Zhaofeng turns into a star at this time, which can provide energy. Qingluan majored in biological gene technology, and can provide substances suitable for her absorption. Wait until the will in the Leviathan egg is mature and stable before using the negative star method to enlighten it, so as to ensure that its original potential will not be weakened. The specific method of use is to put Leviathan's egg into the star of Zhaofeng's incarnation, and use her energy to give birth. Then, Li Qing left the palm universe and appeared in the material universe. Glancing at the disappearing location of the waste Earth planet, there are many warships and spaceships flying around like headless chickens. Li Qing smiled, turned and left. He didn't go to make up the knife to kill Luo Zhen, there is no need, and now it is definitely more uncomfortable for him to live than to die, so let him bear such a big loss and pain, as well as the harsh criticism from his family and Sanhua Trading Company in the future. The family has accumulated and spent hundreds of years, the money is gone, and the planet is gone. Moreover, their behavior itself is to use the company's resources for their own personal profit. It is also a planet of life and a planet rich in big star diamond mines. Li Qing has already told Lei Gang and the others to spread the matter when they go back. When the time comes, Sanhua the trading company and even the Octopus Consortium will definitely intervene, and this is enough for them. With a thought, the figure disappeared like a dream bubble. An unknown galaxy that was more than 200 light-years away reappeared, simply compared the star map, and jumped in another direction. It took 4 days to visit more than 40 galaxies, and finally found the base galaxy of Sanhua Trading Company. Looking at the huge star city from afar, Li Qing gave up his original plan to destroy the base after careful consideration. If it's just a star castle, there is no need to hesitate to destroy it directly. But Star City is not easy to build. Instead of destroying it, it is better to keep it first, and come back to fight it when you have time in the future. At that time, you don't need to spend a few years rebuilding Star City, and you can use it directly. Enter the galaxy into the star map, and leave a psychic mark on an unremarkable meteorite in the galaxy. Next time you come back, you can directly use this psychic mark as a coordinate to jump over. As his psychic power became stronger, he naturally possessed some natural powers. In the past, it was necessary to leave a psychic entity to fix the coordinates, but now it only needs to leave a mark containing one's own psychic energy, which is enough to last for many years. In addition to this, the distance of his one jump is getting farther and farther now, and he can even jump directly without the psionic sage of the virtual world as the coordinates. In addition, he can now use super powerful spiritual body protection, directly pass through the wormhole to cross the hyperspace channel, directly use the physical body to enter sub-light speed or even super light speed, and directly tear the space into the subspace. Those powerful subspace or virtual existences can also move freely in the universe, and they can even cross a distant river system and enter another river system if they have enough time. Compared to mortals who need spaceships to achieve this step, even spaceships cannot cross the river system, and now he can barely cross the boundless galaxy with his own ability. Yes, it is reluctant. If possible, it is better not to travel across the river system, especially the subspace. The subspace is a world without any time, space and matter. Any physical law of the physical universe will fail here, and every imagination of all intelligent creatures in the physical universe will be realized somewhere in the boundless subspace. Say a child imagines that there will be some kind of Alice doll monster, then somewhere in the warp it will be born. For example, the Grimm's fairy tales make countless people imagine a world of Grimm's fairy tales, then each world of Grimm's fairy tales will be born in the subspace. And if someone imagines it after watching a cat and mouse cartoon, then a world of cat and mouse will be born in the subspace, in which there will be Tom and Jerry with the same immortality and surreal fantasy ability as in the cartoon. Because the ancestors of human beings came from the Earth Age and have many memories of the Earth Age, theoretically all kinds of fantasies from the Earth Age can be found in the subspace. But it's just a theory, because the subspace is too huge and endless. If a person falls into the subspace, it is almost impossible to find what he is looking for in the endless subspace, unless the imagination is what you imagined, and you are a super powerful you can find a certain bond between the psychers. Chapter 215 The Sweep of the Bruin Alliance begins. For example, if Li Qing imagined the Earth in the last era, then somewhere in the subspace, there must be an Earth exactly like his imagination. If he enters the subspace, he will definitely find that Earth, or even many Earths. But he can't go. Because the subspace is too dangerous, there are countless unimaginable existences in the subspace. Even a powerful psyker like him is only a middle-level existence in it, and there are many more powerful than him. Of course, those who are more powerful than him are basically in the depths of the subspace, or in the virtual territory, or within the inner boundaries of other subspaces, and his strength in the shallow subspace can basically walk sideways. After jumping continuously to the southern border of the empire, he didn't report at the border, and directly tore through the crystal wall between the material universe and the subspace and got in. Once entering the subspace, there is nothingness inside, and countless distorted light bands are constantly changing. These are the projections of real thoughts in the subspace. Li Qing ignored these projections and looked in a certain direction. His super powerful spiritual power and immortal will made him vaguely sense that there was a subspace thought projection related to him in that direction. This is not the first time Li Qing has entered the subspace. He came in once during his psychic ascension last time, but that time he was brought into the void by Yu Yuyao after a short stay, and he did not stay in the subspace for a long time. Didn't dare. He didn't have much psychic power at that time, and he was just a delicious snack for the existence in the subspace at that time, and he would be targeted if he stayed for a little longer. And now, he stood in the void for a long time openly and above board, neither seeing any coveting eyes nor any sense of inquiry. The existence in the subspace is more vigilant than anyone else, and when he sees him, he has already assessed whether this person can be messed with. Subspace looks different in the eyes of different people. Li Qing couldn't see anything when he came last time. Now that he came in, he only stood there for a while, and already sensed several hidden wills. But he ignored it, and used his will to communicate with the coordinates he had left behind, turning into a stream of light in the subspace and flying in a certain direction. There is no concept of space in the subspace, but it is not without space, but this space is not the same as the space in the physical universe, so the space distance in the physical universe cannot be used to measure and compare the space in the subspace. Although Li Qing has never understood it before, but at this stage of strength, when he entered the subspace, he knew it naturally. I don't know how long it took to fly. Li Qing felt that the speed was about to slow down. When he was about to tear the space apart again, he suddenly raised his head and looked forward. In the empty subspace, a transparent shadow was slowly emerging, and quickly solidified, forming a strange black sailing ship. The surface of the sailboat was tattered, and a tattered skull flag was hung on the vertical flagpole at the bow. On the deck stood quietly one by one wearing tattered sailor clothes and holding a machete. Pirate ghost ship. Li Qing rubbed his chin, stretched out his hand to grab it, an invisible force descended, and the pirate ghost ship disappeared like a bubble bursting instantly. The strong will immediately swept away, but nothing was found. Strangeness. Li Qing muttered a few words, tore open the space and entered the physical universe. He didn't realize that after he left, at the original position, the pirate ghost ship appeared slowly as before, undulating slowly as if sailing in the sea, sailing to an unknown distance. At this time, Li Qing had reappeared in the northern border of the empire, an unknown galaxy less than 10 galaxies away from Shanhaiguan. This time, he didn't jump over physically, but took out an ship and jumped over. After a series of procedures, the handsome ship entered the Shanhaiguan fortress, first sent a message to the second uncle Li Weixin, and then went straight to the family office in Shanhaiguan to receive a group of talents prepared by the old patriarch. 1 flagship chief engineer, 47 battleship chief engineers, and 200 cruiser chief engineers. Then he went back to the company he had established before. According to his previous plan, he bought cheap raw ore worth 10 trillion yuan every month, which would have already bought 8 billion yuan. Looking at this mountain of ore, Li Qing felt rather tasteless. The business was simply suspended, and 80 trillion yuan of raw ore was fully refined into standard alloys. The remaining 120 trillion star dollars were still kept in the company's account, but the company's business was changed. Buy blueprints for various industrial ships, transport ships and mining ships in the class market. There is no shortage of blueprints for warships now, but those who lack these civilian ships should build more first, and build them later when there is spare capacity. Then, Li Qing purchased energy blocks on a large scale in Shanhaiguan through his major general authority, and spent a total of 100 trillion to buy 1 billion standard energy blocks. The super weapon Dimensional Ray of Harmony has limited use. This ultimate weapon is powerful, but the biggest problem is the energy problem. If there is unlimited energy, theoretically, a river system can be put away at a time. Pity. In the following days, Li Qing stayed in Shanhaiguan, browsing the Chamber of Commerce in Shanhaiguan every day, ordering energy blocks, ordering a large number of senior crew members and captains, and ordering a large number of ghost fighter jets. Didn't go to the auction, and now the things he needs are generally not available in small auctions, so he can only go to the big auctions that happen once a year. As time went by, the batch of flagships that the previous family ordered from him was about to leave the factory, including his own 4 flagships, which required a large number of crew members and space fighter equipment. This all requires a large crew. During this period, 2 batches of ships, and a large number of destroyers and frigates have been built. Conventional warships are nothing more than that, plus the previous 2 batches of 2,000 ships. He has to be equipped with enough crew. Half a month later, Li Qing sent a message to Bo, asking him to come and receive the completed flagship. Then he sent a message to Li Jingtun that the 2 flagships he had ordered before had also been built and asked him to come and receive them. However, Li Jingtun did not respond, but the second uncle said to him, Whale Tun probably won't make it through. You arrange all the crew members on board for him. I'll find a chance to send him there. Li Qingqi said, Is he not in his territory? Bo shook his head and said, He is on his own territory. This period of time is the stage of Bruin's joint 10-year sweep. Now there are many sweeping fleets outside. The life planet of their legion is a gathering place for nearby players. A large number of player fleets are gathered. It is the sweeping the fleet is mainly attacking the target, and he should not have time to come out at this time. Hey, what a sweep. Li Qing immediately became interested. He had heard this term a long time ago. This is not only a crisis, but also an opportunity. Bruin United Civilization can sweep them, and they can also counter-sweep. Weak players can only defend or abandon their bases, but some powerful players without bases will lead their fleets to roam this star field, looking for some small-scale sweeping fleets to attack. Once they win, they will not only get a lot of loot, but also you can get the military merits of the 3 major stages of the empire, and you can exchange military merits for various good things. In addition, many sweeping fleets will plunder a large amount of supplies after defeating the player's base. After the sweeping fleet is defeated, a large amount of supplies left on the battlefield will belong to the player who defeated the sweeping fleet. So the raid every 10 years is a nightmare for ordinary local players, but a good opportunity for powerful players to make a fortune. This is the same for Li Qing. Anyway, his territory is not here, so he can go for a stroll without any worries. In fact, he doesn't care too much about the blueprint or something, and the resources are similar. The main thing is military merit, and the combat experience with the Bruin United Civilization. Not surprisingly, in the next year or 2, even after defeating the Shatta civilization in the future, he will move to the northern border of the empire, especially if it is determined that the player civilization north of the Bruin Union is planning to expand in the Perseus Arm. There is a high probability that the empire will send an expeditionary force to kill the player before the civilization has fully entered. At that time, as a lord, he must send a fleet to support, or provide material support, or even go out in person. But no matter which one, his development focus in the later stage is likely to be the northern border of the empire. In this almost certain situation, it is necessary to first understand the strength of Bruin United. So, next, Li Qing expanded his preparations. First of all, by the way, the 2 flagships of Li Jingtun and his own 4 flagships were equipped with crews and weapons, and then an additional 20 million ghost fighter jets were ordered to be stuffed into the palm of the universe, one for 5 million, which cost 100 trillion. Then, he recruited a large number of shipbuilding engineers in Shanhaiguan, and reconfigured his own shipbuilding capacity configuration. It turned out that he only had 12 chief engineers of the flagship including Long Yun. Long Yun was repairing the Cybertron mobile fortress. Now there are only 11 left. Now add the one that the old patriarch gave him to stay in Shanhaiguan, and there are 12 more. After the completion of the previous batch, Li Qing started the construction of the second batch. Compared with the previous batch of building a large number of places for the family, this batch he did not do so, but prepared 12 places for himself, and not only this batch, the next few batches will give priority to himself. After the flagship and super flag blueprints are finished, let's talk about pulling up your own force first. Anyway, the family has been waiting for so long, so there is no problem in waiting for a few more years. This batch of construction, 2 Titans, 2 super aircraft carriers, 8 dreadnoughts, no flagship aircraft carrier. The main reason is to consider that there are already more than 20 million space fighters in the universe in the palm of my hand, and the demand for aircraft carriers is not that high. On the contrary, the main gun of the dreadnought is a battleship killer. One cannon can kill a large number of battleships. It is worth mentioning that this batch of flagship blueprints have all been modified and strengthened. After getting the blueprints from Cybertron, they have been given to many flagship engineers to redesign in one step. In addition to increasing the basic attributes, the modification of Titan adds 2 T-slot Doomsday weapons and a large number of X-slot weapons. In addition to the addition of the basic shield and armored hull, the modification of the Dreadnought also added 2 T-slot Doomsday weapons. Other changes are not major. The modification of the super carrier only added a large amount of basic shield armor and hull, but did not increase the hangar. The main reason is that the hangar of the aircraft carrier itself has already utilized the space to the extreme, and there is no additional space for additional hangars. There are no additional battleship engineers. There are now 73 engineers, including those prepared by the old Patriarch. There are 730 teams in total, which is not bad. The Cruiser and the Ancestor provided 200 for a total of 250, and then he recruited some more through the relationship of his second uncle. A total of 300 were assembled, a total of 3,000 groups, that is, 3,000 cruisers could be built at a time. Destroyers used to have only 1,000 groups, and there were so many frigate engineers, so it was not difficult to recruit. He recruited 4,000 groups at one go, making a total of 5,000 groups, which can build 5,000 destroyers at a time. After recruiting a large number of frigates in Shanhaiguan, 10,000 groups have been assembled. According to the current construction speed, 30,000 frigates can be built a month. The ship group did not move, 5,000 groups are enough. As for materials, there is no need to worry about them. The most important thing he lacks now is materials. The universe in his palm has already stockpiled tens of trillions of standard alloys, and he can't use them up casually. It is worth mentioning that this is only the naval architects he has now, and it does not mean that he can build so many at one time. It is still limited by the capacity of the dock. Many flagships are allocated 7,000 shipbuilding capacity. Each time 3,000 ships are allocated, 30,000 shipbuilding capacity is allocated, and the rest is allocated to battleships to use 14,600. These use up 51,600, and there is still 18,800 shipbuilding capacity allocated. Among the conventional battleships. It is also worth mentioning that after several months of research, after consuming a full 340 points of civilization, and with the efforts of all the star bearers and a large number of servants of light, the batch sent by the old Patriarch before half of the weapon mother chips have been upgraded to the 5th level, and most of the rest have been upgraded to the 4th level, which is not far from the 5th level. Most of the weapons that have been upgraded to level 5 are small and medium slot weapons, such as machine guns, close-in defense systems, shield armor in small slots, etc., and they have already copied a large number of blueprints for their own use. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 months, all blueprints will be upgraded to level 5. By that time, except for battleships and flagships, he will be able to be self-sufficient in all blueprints for other warships, so there is no need to buy any more blueprints. After making all the preparations, Li Qing greeted the second uncle, and then drove and ship out of Shanhaiguan and into the Sea of Stars. No jumps, just follow the normal course. The road is full of player fleets and transport fleets, and it can be seen that the trade here is very developed. But it's normal to think about it. There may be tens of billions or more active players in Shanhaiguan, and there are more players scattered in the star field at the junction of the two civilizations. Most of them have established their own bases, whether it is mining or construction industry. Huge trade demand will naturally promote prosperous trade. The ship deviated from the course after 5 galaxies away from Shanhaiguan, turned into a remote and uninhabited place in the galaxies, and then opened the universe in the palm, and warships sailed out of the huge black hole gate. Since I want to see the strength of the fleet of the Bruin United Civilization, it is natural to use the fleet to collide, and I can't use the ultimate weapon every time. Chapter 216 Powerful Pirate Group. That's the trump card. If too many people know about it and everyone is prepared, it will be difficult to play a miraculous effect in the future. They didn't know about using Luo Zhen before, but now this ultimate weapon is still in a state of secrecy, and Li Qing will not use it casually in the future. He will use it at a suitable opportunity in the future. Reverse the situation. To put it bluntly, the first appearance must be a big event. 2 hours later, a huge fleet consisting of 2 dreadnoughts, 2 flagship aircraft carriers, 750 battleships, 3,000 cruisers, 10,000 destroyers, 20,000 frigates, and 500 transport ships appeared in the galaxy. After a while, Li Qing called out another 2,000 ships to mix into the fleet, ready to be used as an assault fleet, and then slowly adjusted the direction and headed towards the Galaxy Channel. There is no urgent matter, and there is no need to jump to hurry. The fleet soon came to the regular channel. Such a large fleet is extremely rare even in Shanhaiguan. As soon as it entered the channel, it received several strange communications. Li Qing sat in the center of the dreadnought bridge, chatting with several strangers with great interest. Anyway, there is no goal. If you communicate more with these locals, you may be able to get some useful information. These people are all players who hang around Shanhaiguan, 2 of them are individual players, and 1 player named Wu Yingqing takes the merchant route and organizes a small caravan. Every 6 months, he will prepare a batch of goods to go to a fixed area star domain trades with players over there. Li Qing asked with great interest, "What is the most in-demand commodity here?" Wu Yingqing replied immediately, "The most in-demand commodities here are all kinds of warships, and the second place is all kinds of food and industrial consumables. The demand for these 3 is very large, and it can be said that the supply exceeds the demand." "What's the price of the food? Is it the same as here in Shanhaiguan?" Wu Yingqing shook her head with a smile and said, "Of course it can't be the same. We worked so hard to transport the goods, how could it still be the market price? In the past, the price of a kilogram of rice shipped was between 1.3 and 1.5 star yuan. Now that Bruin has jointly launched a large-scale raid, the cost of transporting the past take great risks, the price is at least 2 or more, the deeper the price is, the higher the price is, and the price in the deepest part can be as high as 3 to 5 star yuan per kilogram. Well, it's so expensive." Of course, Li Qing had a doubt in his heart and asked, "But I was at Zutar before, why is the price so stable? It has always been 1 star per kilogram." Wu Yingqing smiled and said, "I've heard over there that it's a new development zone. Generally speaking, that kind of new development zone will be protected. It's a market economy. Big companies and consortiums are not allowed to disrupt the market. The price will be very stable, but in Shanhaiguan and even the entire United Empire of Mankind other places are implementing a market economy, determined by the market. It is difficult for you to transport it over a long distance, and the price must be very expensive." Oh, Li Qing suddenly remembered that several of his super livable areas that had been transformed into agricultural and animal husbandry areas had been producing grain on a large scale over the years, and the current output could already meet the needs of the entire territory and there was still a surplus. There is not much to gain. It is estimated that in another year or so, there will be a large surplus of production. At that time, perhaps a part of it can be used for lychee to form a caravan for trade. It's not a problem for him to convert alloys for sale all the time, and it's impossible for him to stay in Shanhaiguan and trade with other places. It's just that he's free at this stage. In a year or 2, he'll be ready to start the raiders against the Shadow United Empire. At that time, how could he have the time to do these things? So the territory still needs some stable income. For example, only 1 batch of grain is sold every year, and 1 batch of ore and alloy is sold every year, which is basically enough for the funds needed for the construction of the territory. Anyway, for other lords, the construction of the warship, which has the largest funding gap, is completely self-sufficient, as long as there is enough income to maintain the daily consumption of the territory. The 2 didn't talk for too long. After crossing the junction of the high-security and low-security areas in Shanhaiguan, Wu Yingqing was going to go northeast, while Li Jingtun's army territory was still going north. As soon as he crossed the junction of the high-security and low-security areas, he got out of the wormhole and saw 2 fleets fighting at a place more than 100,000 kilometers away from the wormhole. Li Qing immediately regained his spirits when he saw it. 2 fleets, one is a caravan, with a size of about 400 ships, 170 or 80 fleets, and only 5 battleships. The other is a player pirate fleet, with a total of about 500 and about 20 battleships. It's been a long time since I saw this familiar scene. Li Qing didn't leave immediately, and ordered the fleet to approach with great interest. The trade in Shanhaiguan is prosperous, and pirates are naturally rampant. Many players incarnate as pirates and rob player caravans at various waterway intersections, but there are still very few who dare to rob at the edge of Gowan. But he just approached, or his huge fleet just had a tendency to pass. The pirates who were besieging the caravan fleet suddenly became nervous, and the captain of the pirate commanding the fleet hurriedly shouted on the command channel. "Fuck, that fleet is coming, the 5th squadron is at the rear, and the others are retreating. Damn it, who is this boss who is still meddling in this kind of business? I don't know, the fleet didn't see any identification marks. Whoever he is, you still want to get revenge and come back. Stop rambling, retreat quickly, if you are caught, you will be finished." When Li Qing rushed over, the pirate fleet left the rear fleet, and the main force had already distanced itself and jumped away. After a round of main artillery bombardment, the rest of the pirate squad turned into fireballs and sank. The leader of the caravan sent a thank you message. Li Qing smiled and waved without taking a single cloud. The next journey allowed him to see the chaos outside Shanhaiguan. The number of pirates was astounding, and all of them were player pirates, which meant that these players did not follow the right path and went to become professional pirates. There are so many caravans and their strength is so strong, many caravans seen along the way seemed to be unable to beat them at all. He was curious about how there were so many pirates and how those small caravans got together. It happened that the star field was still within the radiation range of Shanhaiguan. Surprise. The reason is simple. Most of the small caravans have paid protection fees to some large nearby pirate groups. As long as they get a pass after paying the protection fees, any pirates in the area where this pirate group operates will let them pass. Most small caravans with insufficient strength will pay protection fees. Like the caravan he saved before, they were attacked obviously without paying protection fees. Even some large-scale chambers of commerce cannot avoid paying protection fees. Although large caravans are powerful and fleets are also strong, there are also big pirates among the pirates, and there are also pirate groups. The Chamber of Commerce could not withstand the siege. According to the information obtained from Urbo Na, in the star field north of Shanhaiguan, east to the east end of the spiral arm, west to the west end of the spiral arm, tens of thousands of light years in between, thousands of light years north and south, there are a total of 33 large pirate groups. The weakest one has thousands of battleships, hundreds of thousands of large and small battleships, and the powerful one has tens of thousands of battleships and more than one flagship. Among them, the top ones are not inferior to some military masters in overall strength, and they are very powerful. These large-scale pirate groups are all dominated by players and are powerful. They have occupied the border between the northern border of the Empire and the Bruin United Civilization for a long time. Some senior ones have lasted for thousands of years and have been passed down for dozens of generations. To put it bluntly, they are actually a different kind of territory, but they are unorthodox and cannot join the Imperial Senate. Such a huge pirate group occupies this area and plunders other players internally. It is a big disaster. They should have been surrounded by the military, but in fact they can always exist and grow to such a degree. No accident should have the military indulge. The reason is very simple. They are used to check and balance some pirates derived from the powerful civilization of Bruin United. This touches on a star sea rule. The edge of any civilization force will give rise to corresponding pirate forces or rebel forces, which are commonly known as NPCs and wild monsters. Just like there is a huge pirate force called Leicester Pirate Group at the junction of the United Civilization of the Shatta Tribe and the Expeditionary Army. There are more than a dozen clans in it, most of them are people from the United Shatta Tribe, and a small part are people from the other two other races. Non-player civilizations like the Bruin United Civilization will also touch this rule. In the star field at the junction of the two civilizations, a large number of pirate forces will definitely be derived normally. With the size of the Bruin United Civilization, the derived forces such as pirates or rebels are often very powerful. Correspondingly, human civilization will also spawn a large-scale pirate force. For the first time, it involved the level of civilization strategy. By defaulting to the existence of pirates, let player pirates replace the derived pirate forces, and then use human player pirates to suppress the pirates derived from the Bruin civilization in the border star field. It is the so-called control of barbarians by barbarians. Up to now, the pirates derived from the Bruin civilization in the border of the two civilizations have long been wiped out, and humans occupy an absolute dominant position in this star field. Of course, this does not mean that player piracy is legal. The Senate just acquiesced that you exist, but it is not legal. After all, pirate robbery is against the law, and it should be suppressed as it should be. It's just that all large-scale pirates have internal relations, and the military's movement of the fleet can't be concealed so much. If you enter, I will retreat, and if you retreat, I will return. As the scale of pirates grows, some of the strongest pirate groups have already reached some unspoken rules by default, paying protection fees to the military, and restricting all small and medium pirates to formulate rules for protection fees in exchange for military support. It exists by default. It's very interesting. The second uncle is now a major general of the army leader, and the information he gave included a lot of inside information unknown to outsiders, such as which lieutenant general or army leader the 33 super large pirate groups were related to, etc. Wait. It is worth mentioning that their Qinghe Li family also invested in a pirate group in this star field, but the scale is not very large, far below the scale level of the 33 super large pirate groups. The next journey will not have many turmoil. After all, there are tens of thousands of large and small warships including 4 flagships, and any pirate with a normal mind will not dare to trouble him. It has not encountered the sweeping fleet of the Bruven United, and it is only the beginning of the sweeping. Li Jingtun's Legion headquarters is north of Shanhaiguan, about 2,100 light-years to the northeast, and about 600 light-years below the horizontal plane, located into the center line of civilization is to the south, and the sweeping fleet has not yet swept over. The so-called sinking of the horizontal plane means that the centerline of the cantilever plane goes down. As we all know, the entire river system is a flat plate. The Perseus spiral arm is about 13,400 light-years wide and about 3,000 light-years thick. Among them, Shanhaiguan is located in the middle, and Li Jingtun's Legion headquarters sinks about 600 light-years. The distance of about 2,000 light-years can be reached by the next leap of Li Qing's talent increase. In fact, he just jumped to the border star field of Li Jingtun's Fury Legion's sphere of influence, and then stopped at the edge of the planet. Then send a message to Li Jingtun and ask him to come and receive it. He can't jump directly to their headquarters. His 4 flagships plus 750 battleships, more than 30,000 large and small battleships, are enough to pose a huge threat to the New Lei Legion. How could they let him jump directly to the headquarters? You must know that although the conventional warships of the Fury Thunder Legion far surpass him, they only have 1 flagship. It is impossible to pass through the star field near the headquarters even by way, and can only take a detour. The next step is to wait for Li Jingtun to come and receive it. However, his huge fleet is too eye-catching, and he is not hiding in any corner, just parked not far from the channel. Occasionally, players will find him a little bit off the channel, so Li Jingtun hadn't waited for it yet, but instead waited for a patrol fleet from the New Lei Legion. A fleet headed by 2 battleships, including about 100 large and small battleships, with the logo of the Thunderbolt Legion stopped far away and sent a communication 100,000 kilometers away. Li Qing got connected, and a young man in a light green uniform looked enviously at the dreadnought displayed on another light curtain projection, and asked very politely, "I am the patrol team of the Thunderbolt Legion here. I would like to ask, are you waiting for someone here? This is the star field directly controlled by my Thunderbolt Legion. I am familiar with this place, and maybe I can help you." Quote. Li Qing glanced at him and asked, "Do you know Li Jingtun?" Shi Wening froze for a moment, nodded and said, "He is the chief industrial officer of our army. I recognize him. Who are you and Chief Li?" "I'm his cousin, here to deliver something to him." Shi Wening had a surprised expression on his face, and it was obvious that his expression was relaxed, and he said immediately, "It turned out to be Chief Li's brother. That is one of our own. Have you contacted him? I can help you contact him through the internal channel of the Legion." Li Qing waved his hands and said, "No, I've contacted him and he's coming." As soon as the voice fell, he received a communication from Li Jingtun. He opened the projection showing Li Jingtun. He asked excitedly, "Brother, where are you? I'm already in the border galaxy." Li Qing sent a coordinate, and Li Jingtun said excitedly, "I'll be right there." Chapter 217 Bruven's Sweeping Fleet. After disconnecting the communication, Li Jingtun handed over the coordinates to his subordinates, and the excited opponent waved and shouted, "See this coordinate, go quickly." Li Bo, who was standing on the side, asked, "Boss, did Brother Li Qing send the flagship here?" "Yes, too." The corners of Li Jingtun's mouth curled up involuntarily, and the smile on his face could hardly be suppressed when he thought of this. "Awesome," Li Bo said excitedly. "With the 2 flagships in hand, our strength can leapfrog the head of the Legion and become the first person in the Legion. You will definitely surpass them and become the head of the Legion in the next election. That is required." Li Jingtun shook hands confidently. The 2 joined together quickly. When Li Jingtun saw the 4 flagships in the huge fleet, his eyes almost lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, Brother, you are so handsome. Li Qing smiled and ordered the 2 flagships belonging to Li Jingtun to leave the fleet and sail towards Li Jingtun's fleet, saying, I have prepared weapons and crew for you, and the aircraft carrier is also fully equipped with 5th-generation deep space ghost fighter jets. You can go into battle immediately after receiving it. Awesome. Li Jingtun looked at the 2 flagships leaving the fleet with bright eyes, and rubbed his hands excitedly, wishing to fly to the 2 flagships immediately. Next, he apologized, and led the fleet to meet the 2 flagships, and began a series of handover procedures. Li Jingtun probably brought out the entire fleet this time. There are a total of more than 1,000 battleships, about 3,500 cruisers, more than 5,000 destroyers, and nearly 20,000 frigates. The huge fleet has no flagship. The size of the fleet exceeds that of Li Qing's fleet. With such strength, combined with his own purple name talent and the skill effects attached to his psychic ascension, he is definitely the best among players, to be honest. No wonder he can work hard in this fiercely competitive Shanhaiguan. It took almost an hour for Li Jingtun to count the 2 flagships, and after handover, they were incorporated into his own fleet, trying to cooperate and coordinate operations. After finishing, he remembered that Li Qing was still nearby, and said excitedly in the communication channel, Brother, thank you for your kindness, I am full of confidence now, let's go, let's try our power. Li Qing smiled and asked, Where to go? Find some wild monsters. Wild monsters have no energy. I know that the vanguard of Bruin's sweeping fleet has arrived in this star field. Let's find a small-scale scouting fleet and fight it. Oh, I'll check it out too. He happened to also want to try out the combined fleet of Bruin, and see what the power of this powerful civilization that has contended with human civilization for thousands of years. Men's achievements are of course achieved on the battlefield with foreign races. What's the meaning of civil war? The main purpose of his coming north to Shanhaiguan this time is to see the strength of Bruin united, and then see if he can make contributions here. The territory is in Zutar, which does not prevent him from shifting his focus here. The 2 hit it off, and after adjusting the fleet, they started heading north. On the way, Li Jingtun sent him a star mark. Looking at the position of the nearby star field Bruin mopping up the fleet marked on it, it can be seen that this should be the internal intelligence information of the Thunder Legion. According to the information they collected, the Bruin combined sweeping striker has arrived in the nearby star field, and the nearest one has approached the border galaxy directly under the jurisdiction of the Wrath Thunder Legion. Then Li Jingtun introduced to him the scale of the sweeping fleet combined by Bruin, which is divided into 3 levels in total. The lowest level is the reconnaissance fleet, the largest in number, with a scale of about 5,000 large and small battleships, and about 500 battleships without a flagship. They are generally used to deal with individual player bases, and multiple reconnaissance fleets can also be merged into a larger fleet. Fleets against stronger enemies. The second level is a regular sweeping fleet, the size of which is about a standard division, with flagships and Titan super flagships. The technological level of the Bruin United civilization is the same as that of human beings. Although it is not a player civilization, it is also very powerful. Its commanders also have strong innate talents and command skills, so a standard division of it has no matter its size, command or combat effectiveness. As powerful as the human standard division. This kind of sweeping fleet is specially used to deal with major legions or small lords outside the customs, or large player teams. The third level is the main sweeping fleet. The scale is variable, but at least it is a standard legion, and at most it is a group army fleet composed of several standard legions. There are 2 main tasks. One is to sit in a certain sweeping central system, and the other is used to deal with the anti-sweeping fleet of the United Empire of Mankind. The target they dealt with is a scout fleet, which is currently sweeping the individual player bases in that area to the north of the Wrath Thunder Legion. The 2 directly crossed the territory of the Fury Thunder Legion in the form of a leap. As soon as they jumped out, Li Qing received 4 distress messages. It was checked that they were all distress messages from individual player bases in several nearby galaxies. He ignored the distress message, but checked the information attached to the distress message about the enemy's sweep of the fleet. After synthesizing the 4 distress messages, we got a rough idea of the situation. There is a special galaxy 5 hops away from here. There are actually 3 asteroid belts in it, 3 circles inside and outside. It is a natural mining galaxy. More than 200 individual players have established personal mining bases in that galaxy. A so-called mining guild was formed to fight pirates. Of course, it can also deal with the sweeping fleet. A group of miners are quite rich together, and the fleet size is quite strong. At least a scout fleet is difficult to defeat them. However, it was the combination of 3 scouting fleets that attacked the galaxy this time. In the first battle, they wanted to defend against the enemy outside the galaxy, but they were defeated by 3 scouting fleets. Then defended the wormhole, resisted for almost a day, and finally failed to consume the opponent and was defeated. Now the galaxy has fallen. But what is surprising is that after the sweeping fleet defeated them, this galaxy was designated as an important stronghold. A standard sweeping fleet has already rushed over, and now a division and 6 scouting fleets have gathered there. Damn, they're going to attack our legion. Li Jingtun, who was in the local area, immediately reacted and said to Li Qing, "It's a bit troublesome. They set this place as a stronghold. They must want to gather the fleet to attack our army headquarters." Li Qing also realized this, thought for a while and said, "If this is the case, they must be defeated quickly. If there is another division, it will be troublesome." Li Jingtun nodded and said, "I am at the other 2 corps of the United Legion, preparing to gather the main force to take the initiative." Li Qing nodded and said, "Then you prepare first, I'll go over and do some reconnaissance." Li Jingtun would be devastated, so he nodded without thinking too much. Li Qing opened the door of the black hole, and a tall man with golden light came out, clasped his arms and bowed to Li Qing. "Your Majesty, the Light Man is the General of Cybertron, the current Star Negator Cybertron. At this time he has accepted his new identity. To be honest, even old acquaintances with him here can't recognize that this is a once powerful mechanical god. From the 3rd generation mechanical ascendant to a negative star with super spiritual power, it can be called the essence of life. This transformation is completely beyond the limit of ordinary people's thinking. At this time, even if he stands outside in a fair manner, even if he calls himself Cybertron in front of acquaintances, he will probably be regarded as a person with the same name, and he will not think of the god Cybertron that disappeared more than 7,000 years ago. Will. Li Qing looked up and down, nodded and said, "You will command the fleet next, and I will go out for a while." "It is good." Then he greeted Li Jingtun again, and an ship left the fleet at a super fast speed, disappeared into the starry sky without warning. Appeared again, already outside the gravitational well of the galaxy 5 hops away. As soon as he jumped out, he sensed a faint intercepting force field in the void. It is impossible for ordinary players to directly jump to this galaxy, but Li Qing, or any flagship, cannot be troubled. There was no patrol fleet nearby. Li Qing simply identified the direction, and the battleship flew towards the interior of the galaxy. Jumping several times, directly appearing in the inner part of the galaxy, has crossed the outermost asteroid belt, and is located between the middle layer and the outer layer. Then he jumped forward 2 more times and came to a planet not far away. From a distance, he saw a small patrol ship with only about 100 sailing across the planet to the distance. There is a piece of shattered base wreckage in the orbit of the planet. It is estimated that a certain player's base has been destroyed, but there is no large-scale garrison. Then he continued to move forward, crossing about 70 million kilometers, and found a fleet that should be mopping up and reconnaissance in the void. Behind the fleet, there is a planet more than 100,000 kilometers away, an extremely huge fleet. It is parked in the void outside the planet. A division-level fleet. There is a Titan super flag, 2 super aircraft carriers, 10 dreadnought ships, 15 flagship aircraft carriers, about 10,000 battleships, more than 20,000 cruisers, more than 50,000 destroyers, and more than 200,000 frigates. It is not much different from the human standard division fleet. The standard for a human division class fleet is 2 to 4 super flagships, 20 to 30 flagships, about 10,000 battleships, 15,000 to 20,000 cruisers, 40,000 to 50,000 destroyers, and 150,000 to 200,000 frigates, are considered standard within this range. This fleet size. Li Qing didn't continue to approach, and after observing it from a distance, he jumped away and continued to move around in the galaxy. It took 3 full days to go around the entire galaxy, and did not find the 2nd division level fleet, but found a total of 6 scout fleets stationed in different places in the galaxy. After the reconnaissance, he left psychic marks in different places in the galaxy and jumped away directly. However, when he returned to Li Jingtun's position, he found that besides him, there were 2 other fleets that were larger than Li Jingtun except the flagship. Military Chief Yu, Deputy Army Chief and Chief Executive Yi Shilong. The 2 of them didn't seem to be very interested in Li Qing. They were listening when he told Li Jingtun about his reconnaissance after he came back, but when they finished listening and discussing the strategic plan, they said to him very politely, Brother Li Qing, I'm very sorry. The next step is our internal strategy meeting of the Thunderbolt Legion, and it is not convenient for outsiders to be present. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Can. After finishing speaking, he exited the channel. He is not angry, just a normal human heart. He brought 2 flagships to Li Jingtun, making Li Jingtun's personal combat power instantly become the number 1 in the Legion. According to their Legion's rule of determining equity based on strength, his actions directly compress the power in their hands. Shares, no one is happy to change. Moreover, they were also afraid that Li Qing and Li Jingtun would merge together, which would immediately take away their dominance. Li Qing didn't care about these, but he was thinking about whether he could defeat the division-level sweeping fleet combined by Bruin if he added the strength of the new Lei Legion. After thinking about it for a long time, I realized that it would be almost impossible if I didn't do it myself. It's not that the fleet is not strong enough. With the current comprehensive fleet and the command ability of Star Negator Cybertron, it is not difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. The key is, I don't seem to be able to get the overall command. It is absolutely impossible for the other 2 leaders of the Thunderbolt Legion to hand over the command of their own fleet. Who doesn't know that he and Li Jingtun are cousins? The 3 of them are partners in the Legion, and they are also competitors internally. It is a good thing for everyone to become stronger, but it is not good news for one of them to suddenly become stronger. It can be said that if any side has the strength to crush the other 2, it will not hesitate to clear the field and dominate the army. In this case, they must be afraid that Li Qing will use the public weapon for private use after he gets the command power, and a random order on the battlefield will cause them heavy losses. This is unavoidable. Even Li Qing can't deny that it really allowed him to get the command, even if he didn't think too much about it, but when commanding troops to fight, he would subconsciously let them stand in front or carry out the most dangerous tasks. So, after thinking about it, Li Qing decided that it is better not to meddle in other people's internal affairs. What's more, his relationship with Li Jingtun is not so good that he can help him take the throne hand in hand. We are of the same clan, and we have already helped him build 2 flagships, and we have fulfilled our obligation of mutual assistance to the clan. It is impossible to force him to directly feed the rice to the mouth. Considering this, Li Qing contacted Li Jingtun after waiting for a while, and told him his thoughts directly. Li Jingtun was still holding a 3-person internal meeting. He was silent for a while, and said apologetically, We had an internal meeting just now, and the 2 of them have made it clear that if you want to participate in this battle, you must either form your own team or follow their orders. Li Qing smiled and said, Forget it independently. I'll change the place. I'll leave it to you here. Your legion may be a little weaker, but now prepare in advance and call more people. There are many players nearby who have taken refuge in your legion headquarters. You can call Get Up. Gather some small and medium-sized teams, and even gather a force. It is not impossible to destroy this sweeping fleet. By the way, if you want to form a joint fleet later, you can fight for the command. You are welcome. Li Jingtun nodded seriously and said, That's exactly what I thought. Well, Chapter 218 5-Year Super Auction. Are you kidding me? How could the majestic lord of one party help them and make wedding dresses for them? Wouldn't it be nice to change places to have fun by yourself? And he happened to have something to do, so the second uncle forwarded a word from the old patriarch to him, telling him to go to a place when he had time, so he just didn't bother to meddle in these nosy matters. First go to the place that the old patriarch said, and then go to the reconnaissance fleet of the Bruin United Civilization to try your strength, or go to the depths of the border, or even go to the border of the Bruin Union. Opportunity can enter the territory of the Bruin United for a walk, for an autumn breeze or something. No one can catch up to him anyway. Having figured this out, Li Qing said hello to Li Jingtun again without saying anything, and the huge fleet moored in the starry sky started to start, and with a dazzling halo sweeping across, the huge fleet disappeared in a flash. As soon as he left, Yu Di, the leader of the Nulei army, and Yi Shilong, the deputy leader of the Nulei army, heaved a sigh of relief. It's not how stingy they are, it's mainly because the 4 flagships put too much pressure on them. Outside the border of the northern border of the empire, the weak can prey on the strong to the fullest. Only the strong have status here, let alone facing the crisis at this time. Everyone is more dependent on the strong. Such a powerful fleet is here. Later, many players will join forces to form a joint fleet. If Li Qing wants to fight for the command, they really can't compete. Players here vote with their feet. The 4 flagships are placed here. If you can get the golden talent of the Servant of Light to shine, you don't need to shine the talent of yourself and the Star Negative. They don't care if you are a foreigner or not. Li Qing was willing to take the lead, and many people supported him. This time the jump distance is not very far, only about 500 light years, and it is not a targetless jump, it is a purposeful jump. The target is about 2,000 light years away from the northwest direction of the New Lei Legion, which has already surpassed human beings. The central line of the border between the two civilizations united with Bruven is further north, quite close to the southern border of the Bruven United Civilization, and only more than 2,000 light years away from the central core fortress of the Bruven United southern border, where there is a very famous neutral galaxy. The neutral galaxy is called Omnic 003, which is said to be a neutral galaxy established by 33 large pirate groups and a powerful intelligent robot named 003. And recognized by the United Empire of Mankind and Bruven, it is an absolutely neutral galaxy, and the joint sweep every 10 years will not affect it. The so-called neutral galaxy does not mean that you declare neutrality to be neutral, but that it must be recognized by all nearby major forces to be considered neutral. In this galaxy called Omnic 003, there is a super huge urban planet, ruled by a powerful intelligent robot named 003. According to the words of the old patriarch Bojuan, this neutral galaxy is the location of the largest black market in the entire empire, and even the entire Perseus arm. Civilizations will come here to trade. This neutral fortress is also the place where 33 super large pirate groups in the border sell dirty, basically everything can be found here. Including battleship mother chips, even flagship mother chips, even a full set of blueprints for mobile fortresses and more outrageous things can be found here. All in all, this is a very high-end international market, especially the super auction every 5 years, which attracts countless bigwigs, including the consortium of the United Empire of Humanity, the military lords of the Bruven Union, and even some interstellar super consortiums from the Perseus arm or the Milky Way, or civilizations, etc. gathered here, which is a rare event in the Perseus arm. It is said that every super auction will have some hidden identities mixed with players from other player civilizations. Coincidentally, this year is the year of the super auction held every 5 years, and there are still about 4 months before the super auction. Super spec super auctions like this can have everything, and there is a high probability that there will be a battleship mother chip or even a dreadnought mother chip that Li Qing needs, as long as there are enough materials. Yes, like this kind of cross-race, cross-civilization and even cross-spindle super auction, the transaction currency cannot of course be human star dollars, but the common currency of the river system. Generally speaking, there are 2 trading methods. One is to use civilization points, which is a common currency recognized by the river system. Even those ancient high-level civilizations in the Milky Way also recognize this transaction currency. The second type is mineral resources, including refined steel, various rare resources, such as rare crystals, rare gases, etc., or ultra-rare resources, such as star diamonds, active metals, etc. Alloys are not good, because the alloy formulas of different civilizations are different, and you have to remelt them after buying them. On the contrary, the most basic refined steel is the common currency among the stars. Li Qing didn't have much refined steel on hand, and he had converted some of the previously stored steel into alloys. He had to spend time collecting a batch in the past 2 months. The problem is not big, now he has nothing else, so he is not short of mines. As an ultimate miner who doesn't need any cost, it's not about how much he needs to have. His problem now is not whether he has mines, but how much he needs to convert. The things that appear in this kind of super auction are hundreds of trillions, tens of billions, or even trillions, especially some good things that are beyond ordinary people's imagination, and even military leaders will be jealous. Several megabytes or even more. If you don't have enough capital and can only watch others buy it, it will be so depressing. As for the third transaction method, that is barter, this need not be considered. There are still 4 months until the auction, and there is still plenty of time. After jumping twice, Li Qing found an unmanned galaxy and stopped, then found an asteroid belt and stopped, opened the Palm universe and began to collect meteorites. This place is too far away from the human territory, there are no players, but no one saw this shocking scene. The efficiency of collecting meteorites is not as high as collecting planets, but it saves money. After all, the ultimate weapon needs more than 10 trillion energy blocks to fire a single shot. Anyway, there are still 4 months before the super auction, so there is plenty of time. The attraction contained in the current gate of the black hole is already very strong. It may not be possible to force the warship, but the meteorites floating in the starry sky can no longer resist its suction, and there is no need for the assistance of industrial ships. At the beginning, the gate of the black hole swept all the way forward. Can. In just 1 month, the total volume of meteorites received has approached that of the previous waste planet. He has been busy for about 3 months, collecting more than 3 meteorites the size of waste Earth planets, and then smelting them while collecting them, and finally collected up to 2 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, with a total value of about 78 trillion. This is really a happy trouble. Li Qing could no longer speak. Throwing so much refined steel on the market will definitely have a certain impact on the normal refined steel price. It is completely impossible to affect the entire human market. After all, the entire market is so large. All the players in the entire civilization mine more than him every day. The main reason is that so much refined steel is thrown directly on the market, and there is no defense. This will definitely cause a certain range of price fluctuations, which will trigger a series of chain reactions. I have fish in my heart, but I don't have enough strength, so that's what I'm talking about. Li Qing rubbed his chin, ordered the battleship to return to the fleet, and prepared to go to the 003 neutral planet. It's only a month away, so hurry over and get ready. You might not be able to find a place if you're late. First put all the warships into the universe in the palm, and then ship entered the transition after a short preparation and disappeared. 2 hours later, the ship appeared in the border galaxy of the 003 neutral galaxy, and then followed the instructions all over the galaxy to the wormhole in front of the hyperspace channel on the other side of the galaxy, and saw a star castle at the entrance of the wormhole, with 2 small fleets or checking queues to enter wormholes. One of these 2 small fleets has an obvious human style, and the other has an alien style that has never been seen before. It is not a warship of the Bruin United Civilization, and it is not known which civilization it is. The inspection was quick, and it was his turn in less than 10 minutes. A communication came in, revealing a silver-white robot, saying to him with a mechanical electronic voice, "Welcome to the 003 Mechanical City. According to the Supreme 003 order, you need to register to enter the 003 galaxy." Li Qing nodded. This is natural. How to register? After speaking, a form was passed over, and the robot said, "Please follow the above prompts to fill in." Li Qing was relieved to check the form. It was not very complicated, but simply filled in the name and race, as well as the number of the spaceship entering the 003 galaxy and the basic information of the crew inside. Li Qing thought for a while, and filled in the information about himself, the Cybertron general, and the crew on the ship. Of course, the god of Cybertron will be called by the original name, and now he has a new name that is usually used after becoming the negative star, which is Li Bo. After filling in the information, they were released into the wormhole after obtaining a number. After half an hour, I came out of the wormhole on the opposite side of the galaxy, and saw a row of 10 superstar cities hanging in the void near the wormhole, and 2 communications were connected in a row. One is the official welcome newsletter of the 003 galaxy. After reminding him of a series of precautions, he leaves an assistant newsletter. If he encounters any problems in the galaxy, he can use this assistant to communicate and inquire. Another communication that was beyond his expectations was from the embassy of the United Empire of Humanity in the 003 galaxy. After contacting him, he not only sent a note and some general information that was not secret, but also helped him temporarily open the player channel in the galaxy. At this time, there are not many people speaking in the internal channel of the galaxy, and most of them are anonymous, or some people who are obviously codenames are speaking. Li Qing thought about it, and also gave himself a code name, Siwan. Then he browsed the channel's built-in top news, which contained information on how to sign up for the super auction and the prerequisites for participating in the auction. The top information shows that the prerequisites for participating in the auction are very simple. You need to pay a deposit equivalent to 100 trillion star dollars worth of materials or civilization points, which can be regarded as the screening threshold. If you don't even have this capital, don't participate in this super auction. I will. But it is impossible for normal people to transport such a large amount of goods to the auction. At this time, there is a compromise method, which is to go to the management committee of the super auction to verify the capital. There are representatives of the United Empire of Mankind, the Bruin United, and the Perseus Arm, and even the galaxy. All individuals or forces who want to participate in the auction need to verify their identities under the witness of multiple parties to ensure that they have sufficient capital items in the auction. The super auction will not be held in the 10 superstar cities near the wormhole. It is only used to receive outsiders who come to trade during the non-super auction period. The super auction will be held on the mechanical city planet number 003. After obtaining permission, the ship headed straight for the interior of the galaxy. After the superstar city, there are piles of moored battleships and spaceships everywhere, most of which are various transport ships, including some extremely rare giant transport ships, which are larger than the Titan super flag and can accommodate a large amount of cargo. In this neutral galaxy, as long as any civilization abides by the local rules, it can rent a place to do business here, and even establish a residence station near the Star City. But only near the Stargate. Ordinary merchants are not allowed to enter the depths of the galaxy, especially near the mechanical city planet number 003. Merchants with low reputation are not allowed to approach. Across the 10 super stargates, about 1 million kilometers away, a star city group composed of 3 superstar cities appeared, and a large number of warships and spaceships lined up nearby. Li Qing followed the instructions, and the ships lined up at the back of the line. After about half an hour, it was his turn in the team, and the ship was sent directly to the center of the galaxy through the Stargate of the Central Star City. As soon as he came out of the Stargate, Li Qing saw an extremely huge planet hanging in the air in front of him. This is a very large planet. Looking at it from a distance, it is estimated that its diameter may exceed 100,000 kilometers. It has already caught up with some gas giant planets. It is difficult for normal planets to be so large. This is a mechanical planet made of metal with a layer of atmosphere on the surface. In addition, there is a transparent energy shield tens of thousands of kilometers away from the planet's ground to intercept fine meteorites and garbage captured by the gravity of the mechanical planet. Through the transparent energy shield, you can see metal skyscrapers everywhere on the surface of the planet, which looks unusually prosperous, and countless interstellar aircraft dragging long flames to shuttle back and forth between the high-rise buildings on the planet. In the orbit of millions of kilometers outside the planet, there are 5 mobile battle stars with a diameter of nearly 10,000 kilometers, more than 30 war moons with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers, and hundreds of super-star cities. And these mobile battle stars and war moons are surrounded by huge fleets. Dear guests, welcome to Super Mechanical City Planet number 003. The crisp electronic prompt brought Li Qing back to reality from the shock. He couldn't help but smacked his tongue and sighed. What a terrifying force. Sure enough, there is a capital to be able to be neutral. If you are not strong enough, you can't be neutral even if you want to be neutral. Although Li Qing has never seen the strength of the Star Sea Lord, based on what he has seen and heard so far, the comprehensive strength of the so-called number 003 Mechanical City Galaxy definitely surpasses the general Star Sea Lord. Next, Li Qing parked the ship at the berth of Star City very honestly, and then followed the instructions to take a small aircraft into Star City. The management committee of the super auction is located in this superstar city. Chapter 219,003 Neutral Forces. There are many human players here, but few are eligible to participate in this super auction. Li Qing and Li Bo came to the management committee to register and verify capital according to the instructions, and found that there were only 2 people in the huge hall. On the contrary, there are many staff members. There are more than a dozen robots, more than a dozen humans, more than a dozen main species of the Bruin Union, and dozens of aliens belonging to different species. It looks quite international, and it can guarantee that the powerful civilization of the Perseus arm can be received here. Seeing that he is human, 2 humanoid robots, a handsome guy and a beautiful woman received him together. After knowing his purpose, the human man in a suit said first, "My dear sir, this is the management committee of the 003 Neutral Galaxy Super Auction held every 5 years. I am a staff member of the United Human Empire Embassy in the 003 Neutral Galaxy, number 105. You can call me Xiao Shu. If you went to the wrong place, I can show you around. If you want to participate in this auction, you need to verify your capital first before you can sign up." Although the other beauty did not speak, she kindly summoned a chair and prepared fruit drinks and so on. The attitude is pretty good. Li Qing nodded and said, "I'm here to participate in the auction. How do I need to verify the capital?" The handsome man named Xiao Shu immediately stretched out his hand, a light curtain popped open, and asked, "I don't know your name and identity, sir. I just need to confirm my identity and confirm that you have enough funds. It won't be too complicated." Li Qing nodded, did not say his name, but asked rhetorically, "I don't want to reveal my identity, but I have brought enough supplies." The man was a little surprised, and nodded immediately. "It's fine if you bring enough supplies, but our colleagues with the management committee need to make an inventory to roughly determine the value of the supplies. Of course, I don't know where your fleet is, we can confirm it now." "No fleet. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. It's like this. I have a space-type relic, and all my goods are stored in it. You can ask the staff of the management committee to go in with me to have a look. Now, please wait. The woman who had been accompanying her immediately turned around, whispered a few words, and soon several intelligent robots came over. Li Qing opened the door of the black hole and walked in first. A man and a woman hesitated for a while, and several robots followed closely. After entering, they appeared in a star fort. Li Qing took them out of the star fort on a frigate, and saw large pieces of refined steel and a large number of rare crystals everywhere in the void outside the star fort. This is the number 1 subsidiary galaxy of the Palm universe. After such a long expansion, its diameter has exceeded 20,000 kilometers. Li Qing sealed it off from the main galaxy of the Palm universe, and it became a huge independent space, which is specially used to show it to outsiders. Although the space of 20,000 kilometers is large and valuable, there is neither a high-dimensional fortress nor a super dock in it. In his capacity, no one is willing to take huge risks to it. In other words, it is impossible to those who are attractive, and there is no need to those who are capable. Currently, this space is full of refined steel and alloys, as well as some rare crystals. The frigate went around and returned, and left without taking a careful inventory. They just determine whether you have the financial resources, and they don't care how much financial resources you have. The next step is even simpler. Several 003 intelligent robots confirm his financial resources and complete the registration. After getting a metal card to prove his identity, he only has to wait for the super auction to start. It is worth mentioning that this metal card not only means participating in the super auction, or is not limited to 003 neutral galaxies. In fact, with this card representing financial resources or identity, it can be used in all 003 mechanical city galaxies in the entire galaxy. Prove your identity among cooperative civilizations or forces. There are quite a few neutral forces or civilizations like 003 in the Milky Way. For example, the famous Pan River System Trade Chamber. If there is a chance to go there in the future, they can prove their identity as long as they show their card, and there is no need to think of various ways to prove their identity or financial resources. Of course, in some auction houses of major chambers of commerce in the United Empire of Mankind, if capital verification is required, holding this card is also valid. At the same time, only by holding this card can you enter the 003 mechanical city planet. Visitors who normally come to the 003 galaxy are not eligible to directly enter the 003 mechanical planet, unless the player is here to mix, specifically open the reputation system of the 003 neutral galaxy, and reach reverence above. This also means that getting this card is equivalent to directly having a reputation above revered. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts around, and now even robots can't avoid this vulgarity. Leaving from the management committee, the aircraft flew directly to the 003 mechanical planet, turned on the network on the way, first booked a hotel in the second area of the 003 mechanical planet, and the aircraft flew directly to the second area. The robot's thinking is very simple. It divides the entire planet's surface into 100 areas, and arranges them according to their importance. Area 1 is the most important and is the administrative center of the entire galaxy. The business center is located in Area 2, and the super auction is located in Area 2. Before the aircraft came to the planet, it paused in front of the 10,000-kilometer thick super energy shield, and was able to pass through the energy barrier to enter through identity verification. Entering the barrier, you can see the whole picture of the huge mechanical city planet in front of you. To be honest, he has never seen a planet with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers, but all of them are gaseous planets. Lab. The surface of the planet is all made of metal, and there are many high-rise buildings comparable to the cyberworld. To be honest, the impression of this mechanical city planet is not much different from that of the Cybertron fortress. But it is only superficially similar. The internal government of this mechanical city planet is not a consortium and capital, but a robot-ruling machine servant government. The so-called servitor means that after a civilization is highly developed, its robot suddenly produces wisdom on a certain day, and there will be several endings at this time. One is the robot that produces intelligence, unwilling to be enslaved, and conflicts with the creator. After the war wiped out the creator, it embarked on the route of exterminating all other organic life forms. This robot is called Iron Heart Exterminator. One is that intelligent robots live in peace with the creator. With the assistance of intelligent robots, the development of civilization is accelerated, and the overall strength is stronger than normal civilization. This is called omni-mechanical. There is also a kind of conflict between intelligent robots and the creator, but they cannot break through the laws of robots, resulting in some kind of logical conflict. This situation will have different consequences. One of them is very similar to the current robot civilization called 003, called Runaway Servant. It means that the out-of-control intelligent robots use various methods to make the creator's civilization lazy, provide various safe environments for the creator, ensure their rich material needs and safety, and prevent them from making progress, while the progress of civilization is determined by intelligent robots. Li Qing remembers that in the previous Earth era, there were some interesting questions in many post-bars. Question. If one day the whole world is ruled by robots, you must work 5 days a week and 8 hours a day, no overtime is allowed, and there are abundant entertainment and material supplies, will you resist in this situation? Answer. Robot Taijin, yes, the rebels are hiding here. In the eyes of Li Qing, the neutral civilization called 003 is most likely the kind of out-of-control machine servant civilization. All the population of the entire civilization is concentrated on this huge planet, guarded by a powerful fleet, and the planet is also extremely prosperous. No matter what, there are materials and entertainment, and you can also get in touch with foreign civilizations. Apart from not being able to leave, you can satisfy almost everything. To be honest, for ordinary people, this is indeed a paradise-like world. It is worth mentioning that there is more than one species in this civilization. The ruling intelligent robot welcomes any race to immigrate, whether it is human beings, the Bruven United Civilization, or other civilizations outside the spiral arm, etc. As long as the application is approved, it will be accepted if you move over. At least when Li Qing entered the interior of the planet, he saw no less than 5 species of different races, including humans. What a magical world. The aircraft passed through all metal skyscrapers and entered the interior of the planet, and stopped in front of a huge hotel building. The aircraft parked directly at the berth, and a robot drove a small aircraft to pick them up. In this lazy world, few people are willing to do this kind of service work. Even the hotel front desk work is done by robots. Only some supervisors and other management jobs have living people, and the rest are all robots or fully automatic. Anyway, even if they don't work, the basic welfare guarantee can ensure that they meet a certain level of material supply and entertainment supply. It is equivalent to Li Qing receiving a basic subsidy of 10,000 yuan every day if he does not work in the Earth Age. Why should he work? Living in the luxury suite ordered, Li Qing stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the bustling city outside, and said to Cybertron, the negative star. How do you feel about this world? Is it similar to your previous Cybertron fortress? Cybertron shook his head and said, there are some similarities, but more of them give me a strange sense of familiarity, as if I have seen them before. Li Qing smiled and said, could it be that you have been here before? As an old antique who has lived for tens of thousands of years, Lord Sen Luo was still a normal human being before his mechanical ascension. It is not surprising that he came here. But star-negative Cybertron shook his head firmly and said, impossible, I have never heard of this neutral force 7,000 years ago. Could it be that this neutral force hadn't developed at that time, or that the intelligent robot hadn't been born at that time, and this place was just an ordinary indigenous civilization? Impossible. Li looked up at Li Qing, and said with certainty. At that time, we were the main force fighting against the Bruven United Civilization. Your Majesty was the supreme marshal of the 3 major fortresses in the northern border of the empire. Our joint battle with Bruven covered almost all galaxies in the entire border star field. All life in this star field, the planets are well known, and it can be determined that there were no living planets or indigenous civilizations in this galaxy at that time. Well, Li Qing couldn't refute this point. He thought for a while and said, perhaps, maybe after you, the intelligent robot led the fleet to come here and transform a planet by itself. Maybe. Star-negative Cybertron didn't seem to have any entangled thoughts. He turned his head and looked at the bustling city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, thinking. Li Qing naturally didn't think much more, just looked curiously at this bustling city full of exotic styles for a while, then returned to the sofa and sat down, unfolded a light curtain on the left wrist wheel, and started to connect to the local network. Commercial Center Number 2 is also the window for foreign exchanges on this planet. All outsiders mostly stay in this area. In addition to many auction participants, there are also many interstellar businessmen from different races who will do business here. Most of the businesses that can be done here are cross-race and cross-civilization transactions, and they are all big businesses that can be counted in trillions. Open the portal of the business center, and you can see many from big businessmen from different civilizations. Li Qing watched them one by one with great interest. Randomly click on and from a big businessman from Breuven United, and a new website pops up. Judging from the title, it should be the personal chamber of commerce website of this big businessman. There are all kinds of information available for trading on it. I have seen and never heard of an alien civilization native, and there is information about the appearance of this native and its civilization below, so he was confused on the spot. Good guy, this business is a bit big. The information shows that this is an indigenous mammal species, similar to orcs in fantasy novels, very much like a tauren, from the head to the body, with curved hooves, and 2 horns on the top of the head. Had already walked out of the birth planet when it was discovered, and had transformed other planets in this galaxy, but had not yet left this galaxy. The tauren can build spaceships, it's a bit magical to think about it. This race is the perfect race of coolies, and it is also an excellent race of cannon fodder troops and slaves. To be honest, Li Qing was a little moved, but after looking at the price of this thing, he hesitated a little. The single price is 150,000, and each purchase is no less than 100 million, which is 15 trillion. If all 34 billion is required, it is 5,100 trillion. It's outrageous. However, Li Qing didn't deny it immediately, put it aside first, and began to check other traded commodities of this big businessman. However, seeing this, he was shocked again. Then he continued to click on other products. His eyes became more and more surprised, and he couldn't help complaining for a long time. Nai, isn't this the official human trafficker of the Breuven United civilization? There are more than a dozen kinds of commodities in it, all of which are populations of different races. The few are billions, and the many are hundreds of billions, which is simply outrageous. He took some time to look at all the alien populations, observing their appearance, habits, and potential value, and finally fell in love with the group of tauren. This physique, this birth rate, the perfect coolie and cannon fodder. Rate, the perfect coolie and cannon fodder. Rate, the perfect coolie and cannon fodder. Rate, the perfect